mixed conditions. It was wet, then it dried out, and then it got wet again later on in the day. At the moment, though, conditions here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit looking pretty good. Joshua Barrett is alongside myself, Ian Soman, here in the commentary box. We'll also hear during the course of the day from Matt Suckling. He's on duty down in the pit lane, catching up with drivers after the races and during the races in the case of the two long distance races that we have this afternoon around the 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit, which of course was famous for the 1993 European Grand Prix and Ayrton Senna's awesome opening lap to that race. And we had some great feats here yesterday, hoping for more of the same today. At the moment, the sun is just about breaking through the clouds, but during the rest of the day, expecting it to be a little bit cloudy, but it should stay dry, and a very light wind as well. Just the flags I can see from our commentary box window fluttering rather limply against the flag poles. Josh Barrett, as I say, is alongside myself, Ian Soman. Looking ahead to today's 8 races, Josh, we've got, as we've said, a couple of long distance races this afternoon, but some sprint races as well, with some championships still to be decided.
That's right. I think it's the first time, isn't it? We've had 2 endurance races on a single day at a 750 Motor Club meeting, so it actually means there's a lot less races than we're sort of used to, although lots of track time to look forward to. But yeah, I guess the main championship deciders today are the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship and the F1000 Championship. We've got overall titles still to be settled, and then there's some class titles in the TGR Club Enduro Championship as well. So we will look forward to that over the course of the day. But we should get some good racing, shouldn't we? It's a dry track, a dry circuit. Okay, the temperatures aren't particularly up high, but that shouldn't make too much difference once the racing gets going. And Donington Park, whether it be the national track or the Grand Prix circuit, as we've got this weekend, always creates great racing. And none less really in what will be our first race of the day for the Lap Helmets Formula V Championship. Slipstream in action aplenty should be coming up to begin our day here at Donington.
Yeah, and big grids all the way through the day as well. It's great to see, particularly within the 116 Trophy, which we've got later on. I think they're both going to be pretty much at capacity, almost 50 cars, up to the maximum we're allowed, not quite 50. And there's a big grid in the Club Enduro Championship as well, the TGR Club Enduro Championship. And not forgetting the supporting cast as well, with all very decent grids, nothing less than 20 cars on it. So should be a very good and competitive day's racing.
That's not a race car.
It's not. No, the Donington Park tractor is off out. It's got the sweeper attached to the back of it, and that's because there's probably some gravel to be swept up at parts of the circuit. We did have an off certainly into the gravel in the qualifying session that's just been completed for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, which races at 3:30 this afternoon. Marshals there with their brooms, but sometimes it can be a little bit too much work even for the marshals with the amount of gravel that can be dragged onto the circuit. And there were certainly in some of the qualifying sessions this morning, Josh, quite a few drivers losing lap times for exceeding track limits, and possibly that's the case where they've got wheels off into the gravel as well and dragged gravel back onto the circuit and off onto the runoff area as well. And that is going to be more of a problem today than it was yesterday, I think.
Yeah, the drivers may not actually be gaining an advantage by exceeding the track limits, but as the regulations are nowadays, whether you gain an advantage or not, if you're outside track limits, first in qualifying laps will be deleted, and then in the race, after warnings, penalties may come. Hopefully we don't get too many of them, because that isn't an ideal situation from everybody's point of view. But we shall see what happens over the course of the 8 race programme. 4 coming up this morning, 4 this afternoon, with a good mix, as you were saying, in single-seaters, saloon cars, sports cars and endurance racing as well. So about everything you could hope for, really, on the programme today.
Yeah, that's right. And a reminder that if you're at the circuit or watching on the live stream brought to you by Alpha Live, then you can have a look at the race programme. That's available on the 750 Motor Club website, which is found at 750mc.co.uk, 750mc.co.uk. You can download the digital race programme. You can also access the live timing and the live stream through the 750 Motor Club website as well. So do head to that for all of the information that you need about today's racing. Still that clearing up work being done and the sweeping up being done by the marshals down at the old hairpin. The tractor has gone straight past, so there must be some more gravel that needs to be swept up at another part of the circuit as well. So it is just going to be a few minutes, I think, before we get the cars onto the grid for the first race of the day. We did have various championships decided yesterday. Oh, here it comes, it's coming back the other way to get the gravel off the circuit. We've all got another championship finals meeting as well, 2 weeks today at Silverstone as well, where there's 5 more categories that will reach their conclusion as well. And that's going to be on the Silverstone National Circuit. That's the day after the Birkett Relay, which of course takes place on 2 weeks yesterday. That is on the Grand Prix circuit. That's fully subscribed, I understand. In particular, there's quite a few teams representing the Carmel Porsche Championship that have been flooding their entries in over the past few weeks. So we look forward to the Birkett Relay race. We'll be bringing you that on Alpha Live as well. Josh and myself will be joined by Marcus Pye and Lewis Beals for that one.
Might be a situation here, rather than BMWs or Caterhams, which have the most numerous entries, it could be the situation where Porsche is that brand. Something that perhaps in the past, in top line racing, you would expect that perhaps at Le Mans to have more Porsches than any other car. Not so much the case nowadays, but the Birkett Relay could be the first time that happens.
And of course, it's the Birkett Relay, a great event, 6-hour relay race for those of you that aren't aware. And it's the main prize is not the sort of scratch result, but it's the handicap result. That's the big, most sought after prize within the Birkett Relay. So each team is given a number of credit laps, and those are sort of added to the actual number of laps that are completed, and it's the team that has the most laps when aggregated that wins the Birkett. And so the handicap prize, much sought after because there is such a disparity and variety of cars that we have in the Birkett.
Yeah, that's right. About everything closed wheel, everything you can think of. I think nowadays vintage cars aren't permitted, but about everything else is. And we had that poster, didn't we, just a few years ago of the Austin A35 and the TCR car,
Yes.
which was a image that was made from a real picture
Yes.
by our photographer John Elsey at Silverstone just a few seasons ago. And we look forward to seeing what will be on our entry list when we get it in just under a couple of weeks' time. And we look forward to bringing that to you here on 750 Motor Club TV and on Alpha Live's YouTube and social channels.
Looking ahead, though, to today's racing at Donington Park, we will bring a bit more on Formula V in a moment, but Sports 1000 Championship, that's coming up this morning. That was decided yesterday in favour of Ryan Yarrow. We've also got the National Lighting and Toyota MR2 Championship. They've got both of their final races today. We've got a battle there between Sean Traynor and Adam Lockwood to be crowned the overall champion. Adam Lockwood, the champion last year. Sean Traynor, a 4-time champion, but yet to win a championship in the Roadsters. He won a few in the Mark II cars earlier on in his MR2 career. F1000 Championship, well, a decisive moment yesterday when Rob Wenham just really didn't get off the line, did he? So he didn't score yesterday. Craig Pollard took a big step towards the championship, although it was Tom Gadd that won the race. But I think we're now going to be close to getting cars out on track for the first race of the day, and that is going to be for the Zamp Helmets Formula V Championship. So in yesterday's race, it was a win for Dan Polly in the WEF. His first time out with the car. He'd only bought it the day before. Matt Harbert was second. That was enough for him to ramp up the championship. And Peter Studer took third position. Let's have a look at the grid for this race, set by the second fastest times in yesterday morning's qualifying session. So on pole position, it's number 90, Tortola, and besides him is number 99, Craig Bell. On the second row of the grid, it's number 12, Bill Garner, with Leon Frost, number 93, next to him. On the third row of the grid, yesterday's race winner, number 44, Dan Polly, in the WEV, besides number 3, Vaughan Jones, who's going for third place in the championship. Row 4, 33, Matt Harbert on the inside. He is crowned champion after his second place yesterday. Rick Lanier, it is, that is besides him on the grid in car number 24. Row 5 of the grid, that's going to be number 4 Tim Probert, and 25 Daniel Lanier. Row 6 is 32 Simon Foley, and 66 Phil Waterhouse. On the 7th row, 88 is Francis Twyman, and 95 is Oliver Mitchell. Peter Studer, coming from 15th on the grid this time, can he get another podium? Number 5 is on the inside of row 8, next to number 36 Bradley Tarleton. Row 9 is number 50 Lewis Scholes, and 47 Matt Topham. The 10th row of the grid will have number 8, which is Ross Price, and number 28 Sam Engineer. On the 11th row, it's 14 David Huckle, and 72 Colin Gregory. Row 12, 64 Sam Wallbank, and 59 Chris Wilshire. And at the back, 2 drivers that had an incident in qualifying yesterday, 46 Will Malins and 60 Mark Newton. They've both done some laps this morning to get out into the race today. That's the grid then, but Josh, it looks like there's at least one significant car missing.
Yeah, yesterday Craig Bell, I think his engine blew on the exit of McLean's, and that's not been sorted. So a driver who's looking to win the title coming into this weekend won't even get out for race 2. As you mentioned, Matt Harbott provisionally won the championship yesterday in his similar AHS Dominator. So that leaves Tortalla then alone on the front row of the grid on pole for what he tells us will be his last race in Formula V. He'd done some races last year, won some races in Class B, as he has done this season. Took his third Class B, so he took his second Class B win last time out at Oulton Park. One of 4 drivers coming into this weekend to have won Class B races. Simon Foley made it the 5th different winner this season. So that's one to look out for. With those 2 Class B cars now at the front, really, isn't it? Leon Tortalla, and then the Class B champion, Bill Garner, who will line up directly behind. But it's good to see a good grid of single-seaters. I think this is the largest single-seater grid on average over the course of the season. And it's really been good over the last couple of years, Ian, to see the Zamp Helmet Formula V Championship grow once more. We've had, I think, some capacity grids over the course of the season.
Yes, we have, and it's been good to see. Formula V inaugurated back in 1967. These VW Beetle air-cooled engines, something really idiosyncratic still about Formula V, but it still captures the imagination many, many years later, not far away from 60 years now, of Formula V. 750 Motor Club have run it since 1980, of course. And interesting that we've got this variety of chassis towards the front of the field. You've got the AHS Challenger of Tortalla there on pole position. We've got Bill Garner in the Maverick on the second row of the grid. Leon Frost, he's switched to an AHS Dominator this weekend. He's previously been racing for the rest of the season in a GAC with some success. Has had a couple of wins during the course of the year. The teenager in his first season. And we've then got the Dan Polly Wave. That's the car that's won the championship twice, in the hands of Craig Pollard 2 years ago, and in the hands of its constructor, Graham Gant, before that as well. And Dan had a win in it first time out, the Irish V champion from 8 years ago. And Vaughan Jones in the Storm is next up. So sort of 5 different types of car on the first 5 starters, with the absence of Craig Bell, which is good to see that we do have that variety. And third place is still up for grabs here. That's between Leon Frost and Vaughan Jones really now, as we move into this final round of the season. Josh has just spotted the slippery surface flag that the marshals are displaying to the drivers on the way into the Melbourne hairpin. We did see one car put some fluid down onto the circuit in the previous session, so possibly that explains what that is doing there.
Yeah, it is Leon Frost, who you were telling us about on our screens now, the 17-year-old double British karting champion, looking to take 3rd in the Formula V Championship points this year, but didn't have a very good day yesterday. The car seemed to be cutting in and out at times, so that could give Vaughan Jones the chance to come through, the driver from Wales. He's finished 3rd in the last 2 years. We'll see if he can make it a hat-trick of 3rd places. He's had 3 thirds as his best results this year. He's had 3 fourths, a 5th. He's had 12 top 10s in total. No one else has been in the top 10 that many times this season. We've had 5 different winners. Matt Harbert's won 5. Craig Bell has won 4. Leon Frost, as you said, has won 2. And then Dan Polly and Martin Farmer have won a race each. those two cars then that didn't set a lap time in qualifying, didn't race yesterday, but are there at the back, slot in. So we're about to go racing for the first time today, but for the last time for this season for Formula V.
Yeah, Zam Pelbit's Formula V Championship. It's a 15-minute race. The red lights go on, they go out, and the race gets underway. Decent start from Tortulla there from pole position. Leon Frost a little bit sluggish away. He might lose ground here to Vaughan Jones as they battle for third in the championship, but it's Bill Garner trying to go around the outside. You've got coming up on the inside as well the number 44 car, which is Dan Polly, yesterday's winner in the WEV. You've got the champion crowned yesterday, Matt Harbour in the number 33 coming about, 6th position at the moment. There's slippery surface flags at this part of the circuit, so pretty much all the way around the lap, so an extra challenge for the V drivers to contend with, but it's Bill Garner that's got the lead then from Dan Polly in second, Tortulla third, Vaughan Jones fourth, Leon Frost is in 5th position as they make their way through the old hairpin for the first time and then start the climb up towards McLean's on the first of this 15-minute race, and the challenge on for the lead.
We saw Maverick versus Webb over the years, haven't we, in Formula V racing with two different drivers aboard today. So they head up the hill with Polly looking to the inside, and he takes the lead then. So through into the lead goes the Irishman, Dan Polly. He won yesterday. He's trying to get to the front and away before Matt Harbott gets there, I suspect. Harbott in 5th place. Vaughan Jones has got away from Leon Frost, hasn't he? And we said his best result was in a third. Well, maybe he'd like a bit more than that in this race, because he's right on terms with Bill Garner, the ex-superkart racer. Then Matt Harbott, the champion, in 4th. Tortulla's dropped back a bit in his BAHS Challenger, probably one of the older cars in this front group. And now a big lock-up for Garner, and that's allowed Matt Harbott basically to try and pass all those cars in one go.
Yeah, up the inside on the hairpin he went. He's wheel-to-wheel with Garner now, and it looks like Harbour's got his nose in front, so they come up to Goddard's for the first time. But later on the brakes is the Maverick. Tortulla trying to take a wider line as well, but I don't think that's actually done him much good on this occasion. So at the end of the first lap then it's Dan Polly that comes through to lead the race, then in car number 44. Second is the number 33 car of Matt Harbott. Third is number 12 Bill Garner. Fourth is number 3 Vaughan Jones. Then it's Leon Frost, but he's got level pegging with him, Tortulla, as they make their way through Redgate Corner.
That's right. Studer up to 9th, by the way. He's made more positions than anybody else on the first lap. We said he started further back. Vaughan Jones has a big twitch down the Craners, and he's got his championship rival for third behind him now, Leon Frost. So they turn their way through the old hairpin. Will start to climb the hill. So good battle developing for the final spot on the podium as Matt Harbott goes after Dan Polly up front. So this is all about the battle for third in the race. Bill Garner, who had one podium earlier in the season at Silverstone, is in that position at the moment. That lead gap was 1.2 seconds in. It might be coming down. Matt Harbott going after Dan Polly, looking for win number 6 of the season.
Yeah, that's right. As they head out of Coppice down the hill towards the S's, Fogarty S's for the second time in this race. Vaughan Jones now challenging Bill Garner for third position. He's on the inside line for the S's. It looks like Vaughan Jones, the driver from Abergavenny, has gone through to take third place.
Vaughan Jones hasn't been on the podium since July at Cadwell Park. He's into that position now, but Garner is fighting back on the inside. So this is a real tussle for third spot with Tim Probert joining in. Tim had a pretty awful start to his season, didn't he? But he's had some better results since. He has had a 5th this year, but we've seen him win here at Donington Park in Formula V racing before. Leon Frost now is starting to gain momentum. He's on the inside of Bill Garner as well. So Garner starting to drop back. So the Class B cars are dropping away with Garner just ahead of Tortulla. The pair of them ahead of Tim Probert. Then Peter Studer is the next car through. Polly, though, in fact, was quicker than Harbott over the lap. So the lead gap going up. So again, it's always battle for third, and the battle for third in the championship now as well, as Leon Frost looks up the inside of Vaughan Jones. Are they going to be wheel to wheel here as they head through Hollywood and onto the Craner curves?
Yeah, still side by side it looks like as they head through Hollywood and down through the Craners. Bill Garner just behind them. He's been passed by both of them in the last half a lap. It looks like Frost, is he going to manage to get ahead? Vaughan Jones staying with it round the outside. He runs off onto the green concrete on the exit. and he's managed to stay alongside as a result of that there. He's still not ceded the position. They head off up to McLean's. They're still together, side by side for half a lap here, and Jones it is that emerges in front. Does he at McLean's? He runs quite wide again, yes he does. Vaughan Jones, for the minute at least, stays third, but they're letting the top two get away.
He's very keen to beat Leon Frost today, isn't he? And that is bringing everyone with them. Peter Studer said yesterday he didn't think he could get to the podium. Well, soon he's going to be in that third place battle. The battle between the top two looks pretty sorted, so it's all about this dice for third. And Bill Garner now fighting back in the Maverick, but Leon Frost has that line covered. Here comes Probert behind, up the inside of Tuller, so I think he's going to get sixth. But Vaughan Jones hanging on. And I guess really he needs cars between himself and Leon Frost here, doesn't he, if he's going to get third in the championship. And well, he's going the best way about it. He's staying in third and bringing more cars into this battle.
Turning their way out of the Melbourne hairpin up towards the Goddard's corner. This is to complete lap number 3 of the race. Dan Polly from Matt Harbert leading, but look at this, it's almost 3 cars side by side. You've got Probert and Studer involved there, and also Tortulla as well, who has yesterday sort of gradually dropping back down the order. It's Frost now that is in front of Vaughan Jones, so that's changed around. And then it's Garner, and then it's Probert. That's the top 6. Dan Polly's done the best lap of the race, a 1:48.019. That's just under 2 seconds outside the lap record set by James Howage 2.5 years ago. But it's Polly leading now by 2.6 seconds. It's another 4 seconds back to Leon Frost in third. As Colin Gregory in strife, and there's another car by the looks of it that had spun down now. That's the number 8 car of Ross Price in the gap.
Shame for Ross because he had a good run yesterday. So there's Studer then up to 7th there for the 60-year-old from Norfolk, who started racing back in 1983 in the Junior Formula 4 Championship, but for third place in the race, Leon Frost is fighting back, and again round the outside of McLean's. He carried a load of speed through the corner. If anything, Leon Frost was a bit slow perhaps, and that has brought Bill Garner in there. But now it's 2 groups of 3, isn't it, rather than 6 cars altogether, as we had at the end of the previous lap, as Colin Gregory did make the pit lane, but he's out of it. He is not going to feature any longer. But for Vaughan Jones, good news is coming, because Bill Garner is challenging Leon Frost, who had a good look in the mirror. The Dominator, though, brakes late, but he's heavy sideways, he spins, he's chucked away this battle. Leon Frost and may well have just chucked away third in the championship.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. He's going to struggle to get the car turned around, I think, and he will lose a lot more places. So Vaughan Jones now clearing third, Bill Garner 4th and 5th and 6th side by side. That's Peter Studer and Tim Probert, and Tortulla in there as well, moving up to 7th place after that spin out of 4th position for Leon Frost. Still this battle going on for the minor positions. Dan Polly's done another fast step, a 1:47.146, so he's gone about 9/10 quicker than he did on the previous lap now. Jones over the line, Garner over the line, Probert having a look on the inside of the number 5 TCR Challenger of Peter Studer there. Tim Probert in the red Storm can't make it through at Redgate Corner.
Yeah, 2005 car Tim Probert is in. Studer's car from 2018, or when it was converted. That originally was an AHS Challenger, like Tuller's car, but it's had some work on it, hence the new name. So through the old hairpin they come. A good battle as Tuller tries to get back involved. The student from Derby, 21 years of age. The younger drivers on the grid. He's at the back of this group, second in the B class. Bill Garner continues to lead Class B. He hasn't had a win since Brands Hatch in that class, so it would be good to go out for him with a class win if he can. Leon Frost recovered, but in 17th, and I think he needs to finish really a couple of positions within Jones, and that looks quite unlikely now. But Jones hasn't got to make the same mistake that Frost made one lap ago. So Vaughan Jones, the 46-year-old, in the car that he prepares with his wife. He's in 3rd spot ahead of Garner then. Bill Garner, the 59-year-old from Cambridgeshire. Started racing back in 1976, but on 2 wheels in motorcycles before moving to supercarts in 1984.
Spinner is number 60. That is the car that started at the back, isn't it? Mark Newton in the shame, but he has got himself out of the gravel trap at the old hairpin. Spreading some more gravel onto the circuit, but at least he's got going again, which is good news. Just looking, Josh Malins, by the way, who's one of the others that started from the back, he's climbed up to 13th position in the number 46 car, the 17-year-old, in his, I think, only his 3rd race meeting.
He's quicker than a couple ahead, so he could make further progress. Studer is catching the two in front now, isn't he? He has caught Bill Garner as he braked there for Redgate corner on the previous lap. He was only a couple of attempts faster, but I think he gained a lot of time at Redgate on that time through. So Jones hanging on to third, a position he's not finished in since he had a double podium at Cadwell. Then Bill Garner, he's in fourth. He has had an overall podium this year. He's been in the top 10 11 times. Then Studer and Probert. Peter Studer's had 3 podiums this year, included yesterday, plus once at Brands, once at Snetterton too. And then Tim Probert in his Storm at the back of the grid, the Steve Glasswell car. And they have dropped Chortula now, haven't they? He's dropped quite a long way back in P7. But we are pretty much back to 4 then in the battle for third, and Bill Garner I think is going to lose a spot here to Peter Studer, who's on his inside. Probert wants to get involved in this as well. Don't think he's going to make it at the next corner though, into the S's. Perhaps they're a little bit circumspect there as well, because they saw that Liam Frost, if you brake too late, you can quite easily spin at that part of the circuit, and that's of course what happened to Frost, who has recovered to 14th on that previous lap.
Down at the Melbourne hairpin, there's 4.25 minutes of this race left to go. Dan Polly about to come across the line to complete his 6th lap. He's just about that, but his car is smoking badly now. I could see out the window, we can now see on the stream as well, because that is not looking good for Dan Polly in the web. And now Bill Garner's had a spin up at Goddard's in the number 12 Maverick as well. So a bit of a haze hanging now over the start and finish straight.
I've got memories of Silverstone when Dan Polly's Shane was smoking just like this and the track got there with oily. It may be happening again. Dan Polly in the end retired on that occasion. The smoke is slowing down, whether that's a good or bad thing I'm not really sure, but that Bill Garner spin means that local driver Tortalla, local student to Donington Park, leads Class B, which he did for a lot of yesterday until it all went wrong. But this time it's his rival Bill Garner that's had that spin, so we'll see how that goes. Well, that sounds pretty sick, doesn't it? Polly's car.
It does. He's still in the lead, I think, at the moment. Matt Harbert has not yet caught him. There is Matt, and a spin now, another one for Ross Price. That's not a replay.
But like Garner, it's at the final corner, and perhaps that's where Polly's car started dropping something on the road.
Some more fluid down there at that part of the track now, so something for drivers to be aware of. So we've got now 2.75 minutes left in this race. There is the race leader who's putting a lap on the 60 car of Mark Newton. Dan Polly is still circulating and still at a reasonable pace as well, it would seem. So maybe it's not affected the performance of the car too badly, but Harbert, I think he's a bit closer than he was a while ago, and we'll see if Dan Polly just dive for the pits at the end of this lap.
He had a good look in his mirrors. He can't see any more smoke, so he might well carry on if the gauges don't suggest too much is up. Dan, who's 41 from Dublin. As you say, the 2016 Irish champion. Again, the smoke is a lot worse coming across the start line, somewhat bizarrely.
There's a black and orange flag, which may well be for him, actually. And I think he is pulling off. Yes, he's going to pull off onto the side of the road into the pit lane. So Matt Harbert takes the lead of the race. Then Peter Studer is actually up to 2nd place now. Didn't think he'd be doing that from 15th on the grid. And Vaughan Jones in 3rd place.
So he's still 3rd, but he's lost his spot. So he's still not going to get his best result of the season quite. But 3rd in the championship for a 3rd year running looks more likely for the driver from Wales. But there's Harbert then, leading once more. He's had such a good season. I don't think he'd won a race before this year, had he? He'd been quick, he'd had some poles last year, but I don't think he had a race win until this season, and now he's on course for his 6th win. He's 8 seconds ahead of Peter Studer. The lap times are still okay, aren't they, from the rest? I hope the track is not actually too oily, which we feared could have been the situation that was going to arise. Garner back ahead of Tuller in Class B, so change to the Class B lead again. Bill Garner about 1/4 of a second, 3/10 ahead of Tuller. But that's the gap with a back marker between Matt Harbert and Peter Studer, and a change for 3rd. Tim Probert has got ahead of Vaughan Jones.
He has indeed, so Jones now going to try and fight back. We're watching the Studer car get past the back marker there, but in the background we've got Vaughan Jones and Tim Probert, I should say, disputing the position, and it's Probert that comes out of the Fogarty S's in front of the Welsh driver. They're heading off down to the Melbourne hairpin for what with the penultimate time in this race, just about 30 seconds to go.
It's been a while since Tim Probert's been on the podium, hasn't it?
It has, yes. So that'll be quite something for him. I think he had his only win here at Donington Park, didn't he? And that was were you here for that very crazy race? Yeah, that was a one to remember.
Especially the last corner.
Yeah.
That's where it all
unfolded.
So we are going to get one more lap, and it's side by side. The second Probert might not just be third, because going on to this final lap, he's on the outside of Peter Studer. He's set a PB, so if the track is slippery for anybody else, it's not for Tim, as he takes second place. There's Jones, he's dropping back in all of this. They're the Class B cars at the back of your screen. Bill Garner's just ahead of Tortella, but for second place, absolutely nose to tail, two long-term Formula V racers absolutely together, Tim Probert and Peter Studer. Two drivers that are in their 60s but still pushing on for podium finishes in single-seater racing.
So blue flags waving to let the back markers know that there's quicker cars coming through on to the final lap of the race. Then the time has counted down to 0. They're still disputing second place. Tim Probert in the red car on the inside from McLean's, Peter Studer in the TCR Challenger on the outside, Team Crabsbrook Racing, right in his toe as they climb up to Coppice Corner, looking to the left-hand side of the circuit.
Vaughan Jones could get involved in this yet, because he's catching them quite quickly on this lap as they battle.
Indeed. Matt Harbert, though, well out in front, 9 seconds in the lead at the start of this final lap. He's in front. Who's second, though? It's Probert with the inside line for Fogarty S's. As you say, Vaughan Jones is bearing down on them as well, so it could be a real humdinger of a finish down at the Melbourne hairpin, and Goddard hairpin for the final time for second place. But Probert's now slowing, and both of them are going past him. So it looks like Probert's down to fourth, and it's Jones around the outside of Studer now for second position. Can he get second place back here? No, he can't quite do it. He's going to be in the tow as they climb up the hill. It's going to be Studer, who started 15th on the grid. But Matt Harbert is coming across the line to take the checkered flag to seal his championship. What's that, 6 wins? 7 wins? No, 6 wins in the year, isn't it? Who's going to be second? It is going to be Peter Studer, who takes second place on 15th on the grid, giving himself a round of applause there. Third place goes the way of Vaughan Jones. Tim Probert, I think, with problems towards the end, hangs on to fourth place. Bill Garner 5th, Tortella in 6th.
Garner takes off a Class B win to go with his championship like Harbort. But, shame for Tim Probert, he didn't get that podium, but it's another third for Vaughan Jones in number 3, so it's all the threes all at once. But a 9-second victory for Matt Harbort. Francis Twyman, by the way, came home in 7th, ahead of Rick Lanier, who's had his best weekend of the year, that's for sure. Simon Foley, yesterday's B winner, was 9th, and from the back, Will Mayling's got 10th.
Yeah, good result.
Leon Frost has faded again, so I don't know what's up with this car. I think he should have stayed in the car he's been in all season, because that's gone much better than this weekend has. That is for sure. Across the line comes Daniel Lanier there. They're still battled through the field. Oliver Mitchell there, the student from Gloucestershire, the 22-year-old. He takes 14th, just ahead of Sam Engineer, another long-term V racer. And Leon Frost has lost more places, has he, on the last lap, where certainly the car is fading pretty dramatically. He's going to get 16th, but that's not what he came here for this weekend. To be interesting to see if Leon is back next year, the 17-year-old, and perhaps do what Matt Hyde did last year and have a second season and take the title then. But an entertaining race to start off Sunday here at this Donington deciding weekend.
That's right, last few cars coming across the line to take the checkered flag. Obviously the demise of Dan Polly while leading. He got the fastest lap of the race, a 1:47.146, allowed Matt Harbert to sort of take a victory lap, really, have a win in the final round of the season to add to his list of success already. So he's the champion. Craig Bell second, and Vaughan Jones with third place in that race, finishing in third position. Let's have a look at the results then. Confirmation that it was a win for Matt Harbert. Second place went the way of Peter Studer, who was 9 seconds behind the 33 car. Peter Studer second in number 5. Third was number 3, Vaughan Jones. Fourth was number 4, Tim Probert. Fifth was number 12, Bill Garner, who won Class B. He's the Class B champion. Sixth was number 90, Tortell, on his last free race. 7th, 88, Francis Twyman. 8th, 24, Rick Lanier. Simon Foley was 9th in the 32 car, and Will Malins climbs into the top 10 from the back of the grid. Then Matt Topham for Waterhouse, Daniel Lanier and Oliver Mitchell. Further back, it was the car in 15th position of Sam Engineer. Leon Frost was 16th, Ross Price 17th despite a couple of spins, then Sam Wilbank and Chris Wilshire the last finisher on the lead lap. And Formula V will return next season with the 750 Motor Club. We have 3 more races to come before the lunch break for you. We've got the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship, and F1000s as well. But we are ready, I think, to head down into the pit lane for the first time today to speak to our top 3 drivers, and the person that's going to be doing that is Matt Suckling.
Good morning, thanks very much, Ian. We're down here in a very cold pit lane at day 2 at Donington Park, but we've got some good racing to warm you up throughout the day, which is good. And Matt Harbour has had a very, very quick slow down lap, so he's already back with us. And Matt, pop over here and have a quick chat. Well done, champion from yesterday. You wrapped that up. You could go out there today and have a little bit of fun, and now you take your 6th win of the season. Well done.
Yeah, it was a bit of a lucky win, really, because I think Dan had it wrapped up, and then I saw his car start smoking, but it wasn't slowing down, and I thought, oh, we've got a problem here. And then all of a sudden it went quite dramatically in the end. So yeah, it was a nice win to have, nice way to round the season off. That was probably the easiest win of the year, to be honest. So yeah, what a great way to finish. Yesterday we had a stroke of luck, we've had a bit of a stroke of luck today. So yeah, it's a good way to end the season.
And in terms of Dan having that problem, did it lay anything down on the circuit?
There was a bit of oil going about. I had to take one of my tear-offs, and a couple of the apexes had a bit of oil, but nothing too strenuous, so it was okay. Yeah.
So you wrapped up the championship, as we know. What's the plans for next year? Going to come back and retain it?
Dan's car's looking pretty quick, so I think we're going to have to put a bit of work into the car, try and get it on par with Dan. He obviously knows what he's doing behind the wheel as well, so already planning for next year. Yeah.
Good to hear. Matt, well done this year. Congratulations, and a nice way to end with a win as well. So good luck to him for next year. Peter Studer comes home in 2nd place. Peter, it's been a great weekend for you. 2 podiums now.
I'm totally speechless off P15. We never ever expected to get top 5, really. Yeah, that was a hell of a race. Obviously the leaders were miles away. I had no idea actually where I finished. Yeah, that was one of the best V races I've had. Very, very, very clean. Everybody was driving 10 tenths, and what a way to end the year, end the season. Just wish it was starting.
Well, there's next year to look forward to. Yeah, as you said, 15th on the grid up to 2nd. You had a few challenges there. I think you had Tim at one point, and then Vaughan was coming towards the end.
Yeah, I caught them and picked them off, and then I made a mistake. I missed the gear. Tim got me back. He's pretty quick down the straight. Then he made a mistake, and that let Vaughan back in, and Vaughan got me. And as he just said, I had to squeeze him out the hairpin on the last lap, but yeah, last race of the year, no, whatever it is. But we're all clean, and that's the main thing. Go back on the trailer, into the workshop, and work out how to go quicker next year. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter. We look forward to seeing you in 2025 as well. And 3rd place, Vaughan Jones. Vaughan, that was a cracking race for you. I think you had some battles early on, and with that result, I think you've wrapped up 3rd in the championship as well.
Yeah, hopefully that'll be good, because yesterday's race was a complete, absolute horrible one. But today, no, 3rd is fantastic, and yeah, absolutely brilliant. If I've got 3rd in the championship, that's 3 in a row. So at least I don't have to change the number on the car.
It's always handy, isn't it? We did see you battling quite hard with Leon Frost towards the start, and then he kind of disappeared with a spin. Did you see that?
Yep, saw it in the mirrors. Had a little smile on my face, I should say. But then started battling with, I think it was Bill Garner, and then Peter Studer, and then Tim Probert joined it as well. But yeah, managed to get them at the end.
Good stuff. Well done, Vaughan. Congratulations on your season within Formula V as well. So that's them done, as Ian and Josh said. So we look forward to seeing what they can provide for us next year with the 750 Motor Club. For now, though, you can hear the cars in the background about to head to the grid in what was a fascinating race yesterday. I'll let the guys tell you all about it as we get set for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship.
We don't have long enough to tell you all about it, Matt. Let's have a look at the grid for the 2nd race of the weekend, because the cars are already on the grid now, set by the fastest laps from yesterday's race. So pole position is number 24, Rich Miles, and besides him is number 2, Dan Clue. 2nd row of the grid, 42, Clint Newman, and 54, Ryan Yarrow, who is not there by the looks of it. He confirmed the championship yesterday. Row 3 of the grid is 29, Chippy Westmail, and oh no, he is there. He's behind Chippy Westmail in the queue. So 54, Ryan Yarrow is there. 3rd row is 29, Chippy Westmail, making his return. After a few years out, in 28, Charlie Slatton. Row 4 of the grid, 43, Paul Rogers, and 20, Mark Goodwin, so he's well up on the grid. Row 5, 72, Johnny McGill, and 63, Colin Chapman. There's still the Sporting Cup to go for. Chapman and Slatton in contention for that, by the way. Row 6 of the grid, 44, Carl Austin, and 33, Daniel Ashby. Row 7 is 69, Ian Hutchinson, and 88, Richard Webb. Row 8, 98, John Cutmore, 46, I should say, Charles Wright. 111, Mike Whiteman Hayward, and 15, Chris Wilkinson on row 9. Row 10 is 84, Wayne Armstrong, and 34, Stephen Dean, and row 11, 83, Alex Soloro, and 4, John Murphy. We also have the Cup 200 Championship still to be decided for the Hayabusa engined MK Indies, the front engined cars, so we'll keep an eye on that as well as the Sporting Cup Overall Championship already sorted in favour of Ryan Yarrow, who won yesterday's race, which was a bit controversial at times, but ultimately there was a penalty applied to Clint Newman. That was appealed and the appeal was successful, so no penalties applied in the end from yesterday's race. So it was Yarrow that was credited with the win from Dan Clues and Clint Newman, with Rich Miles, who won on the road, getting a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That dropped him back to 4th position. 20-minute race ahead of us for the Lancang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. It is the final round of the season. The green flag is waved at the back, and we're going to go racing very shortly indeed here on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, waiting for the final countdown and then the 5-second board to be shown, and then it will be red lights on ahead of 20 minutes of racing. Revs are rising, there are the red lights, out they go, and who's made the best of the starts? Well, it's a good start from Rich Miles. You've got Clint Newman trying to forge his way through from the second row of the grid. He's got himself into the lead of the race already as they head off up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. It is Newman that is ahead, or is he? Ryan Yarrow looks to be trying to make up some ground as well around the outside of Rich Miles. I think he's through second place, so it's Newman leading, Yarrow second. This is exciting. Third place, Rich Miles. Fourth is Chippy Wesmail in the Mattel, just getting up on the inside of the other Mattel of number 2, Dan Clues.
That's right. It looks like Cutmore's to the front, or to second in Cup 200. Richard Webb's gained loads of places. Cutmore probably the favourite for the Cup 200 title. It was Whiteman Hayward who was on the grass at the start, his rival, and Newman is defending. He's side by side with Yarrow. It started already as they head up towards Coppet, and that is going to allow Rich Miles back into this. He's on the inside. It is very tight. Newman is defended very heavily already, but he's still in front as they come out of Coppet's corner. Wesmail returning to racing, coming back at everybody. He's going third as Yarrow is inside Newman doesn't like people alongside him. He is still ahead of everybody. Ryan Yarrow is waving his arms around. Oh dear, we've got 18 minutes and 40 seconds of this to go in. Chippy
Wesmail has taken second place. Dan Clues has got up to third, so the Mattel's now going after the leading spire of Clint Newman, who's got a big lead now, and who's locking up? That is the 44 car.
Carl Austin.
Is it not? Of Carl Austin has a big lock-up on the way into the Melbourne hairpin. It's Ryan trying to get those places back now, but he's up against Dan Clues in the Mattel, who outbrakes himself, and so too does Chippy Wesmail. Another Chippy Wesmail mistake. Richard Morris, who raced against Chippy a few years ago, said he was surprised to see for the first time ever a Chippy Wesmail mistake. He never made those when he was racing against Richard, and now he's made 2 already.
Cup 200 is absolutely together, side by side in the background. There's John Cutmore alongside Richard Webb, so that's a good battle to watch. The Sports 1000 cars, and another mistake from Wesmail. He's wide. He was really sideways. That car looks a little bit hard to handle. They're free abreast, heading down the Craner curves. Paul Rogers, who might be in his last ever race today, is involved in all of this. I wonder if it's cold tyres in, because of course they don't have a green flag lap. It's super cold today, and the cars are really skittish on this, even on this second lap.
Just to say, in the Cup 200 points-wise, coming into this, John Cutmore, 141 points to Mike Whiteman Hayward, 132 on drop score, so 9 points ahead in the Sporting Cup for drivers that don't finish in the top 6. It's basically top 3, isn't it? Colin Chapman is
Rogers is spinning. Chippy Wesmail was involved in that. Not sure if there was a touch or not, but Wesmail had to go through the gravel to avoid the spinning Paul Rogers. So this has not ended how Paul Rogers would like his last race to have ended, in a long, successful racing career, really, a former champion. He has got out of the gravel though, as has Wesmail. They're both out of the gravel, so that's good news.
Should be interesting to see what they can both do then, because they've both got a lot of work to do. They've gone pretty much to the back of the field, haven't they?
That's right. Cole Austin's going well, isn't he? Although he had that lock up at this point a lap ago. He's right with Rich Miles. and they head then up towards the final corner at Goddard's.
Clinton
And
Newman has got
looking
a
up.
red. Has he got a penalty symbol? I'll have to have a look and see what that is for.
Oh, Miles has gone wide, so Cole Austin goes through, and a spin for Richard Webb. You don't see him make mistakes very much either, and that has just happened. So that puts John Cutmore to the lead of the Cup 200. And Ian?
10-second penalty for Clinton Newman. I'm presuming that is for a jump start or an out of position start. So Clinton Newman will have 10 seconds added to his time. Just getting a thumbs up from the clerk of the course who's poked his head around the door. Thank you. And so Clinton Newman with that 10-second penalty for an out of position start. That's now appearing on the timing screen as well.
And on our live streaming pictures too. So we've got it from all angles. So Ryan Yarrow then is the leader in reality from Clues by 1.5 seconds. Cole Austin could be on for a podium here. Cole did get a podium at Silverstone earlier on the season, went really well there. There's Colin Chapman. So how's the Sporting Cup
Well, he was 10 points ahead of Charlie Sladden coming into this race, so providing he sort of stays one place behind Charlie Sladden as he is at the moment, then Colin Chapman will win the Sporting Cup, I think, for a second successive year. He didn't win it last year. It was Richard Webb. He certainly won it a couple of years ago, I think.
Well, you could bizarrely, Richard Webb won it, although in a Cup 200 car,
yes,
of course,
that's right.
1 year ago. So here are the Cup 200 leads, and Cutmore's car is smoking. What's going on here? Is that a wheel arch, isn't it? Rubbing against the tyre. Did you not have this at Oulton? Did I see some pictures of a problem similar? So this could bring Mike Whiteman-Hayward into a championship position, potentially, if that problem causes a larger problem than it is at the moment for John Cutmore.
Whiteman-Hayward will need to finish a few places ahead of Cutmore to overturn Cutmore's advantage, I think, here.
Depends how big of a problem this turns into for
exactly.
Cutmore.
So Cutmore it is, the blue car there. Then you've got the red car, Whiteman-Hayward behind.
Is that Wayne Armstrong, Cutmore's teammate, that just went grass tracking? But there is Cutmore. Is this a big problem or not to worry about for the three-time RGB class champion John Cutmore? Well, Mike Whiteman-Hayward, who got his first class win at Oulton Park earlier in the year, is right behind him. Interestingly, in Cup 200, I think we've had something like 6 different winners this year, remarkably. Really competitive category. Whiteman-Hayward on the inside can't quite get Cutmore there. The Sports 1000 car, Ian Hutchinson is involved. Richard Webber, who spun a lap ago, has almost re-caught them. And then behind him is Chippy Westmale and Paul Rogers. So lots of people have had problems in this race, are all involved behind the Cup 200 leaders. Here comes Westmale down the inside of Richard Webb.
Yep, and gets through. And next target is going to be the number 69 car of Hutchinson, therefore, as he tries to make his way back up towards the top 10. He should be there very shortly now. Whiteman-Hayward there was challenging Cutmore for the Cup 200 lead, but I think they're both about to be passed by Chippy Westmale. He's having a look up the inside into Coppice, and just remember the points are scored for the Cup 200 on their overall finishing position in the race as well. It's not a separate class in that sense.
Interestingly, Dan Clues has set the fastest lap. Not sure if we've mentioned that. He's 1.2 behind Ryan Yarrow, so that could be a battle developed for our race win. Clues has only won once this season, which came at Snetterton. Cup 200, top 3 together now, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. So Richard Webb, who was last year's Cup 200 and Sporting Cup winner, he is right with them as well. He's not done all of the races this year, though. He's in the white car. The red car is Whiteman-Hayward. The blue car is Cutmore, and it looks like Whiteman-Hayward has gone through into the lead there of that particular battle. So he goes ahead now of Cutmore, but now he needs to put some cars between himself and his rival. It looked like also Richard Webb was going to try and make a move as well as they headed up towards Goddard that time. Meanwhile, Dan Clues and they're pretty much... Oh, Cutmore's got back ahead, it would seem. So great scrap going on, and they really lend themselves well to slipstreaming racing as well, these cars, don't they? They're Suzuki Hayabusa engine, but you can see it's a 7-style car, MK Indy built chassis, but they battle and really closely and chopping and changing positions all the time. And of course they've got some of the Sports 1000 cars here right behind them, the Superbike engine cars. It's Cutmore, Webb now to second, Whiteman-Hayward third.
I thought Webb was going to go around the outside of 2 cars and the crane occurred, which I'm not sure has ever happened before. Charlie Sladden and Richard Miles are in the pits.
Oh, and problems for Rich Webb now. His car smoking. I don't think that was just a wheel arch like it was on Cutmore's car. No, it might be actually. Yeah. And it just needs to sort of work its way off, I think, if it can possibly help it.
Did you see Webb smack the curb on the inside of the corner to try and dislodge him? I'm not sure that actually worked. So this is a bigger problem that may develop. But yeah, I'm not sure why Charlie Sladden pitted from what was 5th place and Rich Miles from 6th. Were they perhaps involved in a problem? So that should definitely give Colin Chapman the Sporting Cup. There they are.
There they are. Sladden retired from yesterday's race as well, if you remember right, just before the checkered flag. There's Rich Webb, and you can see the smoke pouring off as the bodywork is fouling the tyre. He's still trying to go past Mike Whiteman Hayward, and he's done it as well. He's a very accomplished racer, Rich Webb. He's been a Sports 1000 champion as well. A few years ago. Ryan Yarrow's now done the best lap into the 1:37, so 1:37.778. That's the fastest lap of the weekend so far, and he's now to within 1.1 seconds of Clint Newman, who of course does have that 10-second penalty hanging over him as well.
It's a problem for Yarrow. He's going to. Oh, there goes the tyre, the wheel arch rather.
That was precision, wasn't it?
Oh, Wesmel's done the fastest lap now, 37.4. But yeah, the problem for Yarrow is he's going to catch Newman, and that will probably hold him up. And Dan Clues could catch for the win, so that is still on, I think. And Yarrow and Clues' lap times are basically been identical. So Richard Webb has now got quite a big gap to John Cutmore ahead. So Cutmore getting away as Webb tried to sort out his wheel arch, which he has now done. Been quite a battle though, hasn't it? With the Sport 1000 runners and the Cup 200 cars all involved in this.
It's been really exciting, hasn't it? I imagine if you've been in the thick of that battle, it's been tremendous fun.
Chris Wilkinson not far behind, so he's running well. In the fourth of the Cup 200 cars. Here are top 3 included. It's definitely catching Ryan Yarrow on this lap. The gap was 1.2 seconds.
And Yarrow also catching Clint Newman as well, although that's a little bit more academic because Clint Newman does have that penalty hanging over him.
Unless something happens in the race, then
well,
it's rather less than
exactly. But really, Ryan Yarrow and Dan Clues, they can just battle between themselves. They don't need to worry about Clint Newman.
I wonder if that's why Yarrow's dropped back on this lap from Newman, because he caught him by half a second on the previous lap. He hasn't done that this time. He just wants to battle with Dan Clues, and that will be all fine for a race win. So down into the final corner they come, the Spire and the Mattel. Yarrow 34 from Manchester. Clues 50 from Newcastle, so Manchester versus Newcastle battle here. And on the road leader, Clint Newman, he's got that 10-second penalty, not for the first time this year, overhanging him leading on the circuit. So there is Yarrow, who is going to be champion again. It'll be his 4th title this year, Ian.
Yeah, that's right. Newman at the moment will be 3rd if it stays this way, because there's now a 12-second gap from him back to Carl Austin in 4th position. Colin Chapman is 5th, Chippy Westmail back up to 6th now.
So if it finishes as it is, it'll be the same podium as yesterday, and that's all very dull, isn't it, when you look at it on the screen?
Did we notice that Paul Rogers had retired?
No, because he was going with Westmail for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But, Richard Webb's got past John Cutmore in the Cup 200 division. Although it doesn't show that on your graphics or on the timing screens, but Richard Webb is in a Cup 200 car and he's got ahead of John Cutmore. Looking for the double in Cup 200, we've had wins for Alistair Bolton, David Watson, Scott Mattel, John Cutmore, Mike Whiteman Hayward, and now Richard Webb too. 6 different winners over the course of the season. Here, though, is the battle for the race victory. Ryan Yarrow versus Dan Clues through the Faculty S's they come for the 7th time. We've still got the best part of half of the race to go.
Down towards the Melbourne hairpin, and this the battle effectively for the lead of the race then. Ryan Yarrow, number 54, against number 2, Dan Clues. Dan Clues, a long-time racer in the F1000 Championship. He was champion, I think, in 2020 in that. Been racing in the Mattel Sports 1000 for a couple of seasons now. Oh, and off the road, that's Mike Whiteman Hayward, isn't it, I think?
Could be. No, 4.
It's the 4 car, beg your pardon, which is John Murphy, that's been off the road in Cup 200. So there's Clint Newman in the Tim Gray Motorsport Run Spire. He is leading on the road by 1.4 seconds, but he needs to finish more than 10 seconds ahead if he's going to be classified first in the race, and it doesn't look like he's going to do that. Ryan Yarrow and Dan Clues 2nd and 3rd on the road, but they are effectively doing battle for the lead of the race, and there's not a lot to choose between them. Clues hasn't really been in a position to try anything in terms of a look up the inside or a lunge as yet. Slippery surface flags out again. We've seen a lot of those this morning already. But Yarrow and Clues. Yarrow, who prepares the car himself, privateer entry. So looking for his 4th championship. Clues in the Mattel run car does have a bit of a half look up at the inside into Coppice Corner that time, but nothing came of it. And now they're heading down the straight towards the Fogarty S's. There's 7.25 minutes or so of the race left to go. Clues to the outside for Fogarty S's. Yarrow just taking the line, and that squeezes the opportunity out for Dan Clues on that occasion.
Whiteman Hayward's got past Cutmore, by the way, in their battle in Cup 200. As this lead battle continues between Ryan Yarrow and Dan Clues. Clues in the 2022 Suzuki-powered Mattel. Yarrow.
We've got a safety car.
I think Mark Goodwin was off at the final corner, but he's got going now.
Yeah.
So why this safety car? Everybody's come through at the end of the previous lap. Whether it was called and then Goodwin recovered, not sure.
Sometimes it does happen that way, doesn't it? And
or something's happened on this lap.
Yeah, we've not seen anything else, I don't think, that would require that. So 6.5 minutes to go. Even if it is only for one lap, that's going to probably mean that we're going to get a couple more laps at the end of this one.
Clint Newman might not end up on the podium now.
Well, that's what I was just thinking, because if it brings the cars together again, has he got enough time to pull out 10 seconds over Carl Austin, who's in 4th position again? Possibly not, as they want to say. This is the safety car out again. It was out during the race yesterday, which is where we had a few dramas. Let's hopefully things run a little bit cleaner during this safety car period today. 6 minutes of the race to go. And now yellow flags, of course, waved all around the circuit. The yellow lighting panels will be flashing with the SC symbol and the yellow flashing square, so drivers know that there's a safety car. It was a stall, we think, for the Goodwin car, but it did get going again. So possibly it was just one of those things. The car got going just as the safety car was called, and so they just need to do one lap behind the safety car and then restart. Because once you've called it, you can't.
What can Wesmail do here? Because he is in 5th.
Yeah.
He could get onto this podium for sure, and could he even challenge those ahead? Because of course he is the fastest driver in this race, having done a 1 minute 37.4.
Good to see our marshals here at Donington Park this weekend, up there at Coppice Corner. So we've got the safety car leading them round. Clint Newman is following them. Safety car lights have gone out.
Interestingly, Goodwin did 2 slow laps. I wonder if he got going and then stalled on the track again, and that's why they brought the safety
possibly.
car. But he has resumed. So yeah, Wesmail the one to watch perhaps on this race. I wonder if Yarrow will hold back, knowing that he doesn't need to challenge. Well, I think it feels like he doesn't need to challenge Clint Newman.
Yes, exactly.
He would have seen the board perhaps.
And what we're going to have, we might just about have time for 3 more laps. Actually, I thought it was only going to be 2, but it's been a reasonably quick safety car lap, I think, because they knew that there was nothing really that needed to be cleared in the end. So they're making their way up towards Goddard. They'll get green flags when they cross the line this time, and there should be enough time for 3 more laps. It's Clint Newman in the number 42 car leading them around then, but he does have this 10-second penalty hanging over him. It's a bit more orderly through Goddard's than at this point in the safety car restart yesterday. Safety car is in, green flag is waved, and the race gets back underway. You've got Carl Austin and Chippy Wesmail right behind him now. Yarrow's going for the lead on the road as well. Doesn't necessarily need to do this. Looking to go on the outside line at Redgate Corner, but in the end that nothing comes of that, or does it? He's now up on the inside of Clint Newman through Hollywood. And we've got a race on our hands for the lead once more. And it looked like Chippy Wesmail had got ahead of had he? Yes, he had. So Chippy Wesmail, don't rule him out for the win here.
Maybe he was last at one point and he could win this. The former champion, he's taken a lot of liberties with the track there on the exit of the old hairpin. There's Chippy Wesmail, who was a winner in British GT here 4 years ago in GT4. Here comes Clues for the lead of the race. In reality, up the inside of Ryan Yarrow. They're side by side. It's going to be free abreast, possibly on the way up to Coppice if Wesmail's got a good enough run. He hasn't quite. He's following his teammate Clues on the inside line, who is wheel to wheel with Ryan Yarrow. They turn out of Coppice Corner. Clues it through. He's taken the lead, looking for his 2nd win of the season, with Yarrow in behind. But the car ahead, that's got a penalty, so it isn't being factored in to our lead battle. And Wesmail trying to follow his Mattel teammate through. Can't quite get there. That could help Clues get away on this part of the track. Yeah,
looks like it has done. Wesmail's not been able to get past in the sort of black and gold Mattel ahead of the green and gold spire of Ryan Yarrow. So it's Dan Clues, number 2 now, that leads the race then effectively from number 54, Ryan Yarrow in 2nd place, and then 3rd place is number 29, Chippy Wesmail. It's also got the fastest lap of the race to his credit, a 1:37.400. A spin for number 69, which is Ian Hutchinson on the exit of the Melbourne hairpin, but they come across the line and there's time for 2 more laps in this race. It's Newman leading on the road, Clues 2nd, and he's got about 0.8 of a second over Ryan Yarrow as they go on to this penultimate lap of the race. But now Wesmail's got a penalty, which we're going to assume, I think, is going to be for exceeding track limits.
He was very wide at the old hairpin.
5-second penalty.
So he saw that happen in time, I think, that when that penalty would be assessed. So Cole Austin back on for a podium perhaps here. So Dan Clues looking for win number 2 of the season, getting away from Ryan Yarrow. He was 8 tenths ahead at the start of the lap. This is our penultimate lap of the season. Cup 200 being led by Richard Webb, Mike Whiteman Hayward second, but Cutmore behind him on the road, looking good for the championship in that particular category. Is that Austin running wide? This could give Colin Chapman a position. If Chapman's close enough to those ahead, this could give him the podium.
Which he doesn't want, because that would then rule him out of Sporting Cup, and that would make Charlie Sladden, I think, the winner. We'd need to check that he hadn't been passed by anybody else. But it's side by side between Yarrow and Chippy Westmail. Westmail with that 5-second penalty to be added to his time at the end of the race. And he's having a good exit out of the Fogarty. Yes, he's going to get alongside. He's going to be on the inside line for Melbourne Hairpin. You'd think he'd make it through here, but who's going to be later on the brakes? They're absolutely together as they go into the corner, but it's Chippy Westmail that goes through for position on the road.
Looks like Chapman's under threat for that position from Cole Austin, so that's continuing. So that's the only real battle, isn't it, for position out of these 3 battles up front, because otherwise there's all penalised drivers as up across the line. Clint Newman leads on the road. Chapman has been repassed by Cole Austin. Daniel Ashby's going well. He's right in there behind. Ashby's best result this year has been a 6th. He could repeat that here, because he's within 10 seconds of the leader. So through Hollywood, down the Craner curves we go for one last time. Westmail getting away from Yarrow. It almost feels like Yarrow's kind of given up on this race a little bit. There he is. He's going to be the champion, though. I don't think he's been caught up in anything he didn't want to be in this race. In 54, the 2017 ex-Billy Allbone Spire.
So here is Yarrow then turning his way out of McLean's up towards Coppice. He's 4th on the road here now. In reality, that's going to be 2nd in the classification, which is more than enough with the result yesterday to really confirm his championship title. Down towards us now, Dan Clues is not a million miles away from the back of Clint Newman's car as they come into the Fogarty S's for the final time. Doesn't need to go past him, so should probably just sit in behind Clint Newman for the last couple of corners. But Dan Clues looking then for his 2nd win of the season. He's had several podiums, I think 8 podiums before today. So been a regular inside the top 3 in that Mittel. So Clint Newman heading up towards Goddard's for the final time. But Dan Clues following him through. And he gets the car sorted out. He's going to be passed by Chippy Westmail, but of course he's got a 5-second penalty as well. So on the run to the line, it's Dan Clues that takes the win. 2nd place goes to Ryan Yarrow by 1.9 seconds, and it's side by side a bit further back, and it's just going to be Carl Austin. I think that, hold on, no, it's not. It's Colin Chapman by what was that, 200ths of a second, that will be 4th in the end, so not impacting his Sporting Cup standings, ahead of Carlos and then Clint Newman. And then what's happened in Cup 200, Josh?
Mike Whiteman Hayward is slow out of the final corner, but Richard Webb and John Cutmore ahead of him anyway. So John Cutmore for the 4th time is a class champion in this type of racing under different guises.
Yes.
So congratulations to John Cutmore. But it was Richard Webb who won for the 2nd time in Cup 200. But yeah, a dramatic race for different reasons. If Westmail hadn't got the penalty in, there would have been 1,000th of a second in it, which would have gone to Dan Clues.
Wow.
So that would have been the most dramatic finish of probably to a Sports 1000 race at the checkered flag we could have had if it wasn't for a track limit penalty.
Newman was classified 6th there, so I'll work out some points in a minute. Dan Clues, after 12 laps, the race winner in car number 2 by 1.975 seconds from Ryan Yarrow in 2nd place. 3rd was number 29 Chippy Westmail. 4th was 63 Colin Chapman. 5th was 44 Carl Austin. 6th was 42 Clint Newman, winner on the road, but he had that 10-second penalty. 7th to number 33 Daniel Ashby. 8th to 46 Charles Wright. Richard Webb, number 88, winning Cup 200. He was 9th overall, ahead of John Cutmore, who took the Cup 200 title, and Mike Whiteman Hayward, 3rd of those cars, ahead of Chris Wilkinson, Ian Hutchinson and Wayne Armsden. Further back down the order,
just to say, Ian, on the last lap, Chippy Westmail equalled Scott Mattel's lap record, 1 minute 36.48.
Okay, impressive going. 15th was Stephen Dean, 16th Alex Allure, 17th Mark Goodwin, John Murphy was 18th, and then the rest were non-finishers. Charlie Sladden, Rich Marsden, sad to say Paul Rogers, the 2011 champion, a non-finisher on his final Sports 1000 race. I think we've got Matt Suckling, who is going to be down in the pit lane in just a few moments' time. And just having a look at the point situation there, so Clint Newman took, I think, 20 points from that, and Dan Clues took 30, so it's going to be Clues who takes second in the championship with that as well, ahead of Clint Newman. Clint Newman will finish third, and I think Carl Austin will move ahead of Paul Rogers up into fourth position in all likelihood, with Paul Rogers being a non-finisher there. Ryan Yarrow, of course, the champion for the fourth time in 5 seasons. 2 more races to come before the lunch break here at Donington Park. We've got the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship coming up next, another race that doesn't have a green flag lap, and the F1000 Championship as well. But drivers, as you can see now, down in the pit lane, they're climbing out of their cars. Dan Clues, number 2, Ryan Yarrow, number 54, and Chippy Wesmo, number 29. Penalties being applied to 2 of the drivers that finished in their first 3 positions on track.
Almost the top 2 drivers, but not quite.
Indeed, yes. And the rest of the field just making their way in at the end of that 20-minute race. Well, should be another good season in 2025 for the Lancashire Tyres Sports 1000 Championship. So we're now ready to head down to the pit lane. Matt Suckling is going to talk to our top 3 drivers in Sports 1000.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner, which is Dan Clues. Dan, second win of the year for you. Did you know you had to win in that one after all the penalties?
I saw a penalty for Clint early on. It's like, okay, well, I don't need to pass him now. Fine, no problem. Obviously, I got a whole load of trouble with Ryan, who's deserved champion this year. Really good battle with him, really fair, clean racing, really enjoyed it. Yeah, delighted with the win.
It's been an eventful weekend, hasn't it, with everything going on, but for you it's a nice way to end the year.
It has. It's been a bit chaotic this weekend, but the boys at Mattel have put a cracking car together all season. The thing's barely ever failed. We haven't had any problems with it at all, and yeah, we brought home another win.
We now go into the off-season, bit of winter to look forward to, and then are you going to come back next year and join us?
We are, yes. Yeah, plans are already in place for that. Potentially with this car, potentially with another car. We're not quite sure yet, but yeah, we'll certainly be back in the championship next year.
Good to hear. Well done, Dan. Congratulations on the final victory of the year within Sports 1000. Over here we have Ryan Yarrow, who was yesterday's crowned champion. Ryan, a few battle scars from yesterday, a few today by the looks of it as well, but second place to end the year.
Yeah, it was an interesting race. Obviously, I knew I didn't need to pass Clint because got a penalty after the second lap or something. Don't know what it was for out of 2 things I could think it might be for, but anyway. Yeah, and then the restart, I got a jump on him, but I didn't really want to engage, so I kind of hung myself out a little bit. And then he made a mistake up at the top into McLean's, which kind of held me up, and then Dan got a move on me. And then, yeah, the racing with Chippy was interesting as well, but I saw he had a penalty as well, so I was just kind of driving around doing, I just could do with seeing the checkered flag now. Yeah.
Doing the maths within your head to see where you would end up at the checkered flag, but still a cracking season, as we said, after yesterday's result, and everything has come good in the end.
Yeah, well, I mean, we found a cracked wishbone about half an hour before the race, well, about an hour before. So sorted that out, missed it last night, but the car didn't feel great, but you know, good enough. So yeah, it's been a good weekend overall.
Cracking job. Well done, Ryan, on the championship, and then Johnny, if we go over here and we crack up with what's going to be Chippy Wesmo on his return to the championship this weekend. Chippy, nice to have you back. It's not been without a few incidents, but you come home on the podium.
Yeah, I think I've struggled to put the car's performance down on the track in the races, but it's super fast. I'd like to complain about Dan, my teammate, for ruining the fastest lap of history, I think, at the end of that there. But we missed out but amazing car, so much fun to drive. And yeah, what can you complain driving prototypes around Donington?
Is this the first thing you've driven this year?
Yeah, we haven't been out since middle of last year or so, but just fancied having some fun, and these cars really are the best thing you can put down on the track, in my opinion.
Well, nice to have you back, and hopefully we'll see you a few more times next year as well.
Thank you so much.
There we go, Chippy Wesmo, who gets himself on the podium for the final of our Sports 1000 races this year. No rest whatsoever, because we've got no formation lap for our next race, which is going to be for the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship. So back to Ian and Josh.
This is the first of 2 races today for the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship, and the grid is lining up as follows with the 2 championship contenders on the front row. 27 Sean Trainer has 11 Adam Lockwood beside him. The second row is 82 Andrew Ruthven and 21 Dan Sylvester. Row 3 is 84 Neil Stratton and 69 is Daniel Bryant. Row 4 is going to be 31 Ben Rowe and the 26th car of Paul Cook. On the 5th row it's 41 Ali Topley and 9 Tim Heron. The 6th row 2 Darren Aldworth and 78 Jim Yu. The 7th row 59 Andrew Baranowski and 65 Vera Aldridge. Row 8 5 Ian Ledbetter and 87 Neil Horan. Row 9 12 Aaron Laverty and 79 is Jonathan Grimes. Row 10 47 Richard Dales and 17 Maxine Nichols. The 11th row 76 Martin Auger and 72 Tim O'Brien. Row 12 20 Patrick Stoner and 67 Simon Quinn. 13th row 30 Andy Williams and 94 Joseph Jones, and number 13 is Montoya Baker at the back of the grid. And it's going to be a 15-minute race. It's very close in the championship between Sean Trainer and Adam Lockwood. After drop scores, there is only a fraction between them, only 8 points between them, with Trainer ahead. But I reckon with the drop scores the way they are, if Trainer wins this first race, then that's him having wrapped up the championship. Lockwood really needs, if he can, to win both races. He's there on the front row of the grid, and as they come into this meeting, the final meeting of the season, it was Lockwood's had the strongest start to the season. Trainer stronger in the second half is the general theme of things. The red lights are on. They go out for 15 minutes of racing in the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship, and Lockwood crucially has made the best start of the race. He's moved into the lead ahead of Sean Trainer. Andrew Rufford in the Mark II car also gets away quite well. He might get ahead of both of them now. I don't think he's quite going to do that as they head into Redgate Corner for the first time. Everyone making their way through this right-hander. One car running a bit wide there. 1 or 2 cars running over the green concrete on the exit of the first corner, but it's Lockwood, Trainer, Ruthven and Neil Stratton, whose transporter broke down on the way to Croft. Sorry, I missed the last meeting. He's there in 4th place, and it looks like it's then Ben Rowe in 5th.
The Class B Championship, and I think even closer than the overall, just a point after drop scores between Ben Rowe and Andy Ruthven, I reckon. So that is actually going to be even more exciting decider than the overall, because Sean Trainer's taken the lead already away from Adam Lockwood. So 27 back through. A big slide between for Trainer. Again, cold tyres on this opening lap, and Lockwood couldn't really make the most of that. Last year's champ, Lockwood, with the double 1 on the side of the car. So through they come in one big gaggle, and there's a gap between anyone at this stage. Trainer and Lockwood are going to be side by side, the 2 championship contenders, as Ian just explained. Lockwood needs to win to keep this championship going, really, and he can't get past there. Into the S's for the first time of asking. 27 Trainer then from 11 Lockwood, and through comes Neil Stratton into 3rd, leaving the 2 Class B championship rivals nose to tail as well.
Yeah, Ben Rowe had a very good meeting at Croft last time out. 2 Class B wins there, and Ruthven didn't go so well. There's 1 car sideways. That's Daniel Bryant in the number 69 car at the Melbourne Hairpin. He loses a bit of ground.
The ex-drifter, and he might have been just doing that just
showing off. It's the 2 leaders then through the Goddard's Hairpin for the first time in this race. Up to the timing line they come. If it stays this way, Sean Trainer will win the championship. He's ahead of Adam Lockwood by about 1/3 of a second. Then Neil Stratton in the number 84 car is 3rd. Andrew Ruthven ahead of Ben Rowe as they battle for the Class B title in 4th place. And then in 6th position it's number 21, which is Dan Sylvester, who made his first appearance of the season last time out at Croft. And he was pretty quick there, but exited the second race in very spectacular fashion at Tower Bend as he ended up deep into the fields, having got airborne over the back of Adam Lockwood's car in that incident. But at the moment, these 2 out in front, Sean Trainer and Adam Lockwood, they've done most of the winning between them. Paul Cook did have a win in the first race at Snetterton, as off-road goes Vera Aldridge, I think that is, in the number 65 car. Yes, it is. That was the car that was in 13th position at the start of the lap, but it gets out of the gravel trap, I'm pleased to report, so the race will continue.
That's right. Battles on for the lead and for 3rd position as well. Lockwood going with Trainer. He was at half a second slower than him in qualifying this morning, but he's not dropping away. Meanwhile, a big battle for 3rd, being led by Neil Stratton. the drive from Derbyshire then at his local track, but Lockwood going for the lead. He's on the inside of Trainer, but not fully alongside actually. So that sorted out, but Andy Roof then, the West Midlands I think into third. He's got himself up ahead of Neil Stratton, and that means Ben Rowe's in a loser spot because Dan Sylvester is on his outside. They're both not class cars, so it's not the end of the world for Rowe, but really... Oh, he breaks it. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
He braked very late and he's collided there with Andrew Ruthven, whose car is spinning around. That was very strange that Ben Rowe braked quite so late as that. He was keen to get some positions back, but in the end, he's managed to make contact with his Class B Championship rival.
That's right. And Ben Rowe's braking very late again. That's Paul Cook in there as well, is it not?
Yeah, in the 26 car, yeah.
Not as high up as you might expect, but yeah, this has gone a little bit wrong, hasn't it? The Class B Championship battle, that's for sure. So Ben Rowe might have something overhanging his race. There is a third contender in there, which is Daniel Bryant, isn't it? So this...
As we've got the 78 car, Jim Mew now making up some ground as well. Ali Topley, who's returning to the championship this weekend, he's in a Mark 2. We've seen him in a Mark 3 in the past. He got to 4th position, but now Jim Mew's gone around the outside of him at Hollywood to take 4th place.
Topley and Mew gained 5 places on that lap, presumably with everything that happened at the hairpin. So Jim Mew can stay here, might be on for his best result. He's up to 4th now, ahead of Topley. Oh, he's made a mistake. Stratton's off the track on the other side. So Topley's back into 4th. Yeah, Mew's dropped back to the back of that group. So who's coming up the order now? Paul Cook, presumably. Danny Sylvester's gone from 8th to 5th. Rowe's on the inside of Cook. This is all quite chaotic, really, isn't it? And was that Aldworth out wide, wasn't it? Sideways in 2. So yeah, this is... Oh my word, there's more stuff going on.
By the way, Sean Trainer there they are, and Adam Lockwood still leading this race quite comfortably. They're well out of it, and they're probably just as glad about that because Lockwood, I thought, was going to have a look up the inside into the focus. Yes, don't forget he does need to get ahead, really, of Sean Trainer to take the championship to the final round, as we've got Ali Topley there now up into 3rd position, Dan Sylvester in 4th. He started the lap in 8th place, and then it's Paul Cook, I think, isn't it, in 5th place, number 26, who's won lots of MR2 races over the years. We've also seen him out in various other 750 Motor Club disciplines as well. And then it's Ben Rowe just behind him, and there's a black and white driving standards flag now for number 82, which is Andrew Ruthven.
That kind of doesn't make sense in some ways. It's probably for track limits, isn't it, rather than anything else. But anyway, leaders across the line. Lockwood's done the fastest lap, which could be important. 1:53.9. They're a long way ahead, so I guess it's the furthest back trainer really you'd think would go here is 2nd. As Sylvester is going for 3rd. He's on the inside of Topley, of course, is the B leader now in all of this.
It's a very slow car going past our window, which is the number 5 car of Ian Ledbetter, but he's back up to speed now. I think he had a little spin.
Oh, he did a PB on the previous lap, so I don't know what was going on after the finish line.
Aldridge there having another spin in the 65 car down at the hairpin, I think that was.
More tyre squeal at the old hairpin. Rowe is sideways in all of that, but the car ahead is the one that's on the grass. That's Sylvester, isn't it, who's gone off this time? So Topley is 3rd. Who knows who's 4th? It's Paul Cook. Paul Cook's all very quiet in this battle, isn't he? While everybody else is having dramas, it's not very Cookie-like, is it? The quiet one in the battle.
No, normally the centre of attention, isn't he, Paul Cook? But 8 minutes of the race to go, so just coming up to half race distance here. We're on lap 4. As Josh says, best lap of the race to Lockwood, a 1:53.994. Lap record for these cars, a 1:53.36, set by Sean Trainer 2.5 years ago.
Interesting, they're a couple of seconds off of qualifying times, which is unusual.
Well, here comes Paul Cook up the inside of Ali Topley to take 3rd place away. And the lead of Class B, of course, here for the Mark II cars. Andrew Ruthven is now into the pit lane. Now, is that for damage? He's stopping... No, he's got quite a lot of damage there. That was where he was attacked, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah.
As now we've got Topley outbraking himself, and that's allowing Daniel Sylvester in the 21 car, in the Roadster, to try and make up some ground on the inside. The 2 car of Darren Aldworth now is also getting the driving standards flag as well, also for track limits, and possibly we did see some of that a little bit earlier on. So this very intriguing battle for 3rd place, which involves most of the field, it seems, and everyone seems to be taking their turn in front as well.
Yes, Sylvester's back there. This will make an interesting YouTube video, won't it?
It will.
For Sylvester and all his MR2 mates around him. Paul Cook then behind. Looking at the Class B Championship battle, actually, I don't think Daniel Bryant can win it, can he? It is between Rowe and Ruthven, and who knows how that's going to look going into the last race of the season, I think. And look, Ruthven's got a car to fix. Sylvester there in third, Cook is fourth, Topley in behind. I think Alistair Topley was racing a Ford Focus just last weekend. Oh, we got another car in the gravel. That Mew, possibly?
I think so, yes. I think it's Jim Mew, isn't it?
Who's not been off at the old hairpin?
Most of the field have, some of them twice, I think, now. We're only on lap 5. So there's Neil Stratton. He was off a couple of laps ago. There's the 59 car as well.
Yes, Andrew Baranowski, who turned 35 in the week, the driver from Chelmsford.
He went very well at Croft last time out as well. First season of racing, I think, in the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship, and a very warm welcome to National Lighting as sponsors for the Toyota MR2 Championship this weekend.
So the best result was 7th before this weekend. Who knows, he could end up higher than that if people keep chucking themselves off the road in front.
Could do. So through the Foggers Yeses goes this battle. Here are the leaders. It is still Sean Traynor ahead of Adam Lockwood, but the gap between them has only been about 3 or 4 tenths all the way through this race. They are going to come up to complete the lap. There's going to be, 3 more laps to go at the end of this one to make it an 8-lap race for the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship, turning their way out of Goddard's up to the timing line. They will come with 5.5 minutes of the race left to go. So, yep, time for 3 more laps. And Lockwood's done another fastest lap now, 1:53.575, down about 2 tenths off the lap record of Sean Traynor.
Yes, they were under a lap record pace in qualifying, so it's possible they could get there before the weekend's over. So Sylvester there in third, Paul Cook chasing. Sylvester is as quick as the leaders. It's just that he's been off the road at half the time, so hasn't been on the in their battle. But could be later, and that could spice up the championship battle if Lockwood can keep it going into that race, which isn't guaranteed, I don't think, if he stays where he is. So he needs to get ahead, and that's what he's trying to do. And he's got a few laps left, with that being a possibility. There's Sylvester, who has Cook perhaps coming back towards him. Of course, Paul Cook leading Class B, the Mark II division. So the overall championship set by results from the overall results, and then there are individual class championships as well. And now is Lockwood going for the lead here. He is alongside Traynor, heading up towards the S's. And their wheel-to-wheel Traynor brakes later. He's on the better line into the corner. That can sometimes compromise your line as you exit the S's and head off towards the Melbourne Loop. So we'll see if that happens for Sean Traynor.
Yeah, so 2 or so laps to go for Adam Lockwood to try and find a way through down to the hairpin, and Lockwood still very close to the back of Traynor's car, but not quite able to get down the inside into the Melbourne hairpin. He is the faster man out there, but only by 23 thousandths of a second. So these two very evenly matched this season in terms of roughly the same number of wins and podium finishes. It's been a really close battle between them, but Sean Traynor's had the momentum in the second half of the season. He's not been beaten since Cadwell Park. Adam Lockwood was the last time he won was at Snetterton back in, was that June,
yeah.
I think? Yeah, so quite a while ago now that Adam Lockwood last had a win. They go on to the penultimate lap of the race, still only separated by 4 tenths of a second. Both of them were a bit slower that time to the 154s, but they're well ahead of the next group of cars, from which Dan Sylvester has now made a bit of an escape from Paul Cook and Ali Topley, and there's another gap back to Daniel Bryant. Various drivers are getting driving standards flags. The 87 car now getting it. That's Neil Hurren, and also we had Tim O'Brien being shown the flag a lap or so ago.
So this is the penultimate lap. For the B class, Paul Cook's been caught by Ali Topley, just half a second between them, and Danny Bryant and Ben Rowe were absolutely together at the line as well. Rowe trying to pick up some points if he can to keep a championship battle going into the final round. Obviously Andrew Ruthven not scoring. So out of coppice for Sean Traynor. Lockwood is in the tow. We haven't seen a big challenge really yet. Perhaps that is to come. There are Class B leaders, Paul Cook and Alistair Topley, both drivers who haven't done a long term battle. Oh, we've got another car off. It's at the old hairpin again.
It's one of the Roses. It's the 27. No, the 27. Oh, that's Sean Traynor. Yeah, 80 minute. Yeah, Neil Hurren. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Who I saw racing at Castle Coombe last weekend in the OT Coupe Cup.
Bryant was all over the curbs there. Baranowski is going to gain some more spots here. He's going for 9th, the driver who lives in Essex nowadays. And they head off down towards the Melbourne Loop. You've got Darren Aldworth just ahead. Just behind them is Tim Heron. Probably done more MR2 races than just about anybody else. Look at the dent in Ben Rowe's door. But of course, that's where he actually hit somebody else, somewhat bizarrely, how that ended up. 1:53.403, the new best lap. And how does that compare to the record? 1:53.36. So we're not quite there, but we're hundredths away now. But only one lap of the race to go. Trainer 3/10 ahead of Lockwood.
Neil Stratton trying to relieve Ben Rowe, 6th position there. Yeah, Lockwood, again, another best lap of the race from him. In 2nd place, he still does need to get ahead of Sean Trainer, though, if he's going to win the championship. He's getting the fastest lap bonus point, but that is not going to be enough for him to take it. So the battle heading on. Here they are, up towards McLean's for the final time then. Sean Trainer, number 27. Adam Lockwood, number 11. I don't know if Adam's done the maths. I don't know if he's worked out that he needs to win this race to take it to the final round later on this afternoon. He's only got half a lap left to do it.
Yeah, he's close enough to challenge on the Grand Prix Loop, I think, isn't he? Depending on how risky of a move he wants to try. We haven't seen anything yet. Has he been saving it all up for the last couple of corners? Because he's much more than a car length back, really, from the 4-time champion. Up ahead, Sean Trainer. Through the S's, up towards the Melbourne Loop. Is he going to be close enough to challenge? Maybe not here, unless it's a big dive. So it's all going to come down to Goddard's, I think, the final corner of the lap.
Yeah, that's right. Only a car and a half length between them as they exit Melbourne Hairpin. Lockwood needs a good exit. There's a spin for number 67, which is Simon Quinn. He's digging himself in rather than anything else. And we've got Lockwood not close enough to Sean Trainer there to do anything about him, I don't think. So they follow one another through Goddard Hairpin for the final time. So up towards the line, check flag is out. It's an 8th victory of the year for Sean Trainer in the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship, and that should be enough for him to wrap up the championship with a race to spare. Adam Lockwood only half a second behind. Sean Trainer doing a fastest lap on the last lap of the race, which is a lap record, beating his own lap record from 2.5 years ago. Dan Sylvester's 3rd. Paul Cook wins in Class B in car number 26, head of 41 Ali Topley, and Ben Rowe, number 31, who was involved in that heavy incident on about lap 2 of the race. Then it was Neil Stratton, Darren Aldworth, Andrew Baranowski and Daniel Bryant completing the top 10 at what was an entertaining MR2 Championship race backed by National Lighting.
Ben Rowe's car is obviously okay because he set a Class B lap record on that last lap of 1:53.486. But when Sean Trainer crossed the line, he basically did everything, didn't he? He won the race, he won the championship, he got the lap record. I don't think there's much more you can do when you cross the line to take the checkered flag. So an impressive run then from Sean Trainer this year. Of course, he just missed out on the title last year to Adam Lockwood in a dramatic championship conclusion.
Yeah, so Ruthven there was a non-finisher, wasn't he? So, yeah. And Ben Rowe took points for 3rd position within class provisionally. So as far as that is concerned...
fastest lap for Rowe as well.
Yeah, okay, another point for him there. So he'll be, I think, 3 ahead with the way the drop scores work. Going into the final round, and if the result stays that way.
That's right, and Ruthven will be starting near the back, fastest laps, and he didn't really do a fast lap, sets the grid for the later race. But like that incident, although Ben Rowe, I'm sure, I think was malicious, it was a mistake, and mistakes can be punished as much as anything else.
Exactly. And
that may be necessary then. Of course, being the 2 championship contenders in the class involved... there. It was a weird race, that, wasn't it? There were so many cars going off, which isn't particularly normal in MR2 championship races. But here are the cars that got to the end, and this is how they finished.
27, Sean Trainer, the winner of the race after 8 laps by 0.548 seconds. He got the win, the fastest lap, the class win. He's about to the class championship, the overall championship, just about everything. 2nd was number 11, Adam Lockwood. 3rd was 21, Daniel Sylvester. 4th was 26, Paul Cook. He won Class B for the Mark II cars ahead of 41, Ali Topley, and 31, Ben Rowe. He took 6th and 3rd in Class B. 84, Neil Stratton, after an eventful race, was 7th. Andrew Baranowski, number 59, was 8th. Then Daniel Bryan, 69, and Tim Heron, number 9, rounded out the top 10. Outside that, it was Jim Mew, Darren Aldworth, Jonathan Grimes, and Aaron Laverty. Further back, Ian Letterbetter was 15th, Fear Aldridge 16th, Richard Dale 17th, Andy Williams 18th, Patrick Stoner 19th, and Maxine Nichols completed the top 20 at the end of an entertaining race for the penultimate round of the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship. One more race to come before the lunch break, and that is the F1000 Championship. That could potentially be decided before the interval, with another race to come for those cars later on this afternoon. And then a reminder that we get underway again after the lunch break at 1:20. We've got 2 long distance races this afternoon for the Galshocks 116 Trophy. They have a 90-minute race, and the Skiwell Club Enduro Championship has a 2-hour race. Look forward to those later on, but we're now about to head down to the pit lane. We're going to get our top 3 drivers from the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship talking with Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with an 8-time winner this year, as you said, Sean Trainer. Well done, Sean. I think you've provisionally done enough now to wrap up the championship.
I think so. I mean, I'm not that good with maths, so we'll have to have a good look at it. But Adam's kept me honest the whole race again. Like I say, I mean, I don't think our lap times were great, but I was spending more time looking in my mirrors and looking where I was going. So, but yeah, if that's it, then it's been a long wait, really. I've been trying for four hard years in this car, 3 times runner-up. And a big mess up at the end of last year that I'd rather forget about. But none of these will let me.
Well, you've done it now, though, by the looks of it, so well done.
Right, cheers, thank you.
And you did do the fastest lap on the last lap, which beat your previous record.
Oh, that's good. But I think there's a little bit more in it, though. With the new track, I think there is a fair bit there. But so next race, if the championship's done, I'll see whether I can do something with the lap record a bit better.
Go a little bit quicker. Well done, Sean. There's a congratulations from another competitor. Adam Lockwood finishing in 2nd place. Adam, you kind of knew what you had to do in your head, but couldn't quite get there. But a good battle.
Yeah, I thought I'd nailed it on the start, and then I caught the craners up completely, and I could already see him coming past. So, yeah. I don't know where we are on the points now, but I don't think I could do it.
According to Ian.
No, it was really close. I needed to win that one and get fastest lap, I think, and no, couldn't do it.
You were hanging on to the back of him, weren't you, all the way through that race, though?
Yes, and I will continue. Hopefully next time I'll go past just to prove the point.
End the season on a high for yourself.
Definitely.
Well done, Adam. Congratulations on 2nd place. And Dan finishing in 3rd place there. Dan, 3rd place for you. How was the race overall?
It was pretty chaotic, good fun. Quite a lot of good stuff on my camera, which is important for me, I guess. No, it was really good fun. I wasn't quite enough to keep with these guys, but yeah, I had to work really hard for the 3rd place. So it seems like the Mark 2s and the Mark 3s are quite even around here. And yeah, you just have to work really hard in this championship compared to a lot of other stuff. I have to push myself more than anywhere else. It's really good.
You were embroiled, though, weren't you, as we saw in a battle for 3rd place, which had quite a few cars in there, and you kind of found your way through, which was nice.
Yeah, there was a few contenders. I started 4th and then fell back a bit, then got up to 3rd, and then had a bit of a moment at the old hairpin, dropped back again, and yeah, it was just to and fro all the way through. But yeah, a lot of fun, so I'm happy to be here.
Are you going to try and take it to the boys ahead of you in the final race?
Always.
We like to hear that. Dan, well done. Congratulations on 3rd place there. So there we go, your first MR2 race of the day done and dusted. We'll have more from them a little bit later on this afternoon. But next up, we still have a champion to be crowned in what's going to be the F1000 Championship, which is on track next.
cars have just been released from the assembly area onto the circuit for the penultimate round of the Jedi Racing Cars F1000 Championship, where we have the championship that could be decided in this one. Craig Pollard, we reckon, just needs to take a 4th place finish. And you say Tom Gadd took the win, Pollard was 2nd, and Matt Higginson was 3rd. Here is the grid for this one. It's the top 10 from yesterday's race reverse. So on pole position, it's the number 14 car of Adam Walker, and besides him, number 88 is David Williams. On the 2nd row of the grid, it's number 19 Sam Satchwell and 17 Chaz Hyton. 3rd row of the grid, 42 James Cornell and number 80 Dan Gore. On row 4, it's 3 Tom Westworth and 83 Matthew Higginson. Row 5 is 92 Craig Pollard and yesterday's race winner, number 12 Tom Gadd. On the 6th row, it's 71 Zach Palmer and 33 Lee Seagraves. On the 7th row, 22 Chris Keir and 37 Mick Frith. Row 8 is 77 James Hills and 24 Bert Chapman. The 9th row, 15 Dane Christensen and 89 Mark Betts. And the 10th and final row, 5 Rob Wellham, the man that can still just about stop Craig Pollard from winning the championship, and number 9 Ryan Thomas. But Wellham, who stalled on the grid yesterday, failed to finish, needs to win both races from, in this case, the back of the grid. But his car, well, he was just being pushed by a marshal there, I think possibly just to make sure he was in his right grid box. There might be a car missing ahead of him, possibly, on the grid. We'll check whether anyone's missing. If it is, it would be Dane Christensen's number 15 car. But yep, Josh Barrett with me. It was Tom Gadd as the green flag lap gets underway, but not particularly well for Adam Walker. An entertaining race yesterday, which Tom Gadd took in the end a fairly clear win.
Yes, but with this mixed grid and then our two quickest drivers in the earlier race, Pollard and Gadd, now this time together on the grid. Pollard started that way. He was actually starting today, I think, yesterday. So an interesting race in prospect, I would imagine. It's obviously very difficult for Rob Wellham to keep the championship alive here, so really it's about looking forward to an exciting race for the fastest cars racing today. These Jedi Mark 6, 7 single-seater motorcycle engine cars with a good grid. I think one of the best grid of the season, and mixed grid obviously with that reverse grid, with Adam Walker on pole, the driver from Leeds, who finished 3rd in the championship in his 2nd season in 2007. He's been racing in the championship so many times. He was 3rd in the championship in 2018 too. As you can see on your screen, Lee Seagraves is making his debut. He's out there, but he won't be appearing on our timing screens because he's not got a working transponder. He was warned about that yesterday. But yeah, Walker on pole. Alongside is David Williams. I think some of those at the front may be passed quite quickly by others because there was a bit of speed differential. So you've got Gadd, who won yesterday from 10th, the 27-year-old from Lincoln, maybe in his last day in the car. He's been racing since he was 7 in karts. He had 13 years of karting before going car racing, won locals in 2019, won this championship last year, can't win the championship this year in the Team Sellers Racing Run Car and Race Weekend. His dad, Michael Gadd, a big factor behind the scenes as well, and he starts alongside Craig Pollard, who could become a double single-seater 750 Motor Club champion. Not many people have won 2 single-seater championships with the 750 Motor Club in, but Craig Pollard potentially could do that today.
Yeah, he could do. He was V champion a couple of years ago, and in 2018 I think it was, as well, in 2 different cars. And just to say, 4th place would make absolutely certain of it, but if Rob Wellham doesn't win this race, then whatever happens to Pollard, he'll be champion. So an interesting race in prospect. It's going to be a 15-minute race once again. As Josh says, we've got Adam Walker on pole position. He's at the front. He's a trained driver by occupation, so it's kind of reassuring that he's there at the front. And he'll be hopefully staying there from his point of view. He's got David Williams next to him on the grid, Sam Satchwell and Chaz Hyton, who had a best result at Croft, a 2nd place at Croft last time out. He's there on the outside of the 2nd row. James Cornell, he's shown some speed recently, including yesterday, lining up on the inside of row 3, the number 42 car for the driver that commutes from the United States to race. And as we said, Dan Gore as well on the outside of the 3rd row of the grid. Partially reverse grid always makes for entertaining racing, Josh.
Yesterday, Gadd and Pollard were a second quicker than anybody else, and the 2 on the front row were a couple of seconds on that mid-pack. So you'd imagine that mid-pack would be moving through pretty quickly. Clennell's
late arriving, and now everyone needs to move forward, I think, into their correct positions. So hopefully everyone does end up in the right places.
They're doing a similar thing on the right side, though, as well, actually. So for the front runners, they're going to be sitting there for a while with their slick Hoosier tyres losing temperature potentially. I think we're about to go racing because the 5-second board has been shown, even though we're pretty much there now.
Yeah, ready for the off then. Red lights go on. 15 minutes ahead of us, and the lights go out. But again, it's a slow getaway for Adam Walker, so the train driver no longer at the front. It's David Williams that takes the lead of the race. Sam Satchwell is second. It's James Clennell on the inside, Chaz Hyde on the outside. Dan Gore trying to go between both of them, and he does so in the Metal Cars run car. He runs a little bit wide on the exit, not as wide as some, including Tom Gadd, as they make their way through Redgate and Hollywood for the first time. But it's David Williams leading, Sam Satchwell second, and James Clennell third.
Wellham's got 8 places already from the back.
Well, that's a very good start to the race for him. Higginson also making some progress in the green disc lock entered car. Wellham, as we know, needs to get to the front of the field. Let's see what he can do. It's still Williams and Clennell, who's on the grass and somehow comes out of it in front. Williams' car's on both sides. Clennell was too deep in. He went out onto the run off on the exit of the corner, and Higginson, who was about 5th, came through to take the lead.
That was quite something when they all arrived in short as one. Gore is second, Pollard's third, so he's in the top 4 already, and he's going for second. Gore and Gadd are side by side behind. Pollard is P2 now. He'd like to go out with a win. He couldn't manage that yesterday. So he's into second. He knows Tom Gadd is coming. He is fast too. Setting the fastest lap on the new record yesterday. Gadd can't quite get Gore, though, at Melbourne. I think Wellham is 6th, so he's coming through the field really nicely. Then the championship hope's probably over with Pollard right up there, as Tom Gadd now alongside Dan Gore. They're going to be wheel-to-wheel on the run up towards the line. Yesterday we did 10 laps in F1000 racing.
Over the line they have gone then, and it's side by side for third position here. Gore and Gadd. Gore has the inside line in the number 80 car, and Gadd in the number 12 car is going to get him on the inside maybe as they go through Hollywood and down through the Craner curves for the second time. He has done so. Gadd goes third, so it's Higginson leading, Pollard second, Gadd third, Gore fourth. Is that Wellham now up to 5th? Yes, it is, I think, in the number 5 car. So he's made up 13 places as it was in the end from the back of the grid, and let's see what more he can do from there. There is a bit of a gap back. Oh, and there's a car, and it is Adam. That's not Adam Walker, is it? It is the. Can't see the number on the car because the wing end plate has been.
It's Adam Walker.
It is Adam Walker, yes, that has gone off into the barriers, I'm afraid, on the exit of the old hairpin. He's gone off onto the inside of the circuit, but there's a challenge on for the lead here now. It's Craig Pollard getting alongside Matt Higginson. I think he's got his nose in front. He's got his whole car in front as they head down to the Fogarty S's. So it's Craig Pollard that now leads.
Matt Higginson was concerned about his straight line performance, and that kind of suggests that concern perhaps is valid, because he lost out in a straight line. He brakes really late on the outside. He's got Gadd and Gore with him. Wellham, who gained 11 spots on the opening lap. He's gained another, as you say, ahead of David Williams to go 5th. Here comes Gadd. Higginson said yesterday we're sort of letting others through. At that point, he was keeping Gadd at bay. That doesn't walk. He's out of the car. He's okay, but out of it, as are Chaz Hyde and Sam Satchwell, who pitted at the end of the first lap.
I'm not too surprised to see Wellham doing the best lap of the race there. 1:29.381. He was 8/10 faster than the car in front, and so has got himself really up into contention here in that lead group of 5 cars now as they work lap 3 of this race. So don't write Rob Wellham off from this position, although Pollard now is getting away from Higginson and Gadd. Higginson, yeah, if he is a bit down on power, that's not going to suit him at certain parts of the circuit. Be quick enough through the twisty bits, but Gadd might well be able to get him on the straight. They've obviously been for a yellow flag zone there with the Walker car off. We've also lost Hyde and Satchwell to the pits during the course of this race so far. So we're down to 15 cars circuit. It's a great shame for both of those drivers who started well up on the grid.
Craig Pollard's getting away while the others try and get past Higginson. Is Gadd going to do it? Yeah, Higginson's car, for whatever reason, does not have straight line performance, which is odd. So Gadd up into second, Higginson down to third, and you've got Gore and Wellham. And I wonder if there was contact between these two cars, because Sam Satchwell...
It's a damaged front left, isn't there?
Yeah, and the front end of Heighton's car doesn't look great either. I think he's lost the nose cone. So they're out of the race anyway. They're in the pits, so they're in a safe place. So we've got side by side here. Rob Wellham's on the outside of Dan Gore. Can't go through there just yet. Might do on the exit though. I wonder if Tom Gadd can go after Craig Pollard. Yesterday was only about a tenth or so quicker, so it'll be difficult. The gap between them it's not showing yet because we're waiting for Craig Pollard to pop up. He does now. He does a 1:28.4. So he's not quite as fast as he did yesterday, but he's pulling away from Tom Gadd. He's 1.5 seconds ahead.
Yep, so we've got the battle going on here for third place. Higginson and Wellham now, and Goddard. So Wellham not far away from getting into a podium position here as they move their way up towards McLean's for the fourth time, and he's straight up the inside of Higginson, and he goes into third place without too much difficulty there at all. He's a really quick driver, the driver from Suffolk, champion in 2022. He was the runner-up in the championship last year. He was third in 2021 as well. So he's been there or thereabouts in F1000 for a few seasons now, Rob Wellham, and still mathematically, at least for the moment, is in contention for this year's championship as well.
Gadd might be catching Pollard on this lap for the race victory. Of course, Pollard doesn't want to chuck it off the road here, does he? So I wonder if he's just driving slightly within himself to assure that. Gadd, the two Mattel cars are side by side now. That's Gore, isn't it? Dan Gore in his last day, possibly in this car, as well, with Higginson alongside. So the class of F1000 next year might look quite different, I think, with some drivers moving on to other things. Interestingly, this time it's Gadd's time that's not showing, but Pollard's has, so I don't know why that would happen. But anyway, 27, new lap record, 1:27.708 for Tom Gadd. I thought it was quick as he was catching the leader. That's 6 tenths faster than yesterday, so that's another lap record. Tom Gadd's going to have quite a few fastest laps over the course of the season, I think. I think he's the fastest driver around Cadwell Park this year. He won't quite be the fastest driver around Donington Park. The GB3 cars are quicker, but little else is. And he's caught Craig Pollard. Can Tom Gadd go out with a triple perhaps? Okay, he's only done one so far, but he's got huge amounts of pace, and he's on this run as well, isn't he, of wins. He won 2 at Croft, he won yesterday, he's won more than anybody else this year, and Craig Pollard might find it hard to keep him at bay.
He's just had that unreliability, though, at times during the season that has meant that his championship challenge has not really come to anything this season. He was close enough to challenge into Fogarty. Yes, he couldn't make it through there, but he carries good speed out of the corner now. Craig Pollard, of course, doesn't need to get drawn into a battle for the win here because he only needs a decent finish to wrap up the championship. Well, not even that, unless Rob Wellham gets past him. But for the moment, he is hanging on here, Craig Pollard, the number 92 car, the accountant, finance director from Suffolk, ahead of number 12, Tom Gadd from Lincolnshire, former low-cost champion, of course, as well as the F1000 champion last year as well. I think it was the 2019 low-cost title winner. Over the line they've gone with only a quarter of a second between them. No improvement on the lap times from either of them, though, on that occasion. Rob Wellham, did he make any ground towards them? Yes, he did a little bit. But not a huge amount.
But a full second quicker than Pollard, I think, because Pollard's starting to defend. Yeah, he puts the car not right out on the racing line into the old hairpin. So that compromises him, and Tom Gadd then can perhaps challenge. So I wouldn't be surprised if Wellham gets with them if Gadd can't get past, which he can't at the moment. Craig Pollard stays ahead, uses all the curb, although Wellham's not really caught any more on this lap, seemingly. Through Coppice they turn. There's Wellham in third, ahead of Gore, who's fourth, and he's gone away from Higginson. Gore's not much lower than Wellham either here, so Dan Gore going well in his last weekend in the car. Here comes Tom Gadd, though, on the inside into Craig Pollard. Pollard, I think, lets him have it once he got alongside, and through into the lead of the race goes Tom Gadd, looking for that extra victory. Maybe Pollard fighting back, though, had a better exit, but can't get him back through, so it is Tom Gadd ahead.
And Wellham continuing to close in on both of them as well, I reckon, as they're probably just slowing each other down a little bit. Maybe now Tom Gadd has got in front, he can get his head down and pull away from Craig Pollard. He's got 6 more minutes of the race to go, probably 4 more laps of this race to go here. Could conceivably be even more than that, couldn't it? Just depends on when they show the checker flag. I don't think we quite had 15 minutes yesterday. It was 14 minutes 56 yesterday. But this time it is Gadd leading by 4/10 from Pollard, and then it's another 9/10 basically back to Wellham in third. But he did a personal best lap time that time through, 1:28.247. So too did Dan Gore actually, who's in fourth place, but now a couple of seconds behind Wellham.
Just wonder if Tom Gadd will rethink what he might be doing next year with how this weekend is going. Because he is absolutely flying aboard his Jedi, the 27-year-old, in his Suzuki-powered car. Then Pollard is second, the double V-champ, and Wellham in third. Dan Gore is going with them, isn't he? Which he wasn't able to do yesterday. He is lapping about a second quicker than he did yesterday, is Dan Gore, the driver from London, the ex-Caterham race winner, and he's been in the championship since 2019, and he's, I think, won about 6 races in the category in that time. There he is at the back of the group. Meanwhile, battle's a bit further back. That includes James Hills, who is catching David Williams. So 88 Williams, who started at the front, has been caught then by James Hills for 9th position. Hills has been about half a second or so faster in this race than David Williams. Ahead of them is Chris Keir, who's come through well from 13th on the grid. Didn't have such a good race yesterday. The ex-Clio driver from Newcastle in his Suzuki-powered car.
And here is Hills up on the inside of Williams, and he squeezes his way through there to take the position. So that is 9th place that he takes there. Now getting ahead of Williams. Williams trying to fight back on the way into Redgate Corner, but I don't think he's close enough to make that work. Meanwhile, Gadd now has a 9/10 of a second lead over Pollard, and Wellham didn't really make much ground up towards Pollard on that lap, did he?
No, that's all right, because Pollard's done a PB that's helped with his case. Gadd's done another 27, which is impressive, because of course we didn't get to that point yesterday.
Question mark now for where Zach Palmer is, because he's got a little exclamation mark next to himself on the time screen. We've lost Bert Chapman to the pits as well, by the way, but Zach Palmer in the number 71 car may have gone missing out on track. Meanwhile, that is the battle going on between Higginson and Tom Westworth now for 5th position. Tom, who went well yesterday, didn't he, is now challenging Higginson for P5 as they make their way through. Was there a driver there with the marshals standing on the marshals post halfway down to the Melbourne hairpin? Possibly that's maybe where we've lost Zach Palmer.
Westworth 22 there in car number 3, 22 years of age, an ex-Northwest Cadet karting champion in a new car for this year. The driver has been karting since the age of 6. Chris Keir, who had been going so well, he has stopped near a marshal post on the run down towards the Melbourne Loop and is out of 8th position.
You're doing a very good job of cursing drivers this weekend, Josh, I'm afraid. So Chris Keir now sadly out of the race. So that's going to promote that Hills and Williams battle. And also Ryan Thomas, I think, will come up into the top 10 as well. He was a non-starter yesterday, so we'll be pleased to bounce back with that if he can keep it there all the way to the end. Behind Westworth, James Clennell there in 7th place. He's not too far behind these two after that dramatic opening lap he had up towards McLean's.
Of course, absolutely right. He finished on the podium in the 50th anniversary Formula V meeting, did Clennell. There's Keir out of his car, and he is with the marshal there. Good battle too, although for one car that won't be classified, of course, because that's the 33 car of Lee Seagraves. But he is with Mark Betts in 89, long-time 750 Motor Club driver in the TGM run car. So they climb the hill towards Coppet. Pollard's got into the 27s, by the way. 1:27.992 for Craig Pollard. So he's going with Tom Gadd. I wonder if he would have fought a bit harder for that win if he didn't need to finish that race where he was, just so he can clinch the championship, because he seems to be pretty much on par with Gadd.
Higgins, I sort of think, has slowed across the line. We didn't see that on our screen, but I just saw that out of our window. He's been passed by Westworth, and there was a slow green car going past our commentary box window a moment ago.
And yellow flags, I can see.
Yeah, so it looks like he's probably come to a stop. There he is, just on the run up to Redgate Corner, just by the pit lane exit. So quite an attritional race this, Josh. Quite a few cars not making it to the end. It wouldn't surprise me if we did get the checkered flag at the end of this lap, even even though it might be a few seconds before the 15 minutes, because there are now a few cars spread around the circuit.
Wonder if Higginson's engine, that's perhaps been a bit sick, has given up totally now. So that's also promoted James Clennell into the top 6. There's Hills and Williams, so they're still together in 8th and 9th, which becomes 7th and 8th. So 77 is in 7th, 88 is in 8th.
That's a nice symmetry to it, as the leaders are down at the Melbourne hairpin for the 10th time in this race. Gadd and Pollard making their way through the hairpin up towards Goddard. There's Gadd, there's Pollard. Can't see a checkered flag, so it looks like we are going to go the full distance with 5 seconds to go. Wellham still there in 3rd. The gaps have gone out a little bit at that time amongst all 3 of them.
Gadd has done 10 laps, 5 seconds quicker than he did yesterday, despite starting on the 5th row of the grid rather than on the front row. So that shows you how quick this race has been. So Dan Gore, who's in 4th, would have basically done those 10 laps as quick as Tom Gadd did yesterday to win.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, we had some rain yesterday, but it was dry by their race, I think. In full dry conditions, the lap time's really fast today. The top 4 have all gone quicker than anyone did yesterday. And I think we went about a second underneath the lap record yesterday, so the lap time is absolutely phenomenal this weekend.
Spoiling that symmetry, David Williams has got ahead of James Hills and up into 7th position now in the number 88 car. The number 77 car is now down to 8th place. Leaders already down towards the Foggetiesses for what definitely is the final time of this race, the 11th lap. They're turning their way through there now, down towards the Melbourne hairpin. So Tom Gadd is going to secure a 4th race win in a row, and he's definitely now won the most races this season. He'll be up to 6 altogether. But Craig Pollard is going to be in 2nd place. So through Goddard for the final time, it's Tom Gadd, 6th race win of the season, but Craig Pollard's 2nd place is enough for him to wrap up the 2024 F1000 Championship. He's done a single-seater double with the 750 Motors Club, Formula V champion 2 years ago, F1000 champion this year. Rob Wellham, number 5, takes 3rd place. A great drive from him from the back of the grid. Number 80, Dan Gore, takes 4th position. Tom Westworth just going across the line now to complete the top 5. And James Clennell, after an eventful race for him, he finishes in 6th position.
That's right, and those 6 a long way ahead of anybody else. They were in a class of their own, all lapping, I think, underneath the lap record before this weekend. So such is the pace. But it's absolutely side by side for 7th. Aku the line. Can James Hills get back through? No, he can't. He was 43 thousandths of a second away from David Williams. So that was a very close finish between those two. A lap down there, Mick Frith. He takes a checkered flag. The ex-World Sidecar Championship passenger. And then the final car takes a checkered flag now, so that ends the penultimate race of the season for F1000.
It does, and James Clennell, by the way, has gone back ahead of Sam Satchwell in the race for the Clubman Cup as well, with that 6th place finish and a non-finish for Sam Satchwell there. So another very entertaining race in the F1000 Championship, a very fast race as well. We squeezed another lap out of it compared to yesterday as well. Tom Gadd the quickest drive, but Craig Pollard wrapping up the championship. Here's the confirmation of those results at the end of 11 laps. It was number 12, Tom Gadd, that took the victory. From number 92, Craig Pollard in 2nd place with just over 1 second between them in the end. 3rd was number 5, that was Rob Wellham. 4th was the 80 car of Dan Gore. In 5th position was number 3, Tom Westworth. 6th was 42, James Clennell. 7th, number 88, David Williams. 8th was 77, James Hills. 9th, number 9, Ryan Thomas. Rounding out the top 10 was the number 89, Mark Betts. Then 11th was Michael Frith. And I think the only other car that will have finished that race in actual fact is going to be
the car that gets taken out of the results.
The car gets taken out of the results. It's Michael Frith, effectively the final finish. So quite a high rate of attrition in that one. We're going to go into our lunch break very shortly. We'll hear from our top 3 first of all. Josh?
Maybe it's a good job for some that the race isn't for some time. Their
Yes.
final race, because there's a lot of cars to be sorted for
Yes.
that final race of the day, the final race of the weekend, which will be for these cars.
That's a 5:45. Yes, after lunch we're getting back underway at 1:20 with the Gashox 116 Trophy. That's a 90-minute race. We've got the second race of the weekend for the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship. That's a 15-minute race with that championship now decided. The Skiwa Club Enduro Championship is underway at 3:30, a 2-hour race, and at 5:45 we're going to have the F1000 Championship. So I think the only sort of championship we still need to sort out now is the Clubman's Cup in Club Enduro. I think everything else really has been, apart from Class B and MR2s, that's really what we still need to do as well. Anyway, they're ready downstairs now. Matt Suckling is going to have a word with our top 3 at the end of the F1000 Championship race.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, down here with Tom Gadd, who is now a 6-time winner this year. You like to carve your way through the field. You did it nicely in that one.
Yeah, so always with these reverse grid races, you know, when you've got the quicker guys who finish on the podium before, you know, they're going to be ahead of you, so you've got to get through with them and get through as quick as you can. And it was nice and clean, you know, everyone left plenty of room, and it was good racing the first couple of laps. I just carved my way through nicely, and yeah, I knew Craig would head me. I hope I was going to catch him, but I thought I'd sit behind him if not. But I knew he wasn't going to risk anything, so I knew I had to put a move on him and try and get ahead of him if I could.
Some really quick laps as well from you, Tom. I think you did the quickest lap once again, and every single lap was just quicker and quicker and quicker. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, my feet were getting a bit cold. I was struggling to brake in some places. I couldn't feel my feet, and I was like, oh, it feels quick, but I was like, I'm starting to struggle a bit here. But no, it's been a good weekend. Thanks for everyone at the team, and yeah.
I think you're the only man this year who's done the double. You've done a double last time out at Croft, I think it was, and you've done a double here so far this weekend. No one's done the triple, so do you reckon you can get that at the end of the weekend?
It'd be nice. I've not done a triple since Croft 2019 in the low cost, so I've not had one since. But no, we're going to go for it. I'd like to dedicate that one to my niece, nephew, cousin. I don't know what relation she is, but it's her birthday today, and they're all watching at home. So happy birthday, Dottie.
There we go, you've done it. Tom, good luck for the final race as well. Craig Pollard, who finished in second place. And Craig, we think you've done enough now to be provisional champion for this year. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's about it. We were only working out the maths this morning. Doesn't quite feel real yet. Yeah, so much has gone into this year, and it comes down to the last weekend, and you can barely enjoy it. You know, you feel sick. So really, all I want to do now is go out and enjoy the last race.
That's what you got to do. It was a tough one there, though, wasn't it? Because Tom was coming and you were trying to fight to keep him at bay, but did you kind of realise in the end just to let him go?
Yeah, definitely. I think at the end of the day I was driving in my mirrors. I wasn't looking where I was going anymore, so I thought, Tom, you go ahead. I can try and keep on the back of you, you know, then that's the best I can hope for.
It's been a hard-fought season. You've done well. You've got there. You can now have some fun in that final race.
Yeah, looking forward to chilling out, and you know that's the reward for everyone else. You know, my dad, Tony, Graham, everyone, Peter, everyone's worked really hard this year. So pleased.
Great, congratulations. Go and let it sink in now. Well done, F1000 champion for this year. The man who lost out, unfortunately, Rob Wellham. Rob, you get a podium in this second race. Unfortunate in yesterday's encounter. What happened first off in race one?
The master switch went, so it could have gone all year round or in testing, but it decided to go this weekend. But it's one of those things, parts have their lifespan, and it wasn't meant to be. Well done to Craig and all of his family. Like, they've done well this year. But yeah, no, we're just going to enjoy this end of this year and look forward to the next one.
You can keep your head held high because you had a cracking race there. You've had a cracking season, to be fair. You flew from the back of the field up into third place. You were just trying to pick your way through as best as possible.
Yeah, like I'm surprised the start I sort of got. Like it was an okay start. It wasn't the best start in the world, but just picked them off one by one, and everyone just sort of bunched up in the right places, and I just managed to creep through. And then I saw these guys ahead, and I was like pushing really hard, but just the tyre, I think I'd cooked the tyres a little bit too much in the first stint, and then they started coming back to me towards the end. But that's fine. That's just one of those things. I'm glad to come from the back to at least third. So it's not worth it this weekend. So
one final push though, try and get the final win of the year. That would be a nice way to end the season, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure me, Tom, Craig are all going to go for it in the next one. I don't know what lap times for the grid. So yeah, it will be a fun last race of the year.
Unlucky, Rob, but good luck for the final race as well. So there we go, our F1000 drivers done and dusted for race number 2. They've got the final hurrah to come later on this afternoon. Do not miss that. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic race. In the meantime, we're going to do a pit walk in just a few minutes, but first, here's some ads for you to enjoy. So during the lunch break here at Donington Park on the Championship Finals weekend, we're going to try and find some people to talk to down here in the pit lane. But as it is lunchtime, there's quite a few people that have disappeared. But we'll take you through and see what we can find down here in the cold pit lane we have for today. Here's Alistair Topley's car, a man who was out, as Josh alluded to, in the Focus Cup Championship at Snetterton last weekend. So just trying something a little bit different, but back to his natural home for this weekend. And the team just working on the back of the car. Hopefully no major issues there for them, but a couple of drivers just lurking at the back of the garage, which might be a good idea for us to maybe try and see if we can have a quick chat to some of them. Let's see if the driver at the back here is going to be in for a chat. Is this Montoya? No, who we got here? Go on, give us your name, Richard, do you want to come and have a chat to us on our live stream? We're going to go on. You're fine. It's all right. It's all a bit of fun. Richard, how are things going for you today here at Donington Park?
Great. We had a fantastic first race, and it's a great championship because you know you can always find a bunch of people that you can have a real good ding dong with.
MR2s, how many years have you been doing it now?
First season.
How was it?
Yeah, for an old man.
And how did you get into it? What kind of brought you to this championship?
Just the usual midlife crisis, really.
But you are enjoying it?
Oh, it's fantastic fun. I couldn't. I've got my daughter and son-in-law here today, and I think he's obviously caught the bug. So, who knows?
That's the thing. It can be expensive, but if you find a championship which is kind of mid-range or good cost effect,
for the fun, it must be about one of the cheapest ways of having so much fun.
And a friendly paddock, as you said as well.
It's great, yeah. It's great. Well run, and everybody's good.
What are you looking for in the second race?
To stay on the track. It's a good start, and if we could gain a couple of places, it would be good.
Good stuff. Thanks, Richard, for your time. We'll let you enjoy your coffee now and the rest of your lunch break as well. So we'll go now through the back of the garages. This might be the place to be, actually, because we find drivers lurking here quite a lot. So we'll see who we can kind of find. There's Adam, who's finished second in race number 1 of the MR2s. There's Patrick Mortel. I'm just wondering if Patrick might be up for a quick chat about the championship. I know it's busy. His phone's ringing. I'm going to try and see if he's going to be up for a chat or not. Let's see if he's going to answer the call. This is a bit like Deal or No Deal, isn't it, really? He's going to answer the call, so we can't get him, unfortunately, for now. We might come back and see what he's up to. Right, who else have we got? Down through the garage, we're going to walk down and see who else is here. Is that Andrew? Is that Andrew? Andrew, do you want to come and have a quick chat with us? We'll pull you away from your screens, if that's all right. Having a quick look there, you looking at anything important on the screens?
Just looking at all the action from that last race. It was quite busy in front of me, but I managed to keep it on the black stuff and made up a few places off of it, which was, it's a bit of a result.
Were you embroiled in any of that at all?
No, managed to keep myself completely clean of it, but yeah, it could have gone the other way very easily. I had a couple of cars, old hairpin going off in front of me, and thankfully, they managed to get out the gravel behind. I was checking in my mirror, but it's very, very busy.
It's a great circuit, though, isn't it? It's a nice change to race on the Grand Prix circuit for a change as well.
Yeah, love it, absolutely love it. This is the closest circuit for me as well, so I got to sleep in my own bed last night, and it's wonderful. The park circuits with their undulation are just so much fun, and it took a little bit of nerve this morning to go through Craner, all like flat out pretty much, but yeah, got it sorted now, and it's very, very rewarding when you get it right.
And you got the best of the conditions this weekend as well, because yesterday we had quite a lot of rain, which kind of challenged the drivers. But today we're all dry by the looks of it.
Yeah. I was sort of, I was hoping for a little bit of a wet one, to be honest. I mean, obviously it's much nicer to be wandering around the paddock in the lovely sunshine. But we only had one race, our first race of the season at Brands in the wet conditions. And I quite enjoy the driving challenge, especially with the MR2s. They're great fun. So, I have to wait for next season, I guess, and see if we get any then.
It's a nice leveler as well, isn't it, the wet weather? It kind of evens the field out very nicely.
Yeah, I've been finding, so this is my first season, and I've been trying to find all the little setup, gains that you can find through the season that bring me a little bit closer to the front. As you say, the wet weather maybe negates the impact of some of those little things, but on the course of the season, I've managed to work my way forwards a little bit, so very pleased with that.
And every meeting you go to, is there something you kind of change or you improve on?
Well, always try and do one thing at a time so you don't overdo it and then wonder which thing it was that which one was the improvement and which thing maybe wasn't an improvement. But the paddock have been absolutely fantastic. The MR2 drivers are all so friendly and helpful, and they, guide you in the right direction. It's not like Formula One, keeping setup secrets and everything. So I can't thank the other drivers in the paddock enough for, the learning process of getting faster through the season.
And as you said, it's your first year within MR2s. Any previous experience in any racing at all?
No, this is my first season in motorsport, full stop. Done sim racing and karting here and there, but nothing, truly competitive. So I didn't even get a chance to drive my car when I finished building it. Driving it out for the qualifying session at Brands Hatch was literally, other than driving it off the trailer, the first time that I'd driven it. So it was, it was a nerve-wracking moment, but it's, still get the butterflies going and the heart rate rockets sitting on that start line, and the starts have been my worst point, I'd say. Getting it off the line, that's something you cannot practice outside of, trying to find a big expanse of tarmac and a friendly farmer or someone like that, But even on a track day, that's a really difficult thing to practice. But it's been a good season, and I'm looking forward to the second race this afternoon, and hopefully more of the same.
You can practice your starts probably at the traffic lights, getting up to 30, and then kind of that's it.
I've actually recently bought a road MR2, so don't tell anyone. I definitely won't be doing that.
Final race of the year to come later on, as we said. What would you be kind of happy with?
A top 10 finish would be absolutely fantastic. I picked up my first trophy of the season at Croft, which can see it as a little bit of a gift because the grid was substantially smaller than it is, but it's, as you said, last meeting of the season, all the big guns are out, so top 10 would be absolutely fantastic.
Well, good stuff, Adam. We'll get you back to the action, catch up on race number 1, and we look forward to seeing you in race 2.
Thanks, nice to speak to you.
There we go. Adam Baranowski down here in the pit lane. So we'll now move down and see if we can find any more drivers to talk to. We've got Sean Trainer's car in here, race 1 winner. I think everything's calm with Sean. He's just kind of looking over the action as well and making sure the car's good and just chilling out, really. Nothing really to do to that car. He was happy with how it went in the earlier race. We've got the second place car there of Adam Lockwood. So that's Adam, who we saw briefly towards the top end of the pit lane. As we move further down, we've got some more MR2s as well, just having some tinkering being done, which is all the usual things here, making sure every setup is absolutely perfect. And of course, from race 1 into race 2, they can learn a few things and make sure that everything is all right. There's a bit of work going on in this garage, so this might be one to walk into and see what's been going on. We've got the 82 machine here of Andrew Ruthven. You can see Andrew is working quite hard to get repairs done on the right hand side of the car, and this is normally what happens. A driver becomes a mechanic as well in this sort of club level racing, so Andrew working hard to get that car sorted. And we've also got the number 31 machine of Ben Rowe, which is having some work done as well on the left hand side of the car. So again, looks like the people are getting stuck in to make sure all the modifications, if you can call them that, or just to make sure the door shuts by the looks of it. So team working hard to get Ben's car sorted. I think he had a bit of a run into Andrew down towards the Melbourne hairpin in that earlier race. So a little bit of a dent on the left hand side for him. So we'll carry on down, and we'll be very shortly, I think, getting into the garages for Club Enduro, which is one of those endurance races we look forward to later on today, and that's going to be a 2-hour endurance race to end the season. We've got one of the magnificent looking BMWs, which wasn't out yesterday, but looks like it should be out for a run today. So the team again just working hard to get everything sorted on this machine. Josh Lawton and David Blackie are going to be the 2 drivers behind this one when we get underway later on this afternoon. So hopefully the team are all good. Any drivers about? I'm a driver. Josh or David? I'm Josh. Josh, come and talk to us, Josh. You're with us right now. So this is your wonderful BMW, racing in Club Enduro. Everything okay at the minute?
Not great. We hoped to do the road spots yesterday, but we had an injector issue right at the start of the qualifying. We got a source 1 injector. We'd like to do all 8. And it seems it's a common fault on them, but we have changed the fuel system as well, so we're chasing our tail whether it's what we've done or if it's just a coincidence. Gone out in quali today and it's done another injector, which I guess they're all the same age, done the same life, so we've managed to get another 8, but second-hand ones, so we're going to change all 8, go out again, fingers crossed we'll get out for the race.
Been a tough day, tough weekend for you so far then, so you want to get this out on circuit, you want to get a good result, but it's just kind of a few problems at the minute.
Yeah, that's it. We'll be happy. I mean, we come in just happy to finish. It's our first Enduro race, so but yeah, we'll see how we go.
2 hours is going to be a long race as well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So a lot can happen. I mean, I got a lap in, a decent lap, 18th. It's not the best, but we can move up from there. So.
So everyone working hard to get this done, and you're hoping to be out in about 2 hours' time for the race. Any previous racing you've done within this car?
Not in this. Well, David has done Thunder Saloons all season. It's been a super reliable car up to now. But yeah, and he's had good success with it, so we figured we'll try to squeeze this in sort of as a test for next year, because this is what we plan to do next year. But yeah, it's been a good car. Yeah, that's it really.
It's a good healthy grid as well, isn't it? So lots of competition out there.
Yeah, that's why we come here. I've raced with 750 before, and the competition's best in the UK, so that's what we come for.
Good stuff. Well, Josh, I'll let you get back, and good luck for the race later on as well. Thanks for your time. So the BMW continuing to have some work done at the minute. So Josh Lawton down here in the pit lane. Right, let's carry on down and see who else we can possibly find. This is the Audi TT, which is Ryan Parkin and Dylan Breitcher. That car unfortunately had issues yesterday, but they were kind of using the Roadsport race as a test session in yesterday's encounter, and hopefully things for them today will be slightly better, but Ryan and Dylan are going to be looking for a good result in that number 6 machine. So that's the Audi TT. We can hover down and move into our next garage, which again has a couple of BMWs, a couple of Mazdas as well. Got a nice group of people down here. Let's see if we can interject and have a quick chat. Hello guys, we are live streaming, so don't say anything you shouldn't say. Who have we got here?
Matt Simonite from JMS Racing.
What are you in, Matt?
We're in the Mazda MX-5 behind. This is obviously end of our season now with James, so we're hoping to get a good result this weekend. Yeah, got some dry running, so car seems all right for qualifying. Yeah.
What result did you pull out in the bag for qualifying?
We were P6 in class, but we know where the pace is. So we're not concerned we can't move forward in the race. Obviously 2 hours long time. There's a lot of things to go off. So yeah, just hoping to get to the end of this one. I think we're P3 in the championship at the minute, so still got something to play for. A couple of quicker cars here, what can take that place from us. But we'll see how it goes in the race.
And that's the thing, isn't it? With these sorts of races, they are longer. There's a bit of strategy to come into play as well. So you've got to play it in the right kind of way.
Yeah, that's it. So the car what's immediately in front of us, we obviously race against them all year, so we sort of know their driver pairing and how we can match up against them. So it might alter how we carry out the race, who starts first or whatever. And then yeah, the other cars have got a decent gap to us, so we just traffic and stuff's going to help us for them potentially, or any incidents for them in the race. We just need to race our race and try and finish as high as we can to try and lock them points in.
And on the full Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, which is a nice challenge for everyone, how are you enjoying that?
I like this circuit. We did the round here last year. We had some gearbox issues, so we didn't complete the race last year, but we got some good times out of the car. And I raced Type R Trophy here last year, same layout, so I know it quite well. It's a local track for us. We're 45 minutes up the road. So yeah, I do like this layout and circuit. James is not much of a fan, but we'll change his mind by the end of this, hopefully. So yeah, it's good for us, this one.
Yeah, if you pull the right result out in the bag, it could be James's new favourite circuit.
Exactly, that's it, isn't it? So it'll change his fortunes and his feelings towards it. At the minute, he says he's indifferent, so we can get him more positive, because it's a local track, so like I say, it's a good one for us.
And in terms of Club Enduro, it's been a great season, as you said, 3rd within the championship. Plans for next year? Would you like to come back?
Yeah, hopefully. We've got to go away from here and obviously have a conversation, speak to some of the sponsors and stuff, because obviously without them it wouldn't be possible. So yeah, a bit of that in the winter. A few changes to the car where we can potentially pick up some more performance, make it a bit more competitive. Some of the Hondas have always got a significant power advantage over us. Yeah, that'll be the main thing of winter, and then if not, maybe look at something else, single make or something like that.
Yeah. Well, good luck today.
No worries, thanks a lot.
Thanks for your time, guys. We'll let you get back to your little chat and see how it goes later on. So off we go down the pit lane a little bit further. There's a couple of the BMWs we saw out yesterday in Roadsports, having a good time within the wet conditions. As we move through to some of the other cars we have in Club Enduro, there's a couple of the Civics, got another Audi TT and a Volkswagen in there as well. We've got the bonnet up on the number 117 machine, which is never too good. So let's see if the guys are about to have a quick chat. In fact, it looks like there is some oil possibly leaking from the bottom of that car. So, yeah, see if we can grab a team member or a driver about what possibly is going on for this BMW Compact. In fact, this is the Ian Jones machine, which was out yesterday and ran well. I don't know if Ian or Martin are about to have a chat to us. They're just looking over the phones at the minute, and of course they're going to be eagerly working to try and get this car possibly out for the Club Enduro race later on today. So I don't know if Ian and Martin about. Oh, the driver's briefing. Okay, that always helps, doesn't it? So anyone want to talk to us about the car and what's happened? Anyone? Okay, you're just looking over it. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, we'll let the guys crack on with the work there, and yeah, all the drivers now heading off to the Club Enduro briefing session, which is not good news for us because it does mean that all the drivers we want to speak to have disappeared. So what we might do is we're going to have a quick break. We're going to have some ads for you once again. We'll head on further down into the paddock and see if we can find any more drivers before the lunch break comes to an end here at Donington Park. So we'll be back with you in just a few minutes. So we're back down here in the pit lane once again, and we've managed to find this time Patrick Mortel, who was on the phone when we tried to collar you earlier at the top of the pit lane. But Patrick, just a word about this year's championship for the Toyota MR2. It's been another great season, another great grid.
Yeah, another fantastic season. We've had a few races where the numbers haven't quite been where they were before. But close battling throughout the grid and down to the wire at the end of the season in both Class B and C.
And in terms of Sean Traynor this year, of course, he's provisionally wrapped up the championship, so he's done the job there, which is good for him. He was pleased with it earlier on.
Yeah, I think it's the 5th time he's taken the championship on and off. Obviously, he doesn't win it every year. We have other people that come in and take it from him, and he was very, very close to it last year. But I think Adam just got it again right down to the wire, last lap of the last race. But yeah, you know, well done to Sean.
We've had a quick chat with some of the MR2 drivers actually, and some that are brand new to the championship this year, and they've kind of praised how good a championship it is and how cost affordable it is for people to come into as well, and they're really enjoying it, and that must be nice for you to hear as well.
It is good for us to hear. I mean, my primary concern with the MR2 Championship is that people come here and they have a good time. I mean, we're all here to race, and we make sure the racing is clean and fair and that the cars are as affordable as they can be. I mean, motorsport isn't cheap, but I try and keep the regs as simple and easy to follow. And we don't like checkbook racing. We like people to come along, everybody to be the same, and just have a good time.
So we're here at the final round, Donington Park. One more race to go later on. I think everyone's going to be looking forward to that and see if they can take the last win before the end of the year. But then, of course, everyone's going to be looking to next year and what the plans might be. Anything kind of on the horizon yet?
There's a couple of things that I'm looking at that may expand the MR2 Championship a little bit, but beyond that, I've had lots of interest from people building cars again. There was a bit of a hiatus on fresh cars coming in. People were just buying older cars, but no, there are people building cars up. A lot of people are watching Dan Sylvester. Obviously, he has his own YouTube channel, and he's been talking about his racing experiences. And there's a lot of guys that have joined us this year. Some more guys coming next year that have been inspired by Dan to come along and get stuck in.
And that's the thing, isn't it, with people's own social medias, and of course with it being live streamed as well, people can see this sort of racing which they probably don't normally see, like Formula One and all the more international stuff that people watch on telly, but it's now more kind of achievable for people to see it.
Yeah, I think the social media stuff, the YouTube videos and the vlogs and that kind of thing help people to see behind the scenes of a club level racer. So people have watched Dan's journey particularly and seen him build up his own car from scratch and move from the middle of the grid towards the front of the grid, and then he switched to a higher car and ran in 2 championships at the same time and all of that kind of thing. I mean, he's been out in Japan this year doing some racing as well, so it does show you that you can do all of this kind of thing at a club level.
And you're keeping busy in the paddock. You always like to get involved and make sure things are kind of looked after.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually down here at the moment helping somebody out in road sports who happens to have an MR2. They've got a very small problem, well, a very big problem for them, but something that happens all the time that we know about in MR2. So we were able to get them out and running straight away.
Good stuff. Patrick, thanks for your time. Good luck for the final race. We'll look forward to seeing how it all goes.
Super. Thank you very much.
There we go. Patrick Mortel, the man behind the MR2 Championship, which we saw earlier on. So we're going to now carry on and see who else we can possibly catch a word with as we see some more cars disappearing now, actually, because a few of them, as we said, are off to either head to the assembly area or just to do some more checks. We've got the 87 machine, which is now getting fired up. That's going to be the next race, which we look forward to, actually, which is the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy, which had a couple of sprint races yesterday along with the 120 Coupe Cub, but they are going to be heading out for what's going to be a 90-minute race. It's always great to see these cars out on circuit, and they do really provide some fantastic racing, and I don't think this race today is going to be any different with what is going to be a capacity field of 116s, so there's going to be action aplenty with pit stops to look forward to as well. We've got driver changes happening within those races also, but yeah, that one now heads off. Let's see if we can head back up this way. We might actually go through the front of the garages this time because we've done the back route, and we can now head through and see what's going on out the front of the garages. Another immaculate BMW turn down, which will be out in Club Enduro a little bit later on. There's the planes as they head off from East Midlands Airport. Someone, I'm sure, going somewhere a lot sunnier than here in the UK, but that's the benefit of being here at the East Midlands Airport. There's William Beach's Cupra. That one is just having some work done as well, making sure it's all lined up properly, and everything is absolutely a-okay for that Cupra, which we're looking for a good result in that 2-hour race a little bit later on. And you can see all of these cars actually just having the the lines set out on it. There's the 78 Audi, which will be driven by Matthew Stockford and Alan James. Alan James, familiar name with people who have followed touring cars over many years ago. Runs with the Team Dynamics customer racing backing as well. That's another car which has turned out really nicely. So see how that Audi gets on the RS3. Then we move up to the next of our garages. We'll see a front view there of the next of our Cupras, which is going to be in the hands of, I think, Claire Norman and Alan Blenko again. That had dramas yesterday in the Rosport race, so that's hoping for a better result today. Claire Norman was a bit frustrated with herself, and just wondering if Claire's about. I don't think she is, actually. Let's have a quick look and see if Claire, no, Claire's not about down there, unfortunately. So Claire and Alan are going to be looking forward to seeing how they get on. We've also got the 69 machine here of Matthew Hampson and Andy Schultz. Andy's done a lot of GT racing previously, but now given the Club Enduro Championship a go, and we'll see how they get on as well a little bit later on. Here's Matt Stennin and John Peerless's car. I think that was another one which served a penalty yesterday, unfortunately. That was one that didn't quite come into the pit box as it should have done. And just looking down the back, again, Matt and John are not here because they're up at the driver's briefing, so that's a shame. In the background you can see the number 9 machine of Kiefer Del Piero and Ethan Simmons. That is another Civic which runs under the same banner as John Peerless and Matt Stennin. Then we have the number 22 machine, the green machine of Paul Browse and Luke Browse. That went really well yesterday, actually. I think it finished with inside the top 5 of the Rosport series, so a change of number for today. 221 becomes 22, and that one will be looking again for the best of results as possible. And now we go to a more iconic car. Look at this, the BMW. We've got a couple of BMWs, actually. The first one you can see is the number 66 machine, which is Jonathan Hayes and Paul Sabini. That's the 318 version, but the one next door is absolutely beautiful. This is the 171 machine, which I'm sure needs to be looked after as much as possible because it's, as I said, immaculately turned out, nicely polished as well. For Senna Osman and Jodie House, that is the BMW 325i, which looks beautiful, and we'll see how that gets on a little bit later on. So there we go, we've done our walk up and down the pit lane. Unfortunately, we haven't had too many drivers to speak to because, as we said, they're all in driver's briefing, getting ready for what's going to be a 2-hour race for them to end the season here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. Once again, stay with us though, because on the way very shortly we are gearing up for the 90-minute race for the Gazshocks 116 trophy. That'll be heading out very shortly. We'll be right back with you after these short ads.
So, welcome back after the lunch break. We've got 4 races still to come for you this afternoon here at Donington Park. This race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. Only 4 races, but 2 of them are rather long. We've got the Gazshocks 116 Trophy coming up in a few minutes' time. That's a 90-minute race. We've got the second race of the weekend for the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship, which is its concluding round of the season. The Ski World Club Enduro Championship, which is a 2-hour race, and then the F1000 Championship to conclude the weekend's racing here at Donington Park. My name's Ian Soman. I've got Josh Barrett with me here in the commentary box. We'll hear again from Matt Suckling down in the pit lane during the course of the afternoon's racing, not only after the races but also during the course of the 2 endurance races, catching up with drivers and teams as the race goes on. A big grid of cars then for this first race of the afternoon for the Gazshocks 116 Trophy. The cars coming to the grid now, and the first car to arrive on the grid is not the one I was expecting to be right at the front. That's a different car lining up on pole position to the one that we've got, so I'll just see if there's an amended grid. No, I don't think there is. So we've got the wrong car that's arrived on pole position. Let's go with what's on the screen. On the front row is going to be 209 starting the race. In that car is going to be Will Abraham, and besides him is going to be the 21 car, which is Sam Carrington Yates. No, right, okay, it's 228 James Waring, I beg your pardon. On the second row of the grid it's going to be 252, which is James Dunn, and 173 Matt Priestwood. Third row of the grid is 21, that is Sam Carrington Yates, and 888 is going to be started by Nigel Greensall. On the fourth row of the grid it's the 71 car of Jack Godden, and the 80 car, which is being started by Oliver Smith. On row 5 it's 151 Peter Keane, and 121 started by Luke Fox. Row 6 is Samuel Copeland on his own now in car number 87, and 104 Ben Dobbs. Row 7 of the grid, 25 is Ethan Hall, and 86 is Peter Brand. Row 8, the 34 car being started by Lewis Tyndall, and the treble 4 car by Richard Phillips. On row 9 of the grid it's 187, which is George Healer, and 107 started by Dan Lavery. Row 10 of the grid, number 28 is Melissa Bexley, and number 10 started by Lewis White and Turner. Row 11, number 1 is Paul Offord, and 17 is Ross Riley. Row 12, 221 is started by Maximus Bicknell, and 73 by Theo Tibbetts. On the 13th row of the grid, excuse me, it's the 232 car, Jonathan Baker, and 50 Liam Brasitz. Row 14, 102 started by James Allen, and 55 by Lewis Charlton. On the 15th row of the grid it's the 321 car started by Jake Munsey, and 33 by Simon Udan. On row 16 of the grid it's the treble 3 car started by Damien Snee. 42 is going to be started by David Hornsey. On the 17th row of the grid it's 101 started by Will Tyndall, and 47 started by Connor Anderson. On the 18th row 31 is started by Sam Holman, and 247 by Jim Allen. Row 19 of the grid has number 89 Freddie Tatham, and 220 Andrew Partridge. On the 20th row of the grid it's number 106, which is Will St James, and 22 Ryan Kefferty. Row 21 has number 41, which is 103, I beg your pardon, which is started by Steve Lloyd. 78 is James Poole. Then on the 22nd row of the grid it's Harrison Compton Goddard, and number 14 Harry Hurst Grover. And then on the 23rd row that's the car started by David Watt. And in number 360, 83 is started by Ben Atwood. On the 24th row, number 40 started by Giles Carter, and 105 is driven by Carl Felton solo. And on the 25th row of the grid, it's the number 9 car, which is started by Julian Howe. So 49 cars we should have. We've only got about the first 5 or 6 rows of them at the moment, and we have a few cars slightly out of position compared to the grid as we've just given it to you, which hopefully will get sorted out on the green flag lap. But still cars coming towards the grid, and not necessarily all of them in the right order. But we've got a 90-minute race ahead of us for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. 2 mandatory pit stops. They have to be taken in between 15 and 75 minutes into the race. They have to be at least 60 seconds each, and that's based on the stationary time. Cars have to come into the pit lane parked at a 45-degree angle and then push back out before they go back into the pit lane. There are a few drivers that have penalties to serve at the first pit stop, and those are as follows. There is a 10-second penalty to serve for number 34. That's the Toby O'Reilly and Lewis Tyndall car. There's a 20-second penalty for car number 209, which is Will Abraham and Scott Jeffs in this one, and also a 10-second penalty for the 252 car, which is that of James Dunn. Matthew Hycock would have had to serve a penalty had he in fact taken part in this race, but he is not on the entry list. He did though wrap up the 116 Sprint Trophy yesterday with a successful outing in the first race there. So it's going to take a few moments, I think, to get this grid sorted out, because we do have a lot of cars well out of position. I can see Matt Priestwood is halfway down the grid there, and he should be on the second row, so not quite sure how we've managed to end up in this situation, but there we go. Josh Barrett is alongside me in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Josh.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ian. Unfortunately, the afternoon hasn't really started how we hoped it would. It sounds like people didn't probably get to assembly areas early as they ought to, and it's caused somewhat of a problem. So whether that means this might get a reduced race distance now, we shall see.
Yes.
Because obviously it's a tight schedule this afternoon with the light, and it's probably not as bright today as we would have liked. Luckily it's a lot brighter than yesterday ended, so that's probably helpful. But yeah, we'll see what happens, because this might take some more time to get cars in some sort of an order.
Yes,
before we go racing.
Yes, I'm not quite sure how they're going to deal with this. Obviously, if drivers are late to the assembly area, then they should really join on at the back. But that remains to be seen exactly how this is all going to get sorted out. They were certainly given plenty of notice, 20 minutes notice before the race got underway to get to the assembly area. But of course, it is a big grid of 49 cars. We had 50 qualify. We can only start 49 here on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Let's have a look at what's happened earlier on this season then in the 116 trophy. This is the final race of the season, and it started at Brands Hatch. That was on the Indy circuit, wasn't it, back in the spring. Matthew Hycock took the victory there from Mac Priestwood and Anthony Seddon. Silverstone, that was the national circuit. That's not a race I saw, I don't think. You were there, Josh. Mac Priestwood took the first of his 3 wins there this season from Peter Keane and Antonio Almeida Souza. And quite impressively, Mac Priestwood took 3 wins in a row, which is a great feat, considering that you have to have a 30-second penalty at the first pit stop in 116 trophy if you've won the previous round. So he won at Silverstone, and then he won at Alton Park as well. And then at Anglesey, where he beat the Tom Sibley and Andrew Woodbine car, and Peter Keane was third at Anglesey as well. At Snetterton, James Waring, 16-year-old, had his first victory ahead of Antonio Souza and Toby O'Reilly. And then last time out at Croft, Matthew Hycock returned to winning ways there, taking the victory with a move on the final lap of the race, getting ahead of the Scott Jeffs and then Will Abraham driven car. I think that move was done basically on the way through chicane on the final lap. And then James Dunn it was that completed the podium in a very eventful 116 trophy race up at Croft about 3 weeks ago. But this is the final race of the season, 90-minute race for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. I mean, it's great to see, Josh, that it is so well subscribed, so many cars that have been entering the 116 trophy this season?
I suspect it's probably the highest average grid of any series or championship in the UK this year.
I would think so. I mean, it's often been almost, if not quite fully at capacity. Which has been great to see. And 49 cars here, a capacity field, and it's a really popular format that we now have, with the 90-minute race usually on a Sunday. Most of the meetings have a couple of sprint races on the Saturday, and a lot of the drivers do both. Not all of them. Some just do the trophy race, don't they? The endurance race on the Sunday. But it's a good format, and these are credible cars, aren't they, for this for endurance racing?
That's right. They're good rear-wheel drive cars, and they're pretty credible for sprint racing too, aren't they? We saw that over the course of this season, some good racing. I think there are 88, or maybe 87 actually, 87 registered cars this year in 116 racing. So I think we're going to go with what we've got, aren't we, with this grid? And I think for our pole man, Will Abraham, he knows he needs to move in front of James Waring, so that's been done. Not quite sure what's happened to Matt Priestwood in all of this, but he might have to come through the field.
Yes, the grid that we gave you didn't bear complete resemblance to what we now have, I'm afraid, but we'll go with what we've got, and it's going to be a rolling start, of course, for the 116 trophy. Had standing starts yesterday for the sprint races. One thing to note about the 116 trophy is that you're not able to take your pit stop, or either of your pit stops, if the safety car is out. So you can't dive into the pit lane when the safety car is out. One car being pushed off the grid there. It looks like that's the Udan car, the number 33 car of Simon Udan, who was going to start that car, and Sean Udan.
So does that mean the reserve will be in?
It could do, couldn't it? Which would be 12 Tom Sibley. If he's there and ready and waiting to go, he should be able to go from the back of the grid. If that is the case. The Udan car, though, is now driving down to the end of the pit lane, so if that's able to join from the pit lane, that will probably get priority, I would think.
Yeah,
anyway.
Don't really know what happens in that situation, to be perfectly honest, anyway. I'm not sure if the Sibley car is there anyway, is it? So not unless someone else has withdrawn, of course, at some point, and maybe Tom Sibley's on the back anyway. But we'll enjoy what we've got for 90 minutes of Gadshocks 116 trophy racing.
What I was saying about the safety car, we did see at Croft drivers almost anticipating the safety car, and we did have a few of them at Croft, and diving into the pits just as the safety car came out, which is okay. You can anticipate it, but you can't head into the pit lane when the safety car is already out.
So this is a 2-minute lap, so you can do your 60-second stop before you will go a lap down if you're a front runner.
Yes.
So I suspect we'll see a lot of the front runners pit early and get the first pit stop out of the way, and then see where we are after that. Because you say it's pretty strategical this, and it's the first 116 trophy race on the Donington Grand Prix circuit, I believe.
Yep, no lap record for these cars. Obviously, we had lap time set yesterday in the sprint trophy, but they won't count as lap records for this 116 trophy itself, the endurance races.
Yes, we did, I think, a 1-1 yesterday with Matt Highcock, who's not racing today. We went slightly quicker than that in qualifying. The cars will be full of fuel at the moment to do 90 minutes around here, which on a 2-minute lap should be 45 laps, shouldn't it? But it may not work out like that.
Yeah, we've probably got to knock off at least a lap or so for the 2 pit stops that the drivers have to make, and I'm sure there will be some safety car as well. With so many cars on the grid, if we get through this without safety car, I'll be quite surprised.
See, there's a dent there in the door of James Waring's car, who's on the front row. He was involved in an incident in qualifying. So presumably his car's pretty straight though and ready to go.
Safety car's already pulled into the pit lane, so it's with Will Abraham, number 209 now, to control the pace here at the start of this Gadshocks 116 trophy race. Still got 90 minutes showing on the clock, although we're probably about 9 minutes late starting this race now. So they turn their way through. Oh, Matt Priestwood's trying to take his position, which he has just about done now. Anyway, he's done that. Red lights are on, and they are going to go out, are they? Waiting for them to go out. Still waiting, and out they go. And it's a Good start there by Abraham. He tries to repel James Dunn, who was attacking him down the inside line. You've got James Waring on the outside line. You've got the Treble 8 car with Nigel Greensaw aboard trying to go around the outside as well. Matt Priestwood is somewhere near where he was supposed to be on the grid originally.
Oh dear.
So they turn the way through, and James Dunn has collected Nigel Greensaw, and both of them have gone off into the gravel trap at Redgate Corner. They both spear off to the left-hand side of the circuit. First accident we've seen like that during the course of this weekend. It looks like it's James Waring that's got the lead then from Will Abraham as they come down the through the Crater curves for the first time. Matt Priestwood up to third position. It's Jack Godden in fourth place as they head now through the Old Hairpin. This big field of cars turning their way through the Old Hairpin. It looks like the front half of the field has got through their safety, but not necessarily through Redgate Corner. We'll see if either of those cars have managed to recover themselves from the gravel trap, but it's Abraham who's got the advantage over James Waring in second place. We do have a safety car that will pick them up at the end of the lap, but in the meantime, and now they do get the safety car lighting panels and safety car boards being displayed, so no overtaking. Now these are being shown with both of those cars, Josh, in the gravel trap.
Yeah, I think James Dunn lost it and then he came back across the track, hit Greensaw. I imagine that's destroyed the steering on that car, because then it just drove off left through the gravel. And yeah, you said you thought there might be a safety car in this race, Ian. I'm not sure if you wondered if there would be 160 seconds in.
No, that's quite early, and of course this doesn't affect the pit stops anyway, because you can't make your pit stop in the first 15 minutes in any case. So it just gives the drivers a chance to effectively have another warming up lap or two, really. After all of that, so the snatch vehicle is already on the scene. Of course, it's got two cars to recover. I think they'll probably just get the one car off to a position where it can be either drive away if it can, or be recovered and then go back to get James Dunn car, unless they've got another vehicle that can come and deal with that more quickly. But they're able to do this fairly quickly here at Donington.
I was listening to a story earlier in the week, actually, involving Mark Blundell, and he said it's always good to become friends with the marshals, because if there's more than one car in the gravel trap, if you're friends with the marshals, they will recover you first. Because obviously they can get these cars recovered, they will be allowed back in the race if the cars are okay. And Nigel Greensaw's a friendly person, I think, and it's his car that's been recovered first, so we'll see if we can get Nigel back into the race.
And that's the car he shares with David Hudson, isn't it? Who's the reason for the South African flag on the side of the car. So they're just going to get that out of the gravel trap, certainly onto the concrete runoff area if they can, and then they sort of uncouple that and then go off to recover the second car. We'll see exactly how they deal with that. The pack, of course, is going past the incident that's being recovered. Several places made up by Dan Lavery in the 107 car on the opening lap, up into 10th position, so 8 places made up. Further back, a few drivers and teams made 5 or 6 places. Quite a few did that. Paul Offord, you can see, dropped about 9 places to 30th.
Not
on
such
the
a
opening
good
lap.
from a Great Dunmo driver, is it?
No, it was Great Dunmo, that hotbed of Essex Motorsport. And anyway, good news is that up at Redgate Corner, both drivers out of the cars being recovered.
Yeah, so they'll be recovered behind the barriers then, won't they, as the drivers aren't in, as you can see. And perhaps a marshal behind the wheel just to keep the wheels in somewhat of the direction it would like to go in.
Yeah, so...
there might not be much left to the front right corner of that car.
No, it's obviously had a heavy swipe, didn't it, on the way past as James Dunn sort of speared across the front, didn't he, more or less, I think, of it. And so quite a bit of damage on the front end of that 116. Just as well, really, it's the last race of the season for these cars. And we hope that... David Hudson and Nigel Greensaw will be back out again next year. Obviously, Nigel Greensaw, an experienced driver in just about any form of racing you can choose to mention.
That's right.
But certainly he's often to be seen at club racetracks supporting sort of relative newcomers as well and helping them to learn their craft.
Yeah, well, I think I spoke to him before about 116 Trophy. He was quite a big supporter of the format, about getting drivers in and taught how to drive quickly. David Hudson does some historics as well, so it's not just racing in 116 Trophy, but I think we've seen lots of young drivers come in, haven't we, to learn their craft, and it's just about the most affordable way of going racing, I think, particularly in rear-wheel drive machinery. Probably the car's no more expensive really than any other budget race car.
No, exactly. That looks like there's, that car's not in the best of health either. Talking of young drivers coming into it, we've got Harry Hurst Grover on the grid today in the number 14 car. Not quite sure where he's running. I don't think inside the top 30 at the moment, as far as I can see. But he is just 16 years of age. He's from Littleborough in Lancashire. And it's his first weekend in car racing. So he's done 4 years in karts, racing for X-Kart in the junior and senior Rotax categories. He's supported here today by his parents, his sister and his grandparents. So hopefully they're having a good day. And he's also starred in Driven Dreams, a documentary about grassroots karting as well. So that's Harry Hurst Grover having his first 116 trophy race today, as we're watching the Clodhopper Racing James Dunn car, which was there towards the front of the grid, being recovered back to the paddock with a lot of gravel going with it.
I think the marshal was asking James to try and get the wheel straight, but I think the front left wheel isn't really connected to the steering arm anymore.
No, he can't do a lot. He can't do a lot with it. Unfortunately, there's bits falling off as he goes through.
There's a bit of something attached to the wheel nut, bizarrely.
Yes.
Possibly a bit of Greensall's car.
Bit of trim of some description has managed to attach itself to the wheel. But soon these cars will be out of harm's way, and it won't be there therefore very long before we get racing back underway. We've had 7 minutes of the race so far, so still another 8 minutes before the pit window opens. Having got the car that far, they now need to try and work out how they can actually get it behind the barriers, don't they? Because the car not able to steer. So that's the problem we now have in trying to recover that number 252 car. Reminder that at the end of the first lap, it was Will Abraham leading the race from James Waring in second place, Peter Keane in third, Sam Carrington-Yates, who's won many a 116 trophy race in the past, in fourth place. He's showing the car with Harry Ormerod, who's just down beneath our commentary position, I can see. Then we've got Jack Godden, who's showing his father Chris in fifth place, and Matt Priestwood, the number 173 car, in sixth position. The driver that's won more races than anybody else so far this season. He's had 3 wins. Matthew Highcock has had 2, and the other win went to James Waring at Snetterton in August.
The recovery team know what they're doing. They've attached a rope to one of the rear wheels so they can have some further control, I think, of what it's doing, and it's behind the barriers. So one further lap behind the safety car should be enough.
Yeah, I would think so. And the safety car, it's probably just too late, isn't it, for it to turn the lights out, because it's usually been turning the lights off during the course of this weekend as it sort of goes on to the Grand Prix loop. So just a little bit too late to do that now. So I'll do one lap. I imagine it will pick up the pace a little bit on the next lap, knowing now that the circuit is clear, and then the surviving cars will be able to go out into the race. But yes, just one more lap behind the safety car in this Gas Shocks 116 trophy race.
Will Abraham's not done too many trophy races this season, has he? He's been focusing on the Sprint Championship, I think, when that became a bit less of a realistic championship winning option. I think he did Croft. He finished second at Croft with Scott Jeffs, who he's with again today. So that is the leading car. Will Abraham, who was racing in the Fun Cup at Brands Hatch a couple of months ago, was a front runner there as well.
Just looking at it, the only 2 cars we've lost are Dunn and Greensall, as we thought.
Could have been more, couldn't they?
It could have been, which it was surprising it wasn't in a way. Simon Udan did get out of the pit lane to start the race as well. He's at the back of the field.
So we didn't get Tom Sibley at all, I don't think.
No, I don't think we did.
So there's the queue. I think the safety car sped things up now that we can get racing underway at the end of this lap. Interesting how much curb people are using there behind the safety car. But anyway, they in this one long line. So what, we've got 47 cars running. So it's still a massive grid. Still, I think more than what we've seen in 116 Trophy before. So Abraham, Waring, Keane, Carrington, Yates and Godden, the top 5.
Yeah, Will Abraham was pipped that victory at on the last lap at Croft last time out. I'll be keen to avenge for that. The 20-year-old from Hungerford, a university student, raced for in Rotax karting and the CSC Racing prepared car that is out in front. That's number 209, and we've got James Waring, the teenager, just behind. The marshal's getting ready to remove the safety car boards because the safety car lights are out, and we're about to go racing once again with still 1 hour and 19 minutes left to go.
Good to see there's lots of marshals on the marshal post here, isn't there? So there's a good number of marshals here for a circuit which sometimes struggles for numbers, so that's good to see.
In particular on the Grand Prix circuit, where sometimes meetings have had to be switched back to the national circuit because of insufficient marshals. But great to see them supporting the 750 Motor Club this weekend. Many, many thanks to all of you that are doing so. So here comes Will Abraham into Goddard's for the 4th time in this race, about to go on to lap number 5. The green flag waves, and the race gets back underway then. So Will Abraham, number 209, has the lead from 228. James Waring in second. Peter Keane under threat here from Sam Carrington-Yates as they make their way into Redgate Corner. Carrington-Yates looking to the outside line, but he can't make a way through there. And Jack Godden, who's back up to speed really in this meeting, is 5th. And Matt Priestwood, the 3-time winner, is in 6th. As they all head over the line. A few fastest laps but popping up on the timing screen as cars that were mostly the safety car for the first lap are able to set some quick lap times. But Sam Carrington-Yates challenging Peter Keane for 3rd position once again into the old hairpin that time, but he didn't make it through. And Matt Priestwood also looks like he wants to try and make a move on Jack Godden for 5th.
Yes, Godden was a winner yesterday, wasn't he, in the 116 sprint finale, but Matt Priestwood is on his inside. Priestwood hasn't won a race, I don't think, in either, has he, since the summer at Anglesey, so I'm sure he'd be keen to go out on a victory. Matt Priestwood in 173 hasn't got any success penalties to run with this time out. So down the exhibition straight they go. Abraham leading from the teenager James Waring, who's there in second, the 16-year-old who is sharing with Matty Street, I think, today. Or he was due to share with Matty Street, but now he's, I don't think, part of that lineup. The James Waring solo. Change for 3rd as Carrington-Yates gets past Peter Keane. Matt Priestwood is coming through as well. So they're side by side on the run up towards Goddard. So Peter Keane losing spots at this point, but he's fighting back on Priestwood. He's on the inside line, and he will retain the place, I think, for now.
Yep, so next time they come through, they will be able to take their pit stops as well. The pit lane will be open by the next time they get around. Priestwood is that's done the best lap of the race, 2:00.771. So he gets the fastest lap of the race so far.
It's quicker than yesterday as well. So that's the fastest 116 race lap we've seen, and only a couple of attempts slower than qualifying, impressively, despite being on larger fuel loads. Here they come, side by side still, as they have been for a little while now. Peter Keane and Matt Priestwood. Priestwood on the inside for the Craners, but Keane does have to give way eventually. Thought he might try and come back down the inside, but decided against it seems. So Jack Godden involved in that as well. And the top 3 have just got away a touch because of all that. Will Abraham, James Waring and Sam Carrington-Yates, who's got a good exit to McLean's. He's on the inside of Waring now. Of course, Carrington-Yates wasn't involved in this yesterday, but he's very much joining in today, and he gets 2nd place at Coppice.
So down the straight they go. It is still Abraham, number 209, that leads the way. Sam Carrington-Yates, 21, is in 2nd. 228. James Waring is 3rd. 173. Matt Priestwood in 4th position.
102 James Allen didn't come through at the end of the previous lap, apparently.
And Nigel Greensall's back out into the race somehow. Well, that car looked badly beaten up, didn't it? 10 minutes ago. But it's back out into the race now, obviously a few laps down. but the team have worked hard to get that ready as Priestwood makes a move there on James Waring to go third. So Matt Priestwood in the white and pink car, the powder coach from Halifax, goes through to take third ahead of Waring in that 228 car, and then just behind Waring it's Peter Keane in 151. The pit lane window is open, and already we've got drivers heading for the pit lane, Josh.
That's right. One was Carrington Yates, I think, yeah, and James Waring was the other. So 21 and 228 from that front group have come in immediately. Ben Dobbs in 104 is the next, and 34 Toby O'Reilly, 25 Ethan Hall, 444 Richard Phillips are all in. If you're a triple squad, which there's not many of actually this weekend, you wouldn't really want to be early because you haven't done many racing laps at this stage. 28 Melissa Bexley is the next one in. So not a huge amount have gone immediately, but I wonder if it won't be much longer before others do.
No, and it's interesting you say there's not too many triple drivers, 3-driver teams, Tom. I think there's been fewer and fewer 3-driver teams over the sort of seasons that 116 Trophy has been running. I think people have realised that maybe 1 or 2 drivers is the way to go. 3 drivers is good, but it can be a bit of a handicap in terms of your performance. But it does get more drivers seat time and more experience as well.
And we share the cost with more people.
Exactly, yes.
But yeah, like you say, less people feel the need to do that, and what the competitive edge.
What we're watching. Go on, sorry.
Car has already got a track limit warning. 321, which is Jake Muncie, who is sharing with Bert Chapman, who will be in later, the F1000 racer.
Yeah, I was just going to say we've seen on screen Pete Brand and Dan Lavery. Dan, who had that very good first lap, made up several places. That was the battle for 8th and 9th. But of course, with pit stops already happening, and Sam Carrington-Yates or Harry Ormer are heading back out onto the circuit, and James Waring as well, then obviously the order from this point on is going to be rather jumbled. 50, which is Liam Brezitz, has also got a black and white driving standards flag as well.
It seems we have lost 102 James Allen. He hasn't come through. The car he shared with Sean Frey. So we're about to see how many more are going to peel in this time. Whether Will Abraham is one of those. 86 involved in a battle. That is Pete Brand, I think, going solo today now. He's caught to 107, very close to the back. And 107 was started by who?
Dan Lavery.
Dan Lavery.
Will Abraham and Matt Priestwood both into the pit lane as well. So Jack Godden is the leading car still out there, number 71. Abraham and Priestwood coming in together. 87 is also coming in this time. That's Samuel Copeland, who's now driving that car solo. So quite a few more coming into the pits on this lap. That's the 151 car of Peter Keane, which is also now in for his stop. Liam Brezitz in there as well in car 50, as you can see on the inset. There's this battle going on though between Pete Brand and Dan Lavery. They'll be up a few more positions with cars ahead of them having pitted. Will they make their stops anytime soon, I wonder?
So we'll see where the cars that pitted on that previous lap come out in comparison to the likes of Abraham, Priestwood and Keane. So that should be all happening pretty shortly. But Jack Godden, the leading car in the race from...
I was going to say, Harry Onward has got into the 21 car because Sam Carrington-Yates has just appeared on the pit wall. So we know which driver's in that. I suspect Sam will get back in for the final stint. I think that's what happened at Croft last time out, where Harry Onward basically spent about 20 minutes driving around behind the safety car, and that was about it.
There's Abraham. He's about to go. If we go quiet, we can hear.
So they were almost pushing the car back out.
Yeah, no, because I think Scott Jeffs has got in and he hadn't been belted up in time, had he? So yes. I think they've lost some time in that. The CSC racing car, now we can't find first gear. We shouldn't really have been in reverse, I don't think.
No, exactly. Yes, first gear is the gear that he ought to have been in. Anyway, they make their way down the pit lane. Will Abraham now at the... Well, sorry, Scott Jeffs now at the back of that group. The car he's taken over from Will Abraham.
He's behind the Bicknells, who were 19th, so they've lost a lot of time in that pit stop. Changing drivers, but not being able to do it as quickly as they would have liked. So it is Jack Godden that leads by 2.4 seconds from 80, which is Theo Millward.
Oliver Smith's in that car at the moment, I think.
Oh, okay.
Pete Brand and Dan Lavery, the two that were battling, have come in as well from 3rd and 4th positions. And as too has the Luke Fox car as well. So we do have this situation where the double and triple driver cars, we don't necessarily know for certain who is in all of them now for the rest of the race. We know who's starting them, but we don't know who's in them at any given point in time, unfortunately.
And everything's a little bit confusing at this stage as well, isn't it, with the pit stops having been done. Well, there's Omerod, and he's ahead of Peter Keane, and this could well be for our leading pit stopper. Down towards the Melbourne Loop they go. We see if anyone's in front of them. Priestwood.
Yes, and has pitted as well, hasn't he? So Priestwood there, who is in the 173 car, is a little bit up the road. Driving standards flag for car 25, which is Ethan Hall. Goes out.
How many penalties are we going to get in this?
Could be a few, couldn't they? Because we've still got an hour and 10 minutes to go. As Peter King goes up the inside of Harry Ormerod, that's for position. What may well be second position, possibly, of the stoppers. And so he will now try to track down Matt Priestwood, who's a few seconds up the road in the 173 car. He's in 25th, Matt Priestwood. Peter Keane 5.1 seconds behind him, and it's Harry Ormerod third of those, but I can't see anyone else ahead of Matt Priestwood that I would expect to be. So I guess it's just a question now of whether someone like Jack Godden, who's still out there, can make a really good stop and get in and out and come out ahead of Matt Priestwood.
That's right. Big battle here here between Pete Brand and others, including Peter Keane, who had a go at getting past him. He did get past, though, Harry Ormerod recently, and now here he comes alongside on the run uphill. Towards the left-hander at Schwartz Curve, they're wheel to wheel. Pete Brand on the inside for McLean's, but Peter Keane's able to swoop around the outside and go through. James Waring's behind there, so he's lost some time in the stop as well. I think this is the problem. If you pit with everyone else, you've got to push your car back out into the into the pit apron, and you might get caught out by others. So I think if you do pit when others aren't, you probably can do a quicker stop.
Yes, there is something in that. More driving standards flags going out. That's to number 80, which is to Oliver Smith now, the car that's now pitted from second position. So it's really only perhaps 10 cars, 15 cars that have yet to make a stop now. Jack Godden, the first of those, is 86, which is Pete Brand, gets ahead of James Waring for position. And Waring is going to try and fight back. Harry Ormerod just behind as well in the 21 car as they dive their way down to the Melbourne hairpin. Dan Lavery, he's not too far behind either, because of course he was battling with Pete Brand before they made their pit stops.
That's right. Waring is waving his arms about in the cockpit of the car. They went wheel to wheel through the S's, and perhaps Waring felt they were losing time battling here. We've got the car that Bert Chapman might be jumping aboard in a moment. Could have a problem. We've got a mechanic looking under the car. The Ryan scaffolding backed 321, which Jake Munsey started. So the pit stops are plenty, as you've been saying, Ian.
Yeah, so that's cars being held until they get to the 60-second mark, of course, when it'll be allowed back out into the race.
Peter Keane's in for a second time. So he is in. He's not the only one. Sam Copeland, who's in the Louis Woodward car, that's in for a second time. So some of the single drivers are going double straight away. But you could lose a lap doing that, particularly if Jack Gordon stays out and doesn't pit. You will lose a lap, there's no doubt about it.
Yes, there is some risk attached to that strategy, and it could sort of come to if the safety car comes out. Waring is trying to fight back on Pete Brand. Up the inside he goes into McLean's corner. Brand is wide over the green concrete on the outside of the corner, so James Waring should get that move done. Through Copstake, yes, he's back ahead, but it's a really good scrap this going on for position. It is for 19th and 20th position. 19th, 20th, 21st is the kind of area we're looking at here. I think just ahead of them is the 80 car, which is pitted now, and we'll either have Oliver Smith or Theo Millward aboard.
But has come out probably as the second stopper behind Matt Priestwood. Oh, way up the curb there was Brand. He's been passed this time by 107, which is the Dan Lavery car.
Yeah, Brand's going to lose a few positions there. Here comes Ormerod up the inside of Lavery as well as they come into the Melbourne hairpin. And is he able to get through on the inside? Lavery still hanging on around the outside of them too. And they're climbing back up the hill towards Goddard's. There's also the 121 car involved as well. That's the car that was started by Luke Fox. It may well be AJ Duffel aboard. Now there's Paul Offord in the pit lane, who had a disappointing start to the race from his point of view. But he's just heading out for a bit. Now it's Matt Priestwood in for his second stop as well.
Interesting, the teams are electing to do both these stops early, because, as I say, if you drop off the lead lap, that puts you in a risk that I don't really see the need of doing. So that's interesting, because Jack Gordon is staying out there, perhaps putting other people's plans, making them more difficult than what they had hoped. He leads by 13 seconds from Theo Tibbetts, and then Sam Holman in third. James Paul is in fourth. And I think up into fifth place has come Giles Carter. All cars that haven't stopped at this stage. So Priestwood heading down the pits, but will go a lap down to Jack Godden.
I think there's 10 cars that haven't stopped at all yet, including all of them in the first four. Jack Godden, Theo Tibbetts, Sam Holman and James Paul. And there's one right towards the back as well, the Julian Halcott that's in 27th position despite having not made a stop.
There's a big slide from the car back of short. The in front of it going free abreast pretty much. That was all right, exciting for a second. They sorted themselves out for Coffey's corner.
So we're working at lap 12 of the race for the leaders. We're 25 or so minutes into the race, 26 minutes into the race. There's Dan Lavery, or the Dan Lavery car, now might be driven by Michael Lavery, the 107 car ahead of the Luke Fox AJ Duffel machine, and then it's, we know it's in the 21 car, Harry Ormerod. Two cars ahead of him are side by side.
Nigel Greenstall has set the 8th fastest lap, so that car's fairly straight despite that big hit it had. Now it's got out. Obviously it's not going to be a contender, it's 5 laps down, but lap in only about a second or so slower than the very fastest lap of the race.
The Saratoga car's entry of Fox and Duffel turns its way through Goddard Corner once again, with more than an hour of this race still to go. Along the Wheatcroft Straight. Interesting that we do still have quite a few drivers yet to make their first stop, but already a handful that have made 2. Mostly, I think, as Josh was saying, the single driver efforts. Priestwood is dropping down our timing screens now because he's made his second stop, but we'll see where he sort of falls as far as the drivers that have made 2 stops are concerned in a moment.
So James Waring's the leading stopper, isn't he, from Oliver Smith by about a second. Then Dan Lavery going well. He's the third of the cars, of the Dan and Michael Lavery car, the first of the cars yet to stop for the drivers from Bedfordshire in the DTO Motorsport car. There's loads of cars heading up towards Redgate there, including number 9, which was one of the cars that hasn't stopped yet, the Julian Howell and Michael Loveland car. But here's the race leader, Jack Godden in 71. Jack and his father Chris have been struggling with this car this season, Ian, but they've got it sorted for the final weekend.
Yes, they seem to have done. Yes, there's now a black and white driving standards flag going out to the 221 car, which is Maximus Bicknell and Andy Bicknell. But yes, it's good to see Jack Godden back on the pace. Had that win yesterday in Sprint Trophy. Have been struggling down on power much of the season, but good to see that they seem to be back up to speed. And Jack's dad, Christopher, will take over for the second part of the race. I imagine that Jack will do probably 2/3 of the race himself. Whether Christopher does a middle stint or takes the car home at the end.
Tell you what, if everyone keeps doing 2 stops, they could almost find themselves into a nice strategy here, couldn't they?
Yes.
They just keeps out. Might as well try and do something different, because if you do the same, maybe that's just sort of going to be similar to everybody else. Then, if you do something different, you could find yourself in a better place.
So we've got the 40 car in the pits as well. That's Giles Carter and Daniel Paris, drivers from Yorkshire.
Giles Carter started that car in his second season this year in the 2005 BMW 116. Built by 4040 Racing. Now this battle is pretty intense. There's 4 cars in it. 220 is at the head of the group. I think it's a battle for sort of minor positions, but it's a really good dice. Andrew Partridge and Austin Browser's car at the front of the group. They just show you in it doesn't matter if you're at the front or not really, you're going to find someone to race against because there's so many cars out there and everyone with the same type of car.
Yes, I mean they're very, very consistent in the lap times all the way down the field in the 116 trophy. So always someone to battle with.
The second car in this group is Ben Wilshire's car. Ben, who's designs racetracks, and one of his sort of colleagues in doing that was David Brabham, and we saw David drive in this car at Snetterton, but Ben himself, he was part of the redesign of the Yas Marina circuit at Abu Dhabi, so he knows what it's like when you're trying to make these new circuits around the world, and himself is he's an ex-supercar champion.
34 is into the pits, that's Toby O'Reilly and Lewis Tyndall. And the Anthony 7 Racing Run car, counting down the time to 0, and they're not ready to push the car back out yet. The driver's door is now closed, and the car gets back out into the race. That's the number 34 car.
Theo Tibbets is in, the 21-year-old from Cambridgeshire. In his first season, Carter was the TKM Festival Cup karting winner in this car that he shares with his father Matt. He's also from Cambridgeshire, the ex-autograss racer. But in the gravel is Ben Wilshire, after talking about him, the car that he shares with Will Tyndall. Well, he might get out though, this is at the S's, and hopefully he can rejoin safely because there's not that much vision there, but yeah, he used lots of lock to make sure he didn't use up too much track, and he will carry on. But James Waring, who may have passed him in all of that, and probably didn't, is in for a second time. So a lot of the fast guys are going 2 stops early on. Is this not what happened at Snetterton? And then we sort of had a mixed up order, didn't we, which James Waring won?
Yes, he did.
But it had sort of some more unlikely people on the podium, perhaps. We saw Toby O'Reilly pick up a podium there.
Just saw James Waring in the pits then, and the penalty for Liam Brezitz. I imagine that's for track limits. It's not yet appeared on our screen with the detail. There it is, 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits for Liam Brezitz.
Godden is in, so this might help some people's strategies out. Jack Godden is into the pit lane from the race lead. He's done 1/3 distance, and that could promote James Paul into the race lead if he stays out. I think potentially James interested in getting involved in the Swift Sport Challenge that will be introduced next year, Ian.
Yes, looking forward to that. I'm hearing from James Stanley, the 750 Motor Club earlier on today, over 100 sort of expressions of interest, I think, for the Swift Sport Challenge for next season.
Well, if they all come true, we might have to do heats and finals.
That's a spectacle fall by the wayside, but it's good to have that level of interest at this early stage. That was only announced a couple of months ago at Silverstone. It's a real entry-level point for sort of hatchback racing. There's the 78 car that did come in then, the Paul car, didn't it? It was one that you thought might take the lead if it stayed out, but it's not.
360 though has, so that is David Watt, but I think this might bring other cars onto the lead lap again, won't it? So that's not worked out as badly as it may have done for the likes of Matt Priestwood and Peter Keane and James Waring. We'll see if they are on the lead lap in a few moments' time. But for James Paul, the pit stop continues.
Yeah, so, well, there's the Godden car though. I think it probably is Jack still out there at the moment, which is making its way through the old hairpin up towards McLean's corner. That's the 71 car. Where did it come out? Can we see?
We'll have to wait to the end of the lap.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait, aren't we, for the end of the lap. Where it's going to come back in. 78 car goes back into the race as well. 55 minutes of the race left to go. And a busy bit of track down there at the old hairpin. You can see the Lewis White and Turner. Paul White, number 10 car, is at the head of that group. Paul White in the ex-Formula Ford racer. Also in that group is the 209 car of Scott Jeffs, taken over from Will Abraham.
He was 14th and about 20 or so seconds behind the leader of the one-stoppers. That's how much time they lost, around 20 seconds with that long stop, where they didn't do the driver change in the sort of the 1 minute time period that they would have tried to. But I think we have got confirmation now that Matt Priestwood and the others who have made 2 stops are on the lead lap, So I wonder if that will start to bring people who have done one pit stop in to do their second stops and bring them on the same strategy now, which is probably the better strategy to have done 2 stops at this stage.
Liam Brezitz now has also picked up a penalty for track limits infringements. So that's 2 already. We'll see if any more are picked up. So lead now taken by the 360 car, which was started by David Watt, sharing the car with Tom Hand. But second, having now made 1 stop, is Jack Godden, and he's only 5.6 seconds behind the Watt and Hand car. So it's only now, I think, 3 cars possibly that have yet to make a stop at all.
Very busy at the final corner, but I guess the bigger point about Jack Gordon is he's 7 seconds ahead of everybody else that's pitted one. So that later stop, having a clear pit lane, I think does work out to doing a bit of a quicker pit stop.
Here's Scott Jeffs on the outside line of the Whiten and Whiten Turner car as they go into Redgate corner.
Was Jeffs not at the back of this queue when we started looking at the battle?
We did, yes, he was, and he's now got past the car that was at the front of it, which is the Whiten car.
He passed something like 5 or 6 cars then, hasn't he, in a lap? Which is impressive.
More penalties, I think now one going out to the 47 car, which is the Andersons. Presumably again for exceeding track limits. You can see that on our timing screen. 5-second penalty for them. So we'll see if it starts to sort of have a big impact further up. I mean, we do have the Smith car, Smith and Millward car, which has got a 5-second penalty. That's the car that's third on the timing screen at the moment. As they making their way through. 78 car is back in again for its second stop. That is the car solo driven by the man from Epping, James Paul.
Yeah, he did back-to-back, didn't he? So we saw him in the pits just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, 46-year-old from Epping, second season of racing, car that was built last year.
So it's Scott Jeffs. Going with him is the Whiten car, which was started by Lewis White and Turner, just ahead of 17. The Riley and Taylor car, I think just Riley today. There's a bit of damage on the one on the inside, 232, the front right section of the bonnet. I wasn't sure if it was fastened down as it should have been. The Jonathan Baker, Simon Walton, Ian Mitchell car, I think. Possibly not Simon Walton today. Let's have a look. Comes out the corner, maybe just a little bit out of sync, but probably okay.
Liam Brezitz dive for the pits as though we saw in the background the car with the orange bonnet. Fairly distinctive livery that he has on that car, so he's headed into pit lane. Still the best lap of the race. That very early effort from Matt Priestwood, 2:00.771. Obviously since then there's been a lot of pit stops and of course a very busy circuit, so not much in the way of clear laps for anybody really at this stage of the race when they're not in the pit lane.
Priestwood 2.8 seconds ahead of Peter Keane for the 2 stopped car leading cars, so that's a gap to monitor. Priestwood was half a second quicker on the most recent lap. James Waring a bit further back, the third of those.
Yeah, and Jack Godden now extending his lead to more than 8 seconds, isn't he, over the next car, which is the car on screen now, actually, number 80. And then you've got the Fox and Duffel car, that's the third of the one-stoppers, number 121, ahead of 107, Dan Lavery, and 21, which is Harry Ormrod's. The Riley car, number 17, now gets a track limits penalty.
Yes, there's quite a few totting it up. And we haven't had half the race yet. In the first 10 minutes, we've had no green flag running.
So this is a battle for position. There is Matt Priestwood. He is in amidst some of the DTO cars there, isn't he, which are on different laps. Priestwood in 22nd position, but as you say,
84th position. I think that's 20th, 21st,
yes,
22nd.
you're right. But the cars that have made only one stop rather than his 2. He also has Nigel Greensall, he's just gone past as well. So there's DTO cars 103 and 101 in 20th and 21st.
121 is up to third, and the second of the cars to have stopped once, Luke Fox and AJ Duffield, so they're going well.
Yeah, no, they've done well. Had a good solid run here. Obviously, pit stop went pretty smoothly as well from their point of view to get up into that position.
I don't think they've featured in the top 10 this year at the end of the race.
No, so I'll be pleased with that. So another car into the pits is the Treble 3. That is the car of the Sneeze, Damien and Daniel. Damien it was for the first part of the race. Daniel, a local driver from Ashby de la Zouche, for the second part of the race. Matt Priestwood's made good progress away from those two DTO cars and is now turning into Goddard, so he's pulled out a bit more time over Peter Keane, I would think, who is still about 4 or 5 seconds behind him. Just having a look, Priestwood here, he's gone across the line and he's a minute 15 behind the leader, Jack Godden, isn't he? So assuming that they're lapping in similar paces, which they appear to be, then you'd think that that's probably not enough time for Godden to get in and out of the pits and stay ahead of Matt Priestwood, I would have thought, Josh.
Since the pit stop, Matt Priestwood has been averaging a 2:01.8, and obviously Jack Godden's done less laps since he pitted. He's averaging a 2:02.1 on this stint. Peter King actually, on the average, quicker than the pair of them on a 2:01.5. So Peter King is trying to go after Matt Priestwood here. What about all these cars heading up towards the final corner? 80 is involved in that. That's the car that started the lap in 5th. The Theo Millward and Oliver Smith car. And is he still in 5th at the end of the lap? We're about to find out. No, he's gained a place. He's ahead of the Laverys because they've pitted. So the Smith and Millward up to 4th. A lot of that, though, is lapped cars that they are making their way through. 21 there, you can see on your screen, is up next. They're 5th. That's Harry Omrod, isn't it, at this stage? And then about 10 or so seconds behind is Scott Jeffs, who continuing to try and make progress. Scott Jeffs is averaging a 2:09, a 2 minutes 2.4, so not quite as quick as Matt Priestwood and co, but pretty good effort considering he's having to overtake a lot of cars to position.
Yeah, that's very true. So we're coming up towards the halfway point in this race, and yeah, we're now in a situation whereby the majority of the drivers have already made one stop, apart from I think just one car now, and several have now made 2 stops. So we're more than halfway through the pit stops in this race, but not quite halfway through the timed element of it, which means that it may settle down into the later stages. Watching an interesting plane take off from the airport and go past us. No time to be watching that though. If you're looking after the 187 car, which is that of George Healer, drive from Winsford, that's about to be pushed back out. There's a plain black livery on George Healer's car, very standard, probably as it was bought.
The Andersons have got a second time penalty now for track limits. The next one would be,
I think, a drive-through, yeah. In this race it would be a drive-through, I think. So that's 5 plus 10, and then next it will be a drive-through penalty if there's any more track limits breaches by the number 47 car between now and the end of the race. So still with this situation, the Watton Hand car has just finally come in for its first stop, car number 360. David Watt starting that car, but I think he was the last driver that was hanging out for his first stop and is doing so pretty much halfway through the race.
There's Ross Riley. He's another of those that have had a penalty, I think. He is 12th currently in 180 in 17. Just up the road, he's 187. George Healer after his stop.
The 80 car is in. That is the Theo Millward and Oliver Smith car. It looks like it's Smith getting into that car once again, judging by the name on the side of the helmet.
Wondering what drivers did that make our life easier.
But wouldn't it? So in that case, Theo Millward's not had a lot of time in the car, has he? Because Smith started the car as well.
Looks like got some quite hot front brakes, steaming away. So that driver change is almost complete. door shuts on the Ellsworth BMW Specialist car. And that will shortly be back into the race. Will Abrahams and Scott Jeffs are the latest car to get a track limit penalty. For much longer, it might be easier to tell you which cars don't have track limit penalties, because there's a number of them starting to come in.
There's the 220 car, which is the Fox Lux car, which is very sideways and is going to be passed by the 221 car of the Bicknells. So that's the Andrew Partridge and Austin Browser car that was very much sideways there. And that's a very unusual place to end up for James Poole in number 78. It looked like there might have been some contact with another car down the straight, but he's gone way off to the right hand side and found the barriers there at that part of the circuit, and Marshall rushing to assist, but before he can get there, the driver drives off. He's taken off one of the corner markers as well, hasn't he? Corner markers as he's headed down the grass.
That's right. I'm not sure what the other car involved was. 9 is in, I think we can see. That's the car that Mike Loveland is part of, the ex-classic touring car racer. There is a bumper, which might be from a DTO Motorsport car.
Yes, just from the limited clues that we have. That's in the gravel trap, I think, at Old Hairpin, isn't it? That car has gone off.
Well spotted.
It's the 104 car we're hearing of Ben Dobbs. So Ben's had a moment. There's the Fly Motorsport, the RLI Motorsport car, the number 9 of Julian Howe and Michael Loveland. So that's the car that was, I think, late to make its first stop. It's I think probably its second now, though. We'll check on that as they get back out into the race. Yeah, 2 stops now made by that car, which is in 46th position. The last car, bar the Greensall car, which was obviously several laps down.
Do you remember how far you said Priestwood was behind earlier?
I think a minute 15.
It's coming down. It's 1 minute 13 now, and he's going away from Peter Keane now, over 4 seconds ahead. So Godden averaging a 2:02.3. Priestwood now averaging a 2:01.8. So that is why the times are coming down. Half a second a lap faster is Matt Priestwood at this stage.
Yes, so that's putting Mac in a good position for what would be a 4th win of the season then. Disappointment yesterday was the 107 Lavery car and the 80 Oliver Smith car managed to tangle possibly up at Redgate Corner. The Empress has now got a 10-second penalty as well. Josh?
Oliver Smith was one of our contenders, wasn't he? That car was up in the top positions earlier.
It was.
So that probably would have knocked them out.
I'd have thought so.
There's Jack Gooden. He had to thread his way through all of that.
Yes, so he's going to try and make a pass now on the 8 car, and well, not trying, he's done it already as they arrive at the Old Hairpin. Just behind them, I can see, is the 25 car Ethan Hall, the 19-year-old from Newdigate, the college student in his 2nd season of racing.
And he's 27th and a lap down, so there's something like 26 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, it's Hall, I think, he's made 2 stops, hasn't he? But so that probably is why he is showing a lap down, but it's usually someone that's there or thereabouts inside the top 10 or even top 6 places.
He must be about 3/4 of a minute therefore behind Priestwood, who's also made 2 stops.
Something like that.
More cars are making 2 stops this time because Priestwood's up to 6th. So the 2 stop cars are coming towards the front. So it's might start to become quite obvious who our contenders are here.
Yeah, I think at Croft last time it was only with about 15 minutes to when the pit lane window closed that it became obvious.
Right.
But here it might be obvious a bit earlier. Of course, at Croft we did have 4. I think it's 4 not pit stops, safety car periods.
Yeah, I guess that confused things there, didn't it?
It did. It meant people couldn't take their stops quite as quick as they wanted to, possibly, and had to wait for safety car periods to be over.
So there's Jack Godden, race leader. Leading now by, I think, 37 seconds over the Whiten number 10 car.
But only now 1 minute 12 over Matt Priestwood. And the Jeffs and Abraham car is in. It's got a penalty, I should say. Now.
Yeah, with 5 seconds.
5 second penalty.
In this stint, Matt Priestwood has done a 2:01.9, a 2:23, a 2:6, a 1:2, a 1:2, a 1:6, 1:8, 1:7, 2:5, and a 1:6. So most of his laps are in the ones, and all of his laps are within about a second of the other, despite coming through traffic. Impressive effort, isn't it? Very consistent. Could be useful if he ever does any more endurance racing, and I know that that's something that's very much on his in his plans as he looks to develop his career in motorsport. The former off-road racer who came into the 116 trophy last year. Second season of racing, the 3 times Polaris British SXS racing champion. And the Anthony Seddon Racing prepared car. So Priestwood has come through in 4th. He's 4.3 seconds ahead of Peter Keane now, so it's just edging out fractionally at a time. They are a long way ahead of anybody else who have made 2 stops. One car that has just come in for the second time is 2:09. That was Scott Jeffs. Let's hear how his stint went with Matt Sucklin, who is down there in the pit lane. So let's catch up with Matt right now.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, down here with Scott Jeffs, who's just jumped out of the 2:09 machine. Scott, look like you're having a good run there, but we've just heard you may have got a penalty.
Yeah, I think I got just a 5 second track limits penalty, but I mean, I didn't practice or anything, and I haven't driven this car around this track, so I was pushing a little bit hard, overdriving, trying to get the pace out of it straight away. Unfortunately, I've made a couple of mistakes and gone off. 5 seconds isn't the end of the world, but yeah, I'm annoyed I did get that because I could feel myself overdriving. I just couldn't bring it in at all.
Enjoyed your stint out there and how it's gone?
Yeah, I did enjoy it. It was tough. Like I'm sort of guessing at what I was doing. I didn't want to do too much because Will's been here all weekend. I wanted to make sure he has as much time in the car as possible, so we can really push now and just get on with it. I think we need a safety car to bring us back in though, as we had to stop for an extra 20 seconds on the first stop. So yeah, hopefully get a little safety car and then we'll be right back in the mix.
They're good little cars though, aren't they? Good fun to drive, I imagine.
Yeah, really fun. Like really forgiving. I think for any ability, if you're just getting into racing, it's a really good starting point. I mean, a grid of 50 cars is ridiculous. I've never raced in a grid that big, and I think that's such an attractive point to anyone looking to get into motorsport because where else are you going to get that? I don't have anywhere else that's going to get that.
So you're now done for the race. You're going to watch Will and kind of cheer him on?
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll be watching every lap. Yeah, I just hope we have a bit of luck fall our way because we started to. My suit wasn't fully done up, and I didn't know. So then we had to pull the car back in, do my suit up, and then go back out. So we lost another 5 seconds there. But we're all done with the pit stops now. It's down to Will just to absolutely nail some laps.
Scott, good stint and good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There we go. Scott Jeffs down here in the pit lane. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Matt. Scott Jeffs co-driving the 209 car, which you can see on screen now, which has Will Abraham back behind the wheel, heading in the general direction of East Midlands Airport. And he has got 36 minutes of the race left to go. Car 17 has got a 48-second stop-go penalty for pit lane speeding even, and that is the Ross Riley car. We said how well AJ Duffel and Luke Fox were going. They've made both their pit stops and they are in 9th place, so that is a really good run from 121. There we see Will Abraham. We just heard from his co-driver in the pit lane with Matt. Looking here into the hairpin, the Barlow's car, which had a difficult start to their campaign at Brands Hatch. It's been better since then for Lewis Charlton and Jakob Nowak. So they will come up across the line in this big group, led by Liam Brezitz, who's in 18th. And then there's that lapped car between Brezitz and then Charlton and Nowak, who's 19th. And Oliver Smith's in there after his spin. Also in there, the Baker and Mitchell car. And one of the triple-driven cars, actually, the Atwood, McCullough, Ganari car is 22nd. So apart from 33, I think that is all for position, this battle pack heading towards the old hairpin. Outside the top 15, though, at the moment. Brezitz's a bit sideways. He did, and that's going to allow you, Dan, to get back on terms with him. So wonderful sight these cars make, and so many of them are still circulating despite 1 or 2 incidents. That's one of the cars that was involved in an incident, went off into the barriers. There's a little bit of damage to the front of the car. It was only a fairly light touch, I think, for James Poole in the number 78 car, but some damage sustained. It's back into the pits for an unscheduled stop. It's already made its 2 mandatory stops, that car, the up in Queensbury liveried car. So that's out of it. Oh, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars. Most of them trying to get side by side, I think, down the straight towards the S's. That time at the head of the group here that we can see on screen is that Charlton and Novak car.
Brettitz has dropped way back, hasn't he, in that group? There he is.
Yes.
50. So he's lost some positions in all of that. Liam Brettitz, who's been doing 116 trophy for a little while now. But lost positions there. How many cars are in this group? It must be at least 10.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's 10 cars probably, Josh, as they make their way out. So about a fifth of the field, or more than a fifth of the surviving field, still together.
232 is working its way through. The car driven by Jonathan Baker and Ian Mitchell. So that, oh, again Brettitz is sideways. He was at the old hairpin too, so he doesn't go well with that car, I wonder.
I suspect not, is the answer. The 78 car is...
That's the penalty for Ross Riley.
Oh yes, but that's the 17 car Riley, isn't it? Which I think will be able to ultimately go back out into the race once the penalty has been served.
He was in something like 12th place.
Yes.
It could have been on for a top 10 had that penalty not been applied. That was a mistake, not getting the car down to the pit speed limit in time. I presume these cars don't have pit speed limiters. They have to judge it themselves like you would do on the road.
Would have thought so. Oh, and that's the 34 car. That's probably the one that had a bit of a moment there, showing how it's lost speed. That's the Toby O'Reilly Lewis Tyndall car. So this 55 car, 18th on the timer screen at the moment of Charlton and Novak. As more penalties are being dished out.
Including for Ross Riley, so he could have been let know about his penalty while he was serving a penalty.
Yes. And so he's getting another 10 seconds now to be added on to his time for track limits infringements.
In this stint, Matt Priestwood's average is a 201.865. Peter Keane, it was a 201.856. So
wow.
Basically identical times from what I think will become our 2 contenders, won't they?
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, they're 6.7 seconds apart at the moment. Then another 13.5 seconds behind them is James Waring. They've all made 2 stops, and then Harry Ormerod 7.3 seconds behind him. It'll be interesting to see what Sam Carrington-Yates can do.
He'll be back in, I guess.
He's back in there, yes.
And he is averaging a 201.3 so far.
Yeah, I was going to say he's the kind of driver that could take some time out of the cars in front.
He's done 5 flying laps so far, a 1.3, 1.8, 1.2, 0.9 and then a 1.3. So they are very quick laps from Sam Carrington-Yates consistently. He's the 4th car to have stopped twice. He's 7 seconds and catching James Waring.
Yes, and he was challenging Waring, actually, as it happened, into the hairpin at the final lap at Crofts on the last lap of the race, and there was some contact there, and ultimately he got the position, but the position was then reversed again. That's why Carrington-Yates had a penalty to serve on the grid for this race because of that incident at the last meeting.
Wasn't he going well at Anglesey too when the penalty was applied, I think?
May well have been.
Perhaps for a pit stop infringement on that occasion.
So we've got just over half an hour of the race left in this Shocks 116 trophy, with the Tibbets car from 2nd place now into the pits as well. So that's the car number 73, Matt and Theo Tibbets, into the pit lane. And then that really, of the front runners, just leaves Jack Godden. So the question is going to be, where is he going to slot in? He was a minute 10 basically ahead of Matt Priestwood at the end of the previous lap, but it's then just a question of how long it is from how much time you lose making the pit stop. It's 60 seconds stationary, but you've got time to get into and out of the pit lane as well, which means that you're probably losing north of a minute and a half, I would think, overall. So it'll be interesting to see where Jack and Christopher Godden slot in. I think it probably will be Christopher that takes over for the final stint as well, unless, and it is in now, that 71 car, unless potentially they decide to keep Jack in the car all race long. It would be quite useful to see if we can get a view of the 71 car in the pit lane, just to see what he's done with that. See if we can pick that up, but in the meantime it's Godden on the time screen leading from Tibbets. There we are. Looks like it, yeah, it looks like Jack's out of the car, I think.
Was he shoving his dad in the car though? Did I see?
Yes.
Give him a push to make sure he was in properly.
360 car, that was one of the cars, the last car to stop first time around, wasn't it? That's in for its second stop now, just from 15th position.
So Matt Priestwood and Peter Keane, we think, will probably come out ahead of Christopher Godden.
You'd have thought so, and also then Christopher, with the best one in the world, probably not as quick as Jack.
Well, we haven't seen him sort of recently in a car that's capable of going quickly,
no,
so we'll see how he gets
true.
on.
That is true. So it remains to be seen what will happen, but I think it's probably going to be between Priestwood and Keane this race. We just need to keep an eye on Waring, and in particular Sam Carrington-Yates as well, to see if he can do anything. There's going to be, well, there's just under half an hour left to go, so that's going to be probably 14 or 15 laps. There is Christopher now out into the race.
Priestwood,
well, there's Peter Keane.
Yeah, I've gone through.
He's gone through. And I suspect Waring, it's going to be touch and go if he's ahead of Waring or not, I think.
Yeah, Waring's already crossed the line.
Yeah.
Probably closer to Carrington-Yates, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
So if we can stick with this shot, we will see about 13 seconds later James Waring. 228, he's at the top of the hill. So James Waring, I think, will probably be through into third place. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's James Waring, isn't it? 228, the first of these cars. So he's third now.
Yes, that's right. So he's up to third position.
And being caught by Sam Carrington-Yates on the last lap by 1.2 seconds.
Little battle going on further back. This between 220 and 31. 31 car being that of Sam Holman, and I think it was Neil McDonald in the end in that car, wasn't it? And the 220 car of the Partridge and Browser car. 321 is getting a 10-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That's the Bert Chapman and Jake Bunsey car. Bert Chapman, who's also out in F1000 action this weekend. Change of pace for him today.
There's Waring in third. Just gone through our shot, just lapped the 103 DTO car of Steve Lloyd and Sammy Walton, I think, today. So that's gone a lap down. So there are a lot of cars on the lead lap. That is for sure.
Well, it's impressive, isn't it, that so many still are on the lead lap after all the time. But now Matt Priestwood does appear for the first time at the top of the timing screen. First time during the whole of this race, I think that he's appeared there. Peter Keane second, 6.5 seconds behind. And then in third place, still on our screens for the moment, it's the Christopher Godden and Jack Godden car. But I think we can hear now from Jack Godden. He is down in the pit lane and he's about to speak with Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, down here with Jack Godden, who's done a fantastic stint in your car. Jack, you look a little bit hot and sweaty. That was hard work by the looks of it.
No, it's never hard work. It was a little bit. It's not too bad being October. It's not too hot, no.
So you've done about an hour in the car there, so you're now handed over to your dad to do the rest of the race?
Yeah, it hasn't been too bad. I had no clue what was going on, because everyone pulls in so well, you lose track of where you are. So I just got my head down, tried to find a rhythm, and it seems all right. Dad's driving better than ever, so we'll see how he does.
Of course, you had a good day yesterday, didn't you, with the sprint race, so you want to try and carry this momentum on now to today?
Yeah, we've had so many problems with that car for about the last year and a half, just down on power, and it's been slowly coming back. And yesterday was such a good day to get that win right at the end, and now we're just here having fun, enjoying the last race of the year before the winter.
And your dad, as we said, in the car now. I think you've rejoined kind of somewhere in the top 5, so would you be happy with that?
I would. If he can bring it in the top 10, I'll be very happy.
We'll let you get back and watch on.
Thank you.
There we go. Jack Godden, who had a good result yesterday within the sprint race, now doing a good job in this endurance race as it continued with just under half an hour to go.
Yes, and they're still 5th at the moment. Jack and Christopher Godden are 6.9 seconds clear of the Fox and Duffel car, number 121. That's the turquoise car. They also need to watch out, though, for the car in 7th position, because that's flying. The new fastest lap of the race has just been set by Will Abraham, a 2:00.552. So he's gone a couple of tenths of a second quicker than Matt Priestwood managed on about the second lap of the race, I think, wasn't it? Or perhaps the second flying lap after the safety car that he set that time. So Abraham and Jeffs, that car flying, that is one which does have a penalty, though.
Peter Keen's got a penalty, did we know that?
We do now.
So that's going to affect the overall battle, isn't it? It's been hovering under 7 seconds. We said how their average times have been so similar, but Peter Keen, I presume that's a 5-second penalty for track limits that is being awarded.
That's right.
And he's a long way ahead of the others, so that won't affect him at this stage. He's 16 ahead of James Waring. Waring being caught, though, by Sam Carrington-Yates. That gap is under 3 seconds now for a podium position. So that is one we will perhaps pick up on in a few laps' time when they get a bit closer. Chris Godden's first flying lap of 2.6. So he's only a couple of seconds slower than the car behind, and that is on his very first lap, just getting back up to speed. Not sure if he was testing here. Might not have been in a car for a little bit.
Yeah, I think Jack was saying sort of top 10 would be very good, and at the moment they are about 17 seconds clear of 10th position. That's before we start adding in penalties for people.
And one of those cars is in the pits at the moment, so that gap will be larger.
Yes.
Actually, the next car is another 18 seconds back. So top 10, I don't think it's out of the question here.
No, it's not, because they're going to get probably 12 more laps, something like that, out of this. Depending on where Matt Priestwood is. He's probably going to get 12 more laps at the end of this, and if he's done the lead lap, then they'll get 12 more laps as well. So Matt Priestwood, the race leader, then looking for his 4th victory of the season on the road, just under 7 seconds ahead of Peter Keen. But Peter Keen, having got this penalty to be added to his time as well, a 5-second penalty. Car just being pushed back there is the 47 car of Connor and Neville Anderson, getting back out into the race. There, though, is Matt Priestwood. Then he's just completed lap number 30. So it's probably going to be a 42-lap race, unless we get another safety car period. We've not had one, of course, since the opening lap of the race was when the safety car was called, when we had that incident involving James Dunn and Nigel Greensall. Car 10 has a 30-second stop-go penalty for a pit stop infringement. That's the car of Lewis Whiten Turner and Paul White, and that's the car that currently resides in 12th position.
Down into the old hairpin comes the second place car, Peter Keen, who did a slower lap last lap in the freeze, and that has allowed Priestwood to get away. 8 seconds a gap, and there's only 1 second now between 3rd and 4th, so we need to look for that battle for 3rd place if we can. 2:28 James Waring, 21 Sam Carrington-Yates, and that gap came down massively on the last lap. Carrington-Yates in a 2 minutes, 0.575, just 200ths of a second away from that Will Abraham time. So that's about 15 seconds behind the battle we were watching. There they are they going through McLean's?
That's them, I think, just heading through McLean's corner up towards Coppice. So it looked like it was still James Waring ahead. Yes, it is, of Sam Carrington-Yates' car. So 2:28 ahead of 21. That's the battle for 3rd position on the road then. They are 15 seconds behind Peter Keen, who just have that 5-second penalty added to his time. Here comes Sam Carrington-Yates up the inside of James Waring into the S's, and the much more experienced Sam Carrington-Yates, and some Formula Ford racing as well in his time, has gone through to take 3rd place on the road. He's 15 seconds behind Peter Keen, who has a 5-second penalty, so effectively 10 seconds behind. Of course, if Peter Keen and that reaches track limits again, that'll be 10 seconds more to be added to his time as well. So let's wait and see what happens there.
Yeah, and Carrington-Yates has got the pace to closing anyway. He's average about 6 tenths quicker than Keen. But Keen's times are starting to drop away now because he's 10 seconds behind Priestwood. all of a sudden. It was hanging around 6th for so long. So Peter Keane just started to struggle now. So despite having to gain a place, Carrington Yates was 1.4 seconds quicker on that lap.
Waring switching to the other side of the Anderson car, which is effectively being lapped by these two. And they go through at Redgate Corner. So these are the two for 3rd and 4th position at the moment in this race, which has 20 minutes just over left to run. You can see Carrington Yates here pulling away now from the rest of them. Sam, who it was probably about 3 years ago, something like that, when he was winning the majority of the races, it seemed, in 116s.
Yeah.
But since then, of course, it's become much more competitive, hasn't it? Many more cars on the grid and more quick drivers as well have appeared over the years.
Maybe it's as well people getting used to how to set the cars up and how to drive them as well.
That's true, yes.
Because you say we've got more cars within say a second or so of Sam Carrington Yates at times. There weren't that many people who were able to do that.
No, not at all.
Well, Abraham's got 5th now, away from Christopher Godden. Chris Gordon's been caught by the Fox and Duffield pairing, who are on for their best result.
And George Heeler behind is just in a personal best lap time as well, in 8th place, the 187 car. The car that we can see in the pit lane, that's the 232 car. That's got some engine dramas, we understand. Jonathan Baker and Ian Mitchell.
Not an expert on BMW 116s, but I didn't think the engine was at that end of the car.
No, that's what I was thinking. So whether it's something in the exhaust, maybe. Who knows?
Well, they've lost the engine.
Yeah.
If that's where the engine is, that is the problem.
Yes, maybe. Anyway, that's Sam Carrington Yates, 21. Let's see what he's been able to do this time. Now he's got clear of James Waring.
Well, he hasn't, because Waring's still right with him. So I think Waring's now able to stick with Carrington Yates.
Yeah, Waring's just did his personal best lap that time for a 2:01.402.
They're both much faster than Peter Keane. 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, that is interesting.
And obviously, the gap in reality is about 8 seconds, isn't it, after track limit penalties are applied?
That's correct, yeah.
And at almost 2 seconds a lap, that may be reduced by the time they get to the end of the race. So if James Waring can hang in here with Sam Carrington Yates like he did on the last lap, a podium could be on.
I imagine what he will try to do is, as you say, do exactly that, stick with him, follow Sam Carrington Yates around knowing that it's a good benchmark, and attempt to go with him and ultimately try to seal 3rd place in the race.
This lap seems to be losing track a bit more though, doesn't he, of Carrington Yates, where he was only 6/7 behind at the start of the lap. It looks more than that now.
Still 17 minutes to go in this race. I think everyone now has made their second stop because there's only 2 minutes or so left before the pit window closes. And we didn't really have any drama with the safety car occurring during the pit window period this time, unlike Croft, where it was a big feature of the race. But not this time. So Matt Priestwood in the background coming up and over the line again to complete lap number 33.
The car in 22nd place just ahead of him, so that's 22 cars only just on the lead lap.
Yep.
Which is almost half the field still.
It is. You can see at the back of shot there the Greensall and Hudson car. I imagine it's probably Hudson aboard now in the treble 8 car. Car with the graunched front right corner. After it was swiped by James Dunn on the first lap of the race at Redgate Corner.
Another 2 seconds caught by Carrington Yates. The gap's down to 10 on the road, 5.8 seconds rather after penalties will be applied. I think he's going to get there, isn't he?
Should think so. The rate he's going. I wonder if Peter Keane sort of is aware of that. Because Peter Keane can lap a lot quicker than he has been doing.
I wonder if he's getting a bit tired after pushing on for an hour.
It is a long old stint, isn't it, when you're doing the race solo, as Matt Priestwood has done. And of course, Carrington Yates a little break in the middle while Harry Ormore drove the car, didn't he? So he's probably a bit fresher.
I think we are hearing this was an engine failure for 232 in the pit lane, so that's a retirement. So that car is dropping down the order. I think it's only about the third retirement or so of the race, though. Most people are still out there, which is impressive. After that first lap drama, everything's been running okay.
Yeah, so cars that we have lost, done on the first lap, the James Allen car, the James Paul car, and now that Baker car. So I think 4 cars have now retired. So I think we've still got 45 cars circulating with 5-6 of the race now completed. Little blue flag being waved there, so that took them know a quicker car was coming in. And it was just watching Peter Keane here, and let's see what the gap is to Sam Carrington-Yates this time. We need to take 5 seconds off it, whatever it is, of course, because Peter Keane does have that track limit penalty hanging over him. There's Keane over the line, and waiting for Sam Carrington-Yates to appear. There he is. A couple of the DTO cars ahead of him on the road. And the gap now is down to 9.4 seconds. So that come through, was it 1.5 seconds taken out by Sam Carrington-Yates?
Certainly doing enough. Nigel Greenstall's car's getting a stop-go penalty for pit lane speeding now.
Yes, that's saw a notification of that. So that's a car that's several laps down in any case. So not a force to be reckoned with whatsoever.
So Carrington-Yates continuing this charge. As you say, he's had a few DTO cars to lap all in one go. 105 the latest. Car I think Cole Fenton is part of. Oh, there's the behind the DTO car without the bumper, isn't it? That we've seen in that gravel trap at the old hairpin.
Meanwhile, Matt Priestwood still leading by 14 seconds from Peter Keane, so he's edging out further and further into the distance now.
Chris Godden's still over half a minute from being falling outside the top 10, so I think top 10 finish is looking likely. Jack said that he'd be happy, I think, with that, so Chris is doing a good job. He's in the 4s now, so he's only 3 seconds away from Jack's best lap on what is a long lap round here at Donington.
Yeah, and Copeland behind him, he's in 3s, and Hall as well, 4s.
Might not fall any further down than 8th.
Possibly so, which is a very good result.
Oh, did Peter Keane lock a rear wheel there as he braked for the Goddard hairpin?
Thought he might have done, yes. And he's hoping to cling on to a podium here, which would be his 4th of the season. Just depends how close Sam Carrington-Yates and James Waring can get to him. New fastest lap for Sam Carrington-Yates, a 2-minute 00.465 now, so he's got the new lap record for these cars. He took a second and a half or 1.6 seconds out of Keane that time. The gap between them down to 7.8 seconds, which when you take off the 5-second penalty is 2.8 seconds. But then Waring is another 4.6 seconds behind that. So it's going to be touch and go, I think, whether Waring can get up onto the podium here, isn't it? But Sam Carrington-Yates probably will do now.
Waring's lost touch through Carrington-Yates well and
Yes.
truly now. Now his lap times have gone back up again. So yeah, I think it's looking more difficult for that to happen. So they're all climbing up to the top end of the circuit, putting a lap on the Compton Goddard car. You've got Chris Compton Goddard, the sometimes Ferrari Classic Challenge Race winner, and I think it's fair to say he's finding this quite competitive.
Yes.
It's that car, I think, is well down the order, sort of the back end of the top 40. And it's just gone a lap down to that battle that we've been watching. And he's racing with his son Harry, which is obviously the idea of being out in 116 Trophy, I'm sure.
No, and that's the great thing about it. You can share your driving with a family member, a brother, a sister, a husband, a wife, a son, a daughter, whatever.
Thought we were going to go through every possible relation for a moment.
Including some relations that Tom Gadd can't identify from the earlier F1000 race. Some possible cousins. But no, it's a good way to do it, isn't it? And compete as a family. And there are a few teams that do that. Obviously, the Cotton's another one. Christopher and his son Jack, looking for a top 10 finish here.
Of course, it was a father and son that won the British GT Championship this year, just for the second time. So it doesn't really matter what level it is. Racing with your family, always a great thing you can do in endurance racing. Or you can race against your family member, like we saw in the Mazda race yesterday with the Beard family, both getting a podium.
That's right.
That sometimes can go wrong, though.
It can. It can. Abraham's, that's gone faster again, hasn't he? Will Abraham, 2:00.313, so he's taken the, there we go, you can see it on screen now, confirmation he's taken the lap record away from Sam Carrington-Yates.
Interesting here that generally in the sprint races this year, Abraham maybe has not been as quick as Priestwood, but on outright pace in this race, Abraham is showing stronger.
Interestingly, on the last lap, Sam Carrington-Yates lost a bit of time, only a few hundreds to Peter Keane.
No, is that because Keane was going through lots of traffic, which Carrington-Yates has now got?
Possibly so.
Which could then put advantage back to Peter Keane. The podium is looking much more likely for Keane. But it's whether it's going to be second or third.
Yeah, he is about 13 seconds, just under 13 seconds ahead of Waring now. So Waring's got probably a bit too much time to have to make up in the remaining, it's going to be 5 laps or something like that of this race. I think I said it was going to be a 42 lap race, didn't I? So it's going to be 5 laps at the end of this one, I would think.
Notice the actor Thomas Brodie Sangster's up into the top 30, which is a lot higher than they qualified. Which is good to see.
Yeah, that's the car that shared, isn't it? The 106 car with Will St James.
Did he do a bit of F1000?
I think he did, yes. So I think it was Will that started the car.
Come up.
Thomas, who made his debut at Croft last time out, had a bit of an incident there, but looks like that car should, touch wood, come home this time for a finish and a licence signature.
Come up from 39th on the grid, so they've gained 9 places in this race. Hopefully that's not their car.
It's the Lavery car, isn't it, I think, that's just emerging from the dust cloud. That's the 107.
That's right.
It was in 12th place, that car. It was a bit further up. Oh, now another spin down there, and that's the 83 car of Mark McCulloch, Ben Atwood and Stefan Guarnieri. So that's one of the 2, I think, only 2-3 driver entries this weekend. There's James Waring, and yeah, he really has lost touch now with Sam Carrington-Yates. He's 6.6 seconds behind him, and I think his chances of a podium definitely over now, unless Peter Keane's penalty gets increased for any reason.
I think there's been a change for 6 recently. George Heeler has got ahead of the Fox and Duffield pairing. I think on that most well, that battle's continuing, isn't it? Just 6/10 of a second between them. So for 6th and 7th, we have a race on to the end.
Yeah, it looks that way.
And we have that race on for 2nd, but that's not sort of on the road battle, is it? That's one on the timing screens to keep an eye on.
Again on that lap, well, that time through Carrington-Yates picked up 3/10, didn't he, on Peter Keane?
Oh, after Thomas Brodie Sangster got into the top 30, he's lost 2 spots. To Pete Brand, one of them, and the Sefferty and Roundel car, the other.
Yeah, Pete Brand, of course, someone who was indeed in the early stages much further up the order, but has had an extra stop during the course of this race. But yeah, lapping quicker than most of the cars, and sort of probably the 15 cars ahead of him on the timing screen.
Every time we get a shotter, there seems to be lots of cars in the front, and Peter Keane is going to have some traffic to deal with before the end. And it may be traffic he has to deal with, which Sam Carrington-Yates doesn't.
Yeah.
And that could be a factor in who comes second here. You get loads of cars just in front of the 2nd place car. So this could become tricky. There's the gap on the road. It needs to be less than 5 seconds by the checkered flag for Sam Carrington-Yates to get second. It's currently 6.3 seconds. So the gap in reality, 1.3 second to 3rd.
The 107's car getting a black and orange flag. That's the Lavery car. That's the car that's just gone off. So maybe some bodywork has been dislodged or something like that, or something more substantial.
Looked like the bumper came loose, I think.
So they want to bring that car in to get that attended to. Well, there's only 6 minutes of the race left, so that'll be a frustration that they'll just lose time as a result, or lose more time as a result of that.
So Keane with the traffic. Carrington-Yates is obviously 6 seconds away from it.
Yeah, but he did have a good lap that time. He made up 1.2 seconds on Keane that time through. So then now sort of 1.4 seconds away from where he needs to be. Sam Carrington-Yates in the number 21 car to get second place away from Peter Keane.
He can see the traffic ahead. Up the hill he goes. Always Keane is going to end up with more traffic, isn't he? Not unless it's the same amount, but it's so many cars that Peter Keane has got to pass. He's done 2 of them, including 33, I think, the Simon and Sean Urden car that had the problems right at the beginning. So through the S's goes Keane. Peter Keane that's had a second and a couple of thirds this year. Sam Carrington-Yates and Harry Omerod have had a 4th. just a massive BMW 116s. And Peter Keane flashes his lights.
Yeah, he's keen to try and get through, isn't he, to clear the traffic just as quickly as he can.
It's like going home on the M1 and there's a BMW driver behind you that wants to get on with things.
It's what all BMW drivers do. So Keane has got sort of 4 cars immediately in front of him. There's probably another 3 or 4 cars after that. And the gap down from Keane to Carrington-Yates to less than 5 seconds now. So Carrington-Yates, once the penalty is applied, will be ahead now of Peter Keane because the gap's down to 4.1 seconds. But Carrington-Yates will be catching this traffic, but there's only probably 3 laps to go, including the one they've just started. So how much of it will they need to deal with before the end, or how much will Sam Carrington-Yates need to deal with before the end?
Probably most of them, I would have thought. Tyre squeal. See, is that Steve Jones taking a shelter in the background?
Yeah, at least he's not got his shorts on today, unlike at Anglesey. We picked him up on the live stream. 3.5 minutes to go then, 2 more laps probably at the end of this one.
I think there's about a dozen cars, if not more, in this queue. There's probably a lot of them are battling for position, aren't they?
Yeah, there's some quick drives in there. You've got the Oliver Smith car, which is quick in there.
So it's about of a 17th place there. You've got Melissa Bexley right behind Oliver Smith. Then you've got the Bicknells. And it's side by side with Paul Offord, who's getting on screen again. But he's about to go a lap down to Peter Keane.
His race has improved. He's back up to 20th now, isn't he, Paul Offord? Although he just lost a place on the last lap, but he had dropped a bit further back down than that, I think, earlier on.
That's right. Oliver Smith's race sort of went a bit wrong when he had his spin at Redgate. So Paul Offord might be about to lose his 20th position, I think. Is that Freddie Tatham involved in this in 89? Peter Keane's on the flasher again. Through the penultimate corner. They're going to get 2 more laps.
Yeah.
Matt Priest would still lead. We haven't seen him for ages. But, he's out front. He's 16 seconds ahead of Peter Keane on the road. He's now only 2.7 ahead of Sam Carrington-Yates.
221 car having a look. That's the Bicknell car trying to get 17th place away from Melissa Bexley there in number 28. And it always got a little bit too close between them. There's a bit of a touch between the Bicknells and Bexley that time as they went through Hollywood, down the crane as they go. I think it's the Bicknells that are going to go through, but you've got Peter Keane also trying to get past them somewhere in that queue. Now there he is, Sam Carrington-Yates, number 21, continuing to, I think, close the gap. Yeah, it was down to 2.7 seconds from 4.2, and the car going slowly is that the 82 car? We don't have an 82 car. 42 car of David Hornsey and Darren Constant. It's the car that was going slowly there. Number 1 in shot is Paul Offord, who we were talking about a moment ago. Just now behind Melissa Bexley.
Yeah, he's on the inside of the 31-year-old from Sunderland, Mel Bexley, who's also raced in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge previously.
The Gods are in danger of losing 8th position now to the number 87 car of Samuel Copeland here, because there's only half a second between them now, and Copeland lapping a bit faster as Peter Keane now clears and laps the number 80 car of Oliver Smith. Oh, and he's gone past Liam Brezitz, who was nearly stationary, and Keane all over the grass as a result of that, avoiding a slower car. And that's got Sam Carrington-Yates even closer to him than he was before.
Carrington-Yates has got to watch out because there's loads of cars around him. all breaking down into that Melbourne hairpin, which is always sort of a heart-in-your-mouth moment, hoping that everyone's got their braking zone right. We saw earlier what could go wrong like it did for Ben Rowe.
Matt Priestwood's gone on to his final lap of the race already. In the lead, the number 173 car. There's the car that's second on the road, Peter Keane. And the next car, third on the road, is the 21 car of Sam Carrington-Yates. You could even get him actually not just on corrected times now, but actually on the track as well. 9 tenths between them. Carrington-Yates is now flashing his lights, as Peter Keane had been a little bit earlier.
Freddie Tatham in that battle gained 4 positions on that lap. He's up to 16th. Oliver Smith dropped back. Liam Bredrick lost the most positions. We saw him slow through the S's.
So, half a lap to go for Peter Keane. So, come on, extra huge battles going on in the background through the trainer curves. Matt Priestwood about 20 seconds ahead of these two. There's yellow flags at Schwantz curve.
That's where that car was slow, wasn't it?
Yeah, and who was that? That was the number 9 car of Julian Howard, Michael Loveland, that's rejoining the circuit. Here's the fight for second, heading up towards Coppice Corner. Keane against Carrington-Yates. They're turning their way now out of Coppice. And this huge pack of cars follows them through. You wouldn't know this was lap 42, final lap of a 90-minute race. They're heading down towards the Essex now. So Matt Priestwood will already be somewhere down at the Melbourne hairpin for the final time in the 173 car. I'm just going to see if we can see a change for position on the road here. Doesn't need to happen for Sam Carrington-Yates. He's going to have a look up the inside anyway into the Melbourne hairpin, and he's going to do it, I think. Yes, he has. Meanwhile, Matt Priestwood comes out of the final corner. He takes the checkered flag, and it's 4 wins this season in the Gas Shocks 116 trophy for Matt Priestwood. 4 wins out of 7 races, and it's side by side for second as they come into the final corner. It is Sam Carrington-Yates ahead on the road, and he's going to stay that way ahead of Peter Keane. So it's going to be Sam Carrington-Yates in second place, Peter Keane third. I think he's more than 5 seconds clear of James Waring, who is yet to appear. He'll appear somewhere behind all of this. Oh no, he's in the middle of that, I beg your pardon. But nevertheless, he is more than 5 seconds behind. 3.6 seconds he's going to be eventually behind Peter Keane. 5th place for the moment is Will Abraham and Scott Jeffs, but they've got a penalty to be applied, but that probably isn't going to hurt them, I don't think, because there's quite a long gap back then to the 6th place car, which is the 187 of George Healer, who comes through now.
Just ahead of the 121, it's no to tail behind.
That's the Fox and Duffel car with its bodywork, its rear bumper flapping. They cross the line 0.4 of a second behind. The Fox Duffel car does a personal best lap of 2:01.978 on the final lap of the race, so that's for 7th place. 8th place, I think, is going to go the way of number 87, Samuel Copeland. There is that car, and the Goddens take 9th place, I think. Jack and Christopher Godden, they do, and Ethan Hall, there he is. No, he's not there quite yet. He's going to take 10th place in the number 25 car. There he is now, just out of the final corner to complete the top 10.
Well, apart from the first corner incident, there weren't any safety cars.
No, and
so not during that pit stop period, more importantly.
No, and that I guess did come as a bit of a surprise, didn't it? That we got away with that. I mean, it was inevitable with so many cars on track. There would be some incident that brought about the safety car, but it happened very early on. And that could have happened in any race, really, couldn't it? That kind of thing.
Well, it didn't catch out lots of cars, didn't it? Just a 2-car incident.
It easily could have been turned into something much bigger than it was, but fortunately, that wasn't the case.
What's happened to the Lewis Charlton car? Because it's not taken the flag.
No, it's not, and ought to have done by now. In fact, I think that was it just coming through.
Yeah, I wonder if they saw the flag perhaps before they should have done.
Yes, anyway. Let's have a look at some results then at the end of that 42-lap race for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. The win to number 173, Mac Priestwood, ahead of number 21, Sam Carrington-Yates and Harry Ormond, 19.15 seconds, 7 seconds between them. Third went the way of number 151, which was Peter Keane. Fourth was number 228, which was James Waring. Fifth, number 209, that was Will Abraham and Scott Jeffs. Sixth was number 187, George Healer. Seventh, number 121, Luke Fox and AJ Duffel. Eighth, number 87, Sam Copeland. Ninth, number 71, Jack and Christopher Godden. And rounding out the top 10 was number 25, Ethan Hall, ahead of the Tibbets family. Richard Phillips, the Charlton and Novak car, 13th, and Freddie Tatham, 14th. Further back, number 34, Tinsel and O'Reilly were 15th, ahead of Melissa Bexley. Jim Allen in the 247 car, and then the Bicknells 221. Lewis White and Turner and Paul Whiten were 19th, and Paul Offord completed the top 20. And we'll let the rest of them, because there's a lot of them, roll through. Pete Brown, then you can see, was 27th, so he made up a few more places towards the end. Bert Chapman in the 321 car, he was 30th, he was back out in the F1000s at the end of the day. Thomas Brady Sangster and Wilson James, I think, finished in the high 30-something positions in the end. And those are the final cars. We did lose a few along the way. Matt Suckling is ready down in the pit lane. He is going to speak to our top 3 teams at the end of that Gas Shocks 116 trophy race.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with race winner Mac Breeswood once again. Mac, of course, you were on good form yesterday, and you've carried that on in the endurance race today. How was it for you?
Very happy. So that's our official 116 trophy end. That's it for the year. So really happy to take it away with a win. We dropped back a bit at the beginning. There was massive confusion on where I was meant to be on the formation lap. I don't know what happened there, but we just came up and started in a bit of a muddle. Just had to get on with it. We weren't sure what the marshals were going to say, as they didn't really put us in the right spot, but got on with it. Slowly climbed his way up. The lads at Anthony Seddon Racing did perfect with the pit stops. Really just cracked on with it. Really good lap times throughout, consistent, really good race.
Yeah, it was a bit confusing, wasn't it, at the start? You had to kind of make your way back through before the race got underway, but you should have been up towards the front of the field, so that's good for you. But yeah, head down, you got on with it, you put those laps in, and you ended the season how you wanted to.
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. Well done, Matt. Congratulations on the victory there in that 90-minute race. Let's have a quick chat as well with Sam Carrington-Yates, who looks pretty happy with that, so we'll work our way through, and we'll have a quick chat with Sam. Congratulations, Sam. Second place. Did you realise you were second?
I did know I was second, yeah. Me and Pete had a bit of a battle on the last lap, but he had a 5-second penalty, so I think he probably backed off a little bit, but I had to get him on track. I'm a racing driver, so I had to make the overtake.
It was a fighting drive from you, we have to say. That the times were coming down, the lap times were getting quicker, and that gap was getting smaller.
Yeah, it was. To be honest, we had quite a good start. It was a bit of a messy start. Everyone was sort of bumping. It was a bit of a train. Harry got in the car and he got a bit unlucky with traffic. So to be honest, Harry's pace was a lot quicker than what it showed. And then I just had to get in the car and go like mad. Hopefully catch up to the boys. Peter had a 5-second penalty, so he probably lifted off a little bit, but. Yeah, I'm really happy with that result. I'm so pleased for Harry, because this has been coming for a long time, and we've had a few things not going our way. So really pleased for Harry to get the result. But Harry, you can come and have a word as well.
Let's bring Harry into the equation. Harry, a great race there, of course. We saw Sam bring it home, but you had a good part to play in that one as well.
Yeah, very busy in the middle stint there. So many cars on the track today. It's I think record ever for the amount of trophy cars in the race. So yeah, really frantic out there, but really good fun.
Yeah, great season it has been for you, and it's a nice way to end, isn't it, with a podium at the final round?
Yeah, we're all preparation now for race remembrance for us. One last race to go, so fingers crossed for that.
Good stuff. Well done, Harry. Well done, Sam. Congratulations on second place. And if we swing round, we can have a quick chat with Peter as well, another man who did well yesterday within the sprint race. And Peter, you've done well today in the 90-minute longer race with another podium to add to the mix.
Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, so I had a good time. Car sort of went off a bit in the middle of the race, which was a bit annoying. So lost a bit of pace in the middle of the race, but sort of came back towards the end of the race. But unfortunately, got a 5-second penalty as well. So bit of a nightmare. But I'd like to know where actually I got the penalties, because I didn't think I actually went off that many times. But you know, it is what it is. But yeah, happy with third. So yesterday was going to be a good couple of days. So bonus today.
Sam was chasing you down towards the end, wasn't he? He was kind of getting closer and closer, and you put up a good defence there.
Yeah, he was always going to come in. I saw him come in, and I knew I had the 5-second penalty as well, so it's pointless fighting him for it. Could have had contact or anything like that, so just let him through and then just take the third place. I knew I had it in the bag, so it was all good.
And that traffic towards the end probably didn't help you, did it? There was a lot to get through.
Yeah, that was the worrying thing, because I thought, with the traffic and the gap I had, and obviously with the 5-second penalty as well, I thought they might, eke that time difference away. But luckily managed to sort of carve my way through it. But so they're pretty good. A lot of people got out of the way, and they saw me come in and moved over. So fair play to them, and didn't ruin each other's races. So it was really good.
Good stuff. Well done, Peter. Cracking racing this weekend from all the drivers within the 116 trophy, whether it be the sprint race yesterday or, of course, the endurance race today. But that ends that season for 2024, and we look forward to once again much more from them in 2025. 3 races to go here at Donington Park on day number 2, and up next we're back to shorter racing with the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship.
It's nearly time for the final round of the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship. The overall and Class C title already decided. Class B, though, up for grabs in this second race of the day for the Japanese roadsters. The grid is set by the fastest lap times from the earlier race. So on pole position, it's number 27, Sean Traynor, and besides him, number 11, Adam Lockwood. The second row of the grid is 31, Ben Rowe, and 84, Neil Stratton. Row 3, 21, Dan Sylvester, and 26, Paul Cook. On the fourth row of the grid, it's 78, Jim Mew, and 41, Ali Topley. Row 5 has number 2, Darren Aldworth, and 59, Andrew Baranowski. Row 6 is 69, Daniel Bryant, and number 9, Tim Herron. On the 7th row, 65, Veer Aldridge has number 12, Aaron Laverty besides him. It's 79, Jonathan Grimes on the inside of row 8 with Neil Hurren, number 87, next to him. Row 9 is 5, which is Ian Ledbetter, and 47, Richard Dales. Row 10 is going to be 17, Maxine Nichols, and 20, Patrick Stoner. The 11th row, 30, Andy Williams, and 67, Simon Quinn. The 12th row, 82, Andrew Ruthven, and 72, Tim O'Brien. 13th row, 76, Martin Auger, and 94, Joseph Jones. On the 14th and final row of the grid, it's 13, Montoy Breaker, and 3, Martin Collins. So that is the way the grid lines up. A reminder that earlier on today, it was Sean Traynor, number 27, that took the race win. from number 11 Adam Lockwood, and that was enough for him to wrap up the championship. Third place went the way of number 21 Daniel Sylvester. Paul Cook took the Class B win from Ali Topley and Ben Rowe, but you might remember Ben Rowe was involved in a collision in the early stage of the race where he outbraked himself seemingly going into the Melbourne hairpin, and he collected, of all people, the drive that he was vying for, or still is vying for, the championship within Class B, Andrew Ruthven. Andrew was ruled out of that race. Ben did continue to take 6th overall and 3rd in class, but I believe he was penalised. Did get 2 points put on his licence, which will be a sort of points deduction for him in the championship as well, I think. So by my reckoning, as things stand, it's Ruthven ahead of Rowe by 1 point after dropped scores have been taken into account, 526 to 525, something like that. So we'll keep an eye on what goes on in Class B. Obviously Ruthven in this race has to come from towards the back of the grid. He's going to be starting on row 12 and Ben Rowe starting on the 2nd row of the grid, so it's to Ben Rowe's advantage, you would think, as things stand, but we'll keep an eye on that as the race goes on. We don't yet have cars on circuit. They don't have a green flag lap, so they'll just hold them until the circuit is clear. And in fact, just as I say that, they're releasing them now out onto the track, having done any clearing up that was required at the end of the Gas Shocks 116 trophy race. So we're set for a 15-minute race for the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship, and with the overall championship decided between Sean Traynor and Adam Lockwood, perhaps Lockwood will try to go out Josh with a win.
He was quite keen about that when he spoke to Matt Suckling after that earlier race. These two, Traynor and Lockwood, haven't finished off the podium, have they, all year? Such has their dominance have been over the pack. However, in the earlier race, they were only a tenth of a second quicker than Ben Rowe, Neil Stratton, Danny Sylvester. They were all there or thereabouts on lap time. A lap time that was a new lap record in the hands of Sean Traynor, so wonder if some of those others can have a go at picking up a good result. Paul Cook, the only other driver to have won a race this year, which came at Snetterton back in the early summer. So we'll see what Paul Cook can do from 6th on the grid today. It's interesting, he sort of had a year or two out, didn't he? He raced his BMW, but now he's back seemingly on a bit more of a permanent basis towards the end of this season in the championship where he started racing Toyota MR2s.
That's right, and cars outside our window now, lining up on the grid. Sean Traynor on pole position on the left-hand side of the shot for those of you watching on the live stream, number 27. He won his first MR2 championship back in 2015, and he also won in 2017, 2018, 2019. Had a few years without winning it. Aaron Cook took 3 championship titles, and then Adam Lockwood took it last year, but a return to winning ways and a first win as well in the Roadsters for Sean Traynor. The other 4 championship titles he'd secured were in the Mark II class for the older, heavier, slightly more powerful cars than the Mark IIIs.
So he's won half of the championships in the last decade then.
That's right. And we've got the green flag at the back, so we're going to go straight into racing then. 15-minute race for the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship. We are about to see the red lights go on, I think, just as soon as the countdown has occurred.
5-second board being shown now.
Okay, 5-second board being shown, and then it's going to be the red light, which will go on the gantry. There it is. There go the lights. The race gets underway for the final time this season. The National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship. A better start made by Sean Traynor. Adam Lockwood's not got away that well. He's got Neil Stratton to his left. He's got Ben Rowe and Paul Cook, I think that is, to his right. So they go 3 wide into Redgate Corner, and it's Lockwood that has to be pushed a little bit wide. There's one going off through the gravel. It might well be Andrew Ruthven that's off through the gravel, so that might have ended his chances of the Class B title. Not quite yet, as it's still 3 wide, this time involving Neil Stratton and Paul Cook and Dan Sylvester down through the old hairpin. There's 2 cars spinning, 2 of the Roadsters. Other cars have to take avoiding action. One's off onto the grass on the inside of the circuit. There's one car that's stationary on the outside of the circuit. We'll see if that gets going again. Thankfully, it's fallen short of the gravel trap. That's the number 20 car that has stopped there of Patrick Stoner.
Yeah, so that was all quite dramatic. Meanwhile, Lockwood has suddenly caught Trainer. I thought Trainer had got away with all those cars abreast into Redgate, but no. Lockwood is right there. Then you've got the B cars side by side, Paul Cook and Ben Rowe. And they are absolutely wheel to wheel, rear wheels of Cook overlapping the front wheels of Rowe. Cook isn't giving Ben Rowe much room there on the inside, but they've got through the corner just about. Had flashbacks to other races just then. They turn their way out of the Etties. Oh, it's three abreast behind between the roadsters. You've got Aldworth there on the inside. You've got Sylvester and Stratton, I think, were the other two that were involved in all of that. Oh, now they're joining with Ben Rowe as well. So we could have four abreast by the next corner in.
Climbing then up towards Goddard then. Side by side, involving Ben Rowe and Darren Aldworth there in the number 2 car. Sylvester trying to get up on the inside. Don't think he made a dent in Ben Rowe's door, but he probably didn't need to worry too much because it was already well dented after the early race. Top 2 have made a big break here, haven't they? Sean Trainer and Adam Lockwood over the rest of the field. It's Paul Cook 3rd, Ben Rowe 4th, Dan Sylvester 5th, Darren Aldworth in 6th, 7th I think is Neil Stratton, 8th is Ali Topley, 9th Jim Mew, Daniel Bryant 10th. These yellow flags, well, yellow and red slippery surface flags in actual fact. Possibly some fluid went down with whatever happened on the previous lap.
Or grass,
Or
perhaps.
grass, maybe, yes.
Let's have a look. Yes, it's a load of grass, isn't it? On the inside, and Sylvester's got sideways over it. That was make a good onboard footage, I'm sure. Ben Rowe is behind him now. Aldworth is up next. Then Stratton, then Topley. And they are a long way behind the top 2, as you were saying. Trainer and Lockwood. But Sylvester, like he did earlier, not making the best of starts, then having to work his way back through. So he's got good pace, but those poorer starts are meaning he can't go with the top 2. There looks to be a bigger gap now. Sean Trainer pulling clear of Adam Lockwood. But it's a bit like the earlier race, where it's all very lively for 3rd.
Certainly is, as the top 2 are already fairly well spread out, aren't they? Sean Trainer pulling away from Adam Lockwood, it would seem, but then it's very busy further back. As you say, in particular here for 5th, for 4th I should say, behind Dan Sylvester. And then Ben Rowe and Neil Stratton there in the 84 car, who is still well placed in the championship as well. As the cars make their way around the Melbourne hairpin once again. Stratton did drop back down in the points, having missed the previous meeting at Croft. But he's been there or thereabouts towards the front end of the order all season long. Around the Goddard's hairpin he goes in that yellow apparel.
Somebody locked up in all of that, I think.
He was.
But Jim Mew, he lost a spot, perhaps. Darren Aldworth too. But they're still there. Well, Aldworth is still side by side with Ali Topley, ex-short oval racer. We saw a few slides down the Trainers last time. Oh, Trainer's done a new record, hasn't he? 1:53.008. He wanted a new lap record, and he's done it. Beating his previous best from just a few hours ago.
Yeah, he said there was a lot more time in the car, didn't he, after the first race? So I think we'll see a 1:52. He's only got a few hundred or a few thousandths to make up to find that. And he's got 1.1 seconds in hand now over Adam Lockwood, so he's got a clear track ahead of him for the moment at least. 69 Daniel Bryant, pushing hard, trying to get 8th place away from Darren Aldworth in the number 2 roadster there. If we get back to Jim Mew, who's in 10th place, number 78. He was briefly 3rd, I think, wasn't he, in the first race?
I think he's one of many drivers that went gravel trapping at Old Hairpin. The Mark 1 that's been in strife today. I think it's heading back out. Martin Collins.
Yeah, that's number 3. Martin, the Class A champion this season. And there is 59, Andrew Baranowski, who's outside the top 10 on this occasion in 13th position. Chasing after Tim Heron, I think, at the moment.
Driver from Essex, Baranowski. And he's had a few top 10s this year. Added to that, I think, earlier. There's Aldworth. One of many drivers who's swapped from a Mark II to a Mark III.
Right, we've got into the 152s. The Trainer has them, but Lockwood's gone even faster, a 152.445. So that's another sort of 0.6 faster than they went a lap ago. And Lockwood now with the lap record. And he's got the gap down. It was 0.7 at the start of the lap. It looks like it's a little bit less than that now between the two of them as they head through the Craner curve towards the old hairpin. The sort of bonnet flapping a little bit on the number 11 car of Lockwood, who was last year's champion, of course. Here they are heading up towards McLean's. Through the right hand they go. So Lockwood taking the fight to Sean Trainers, not allowing Trainers to have things all his own way here. As they climb up towards Coppice for the fourth time, I should say, already in this race, with 8 minutes or so to go. And they're a long way clear now of Paul Cook third and Dan Sylvester in fourth.
Ruthven's up to 14th. So he's progressing after that problematic opening lap. He's 7th in class. Ben Rowe, though, is 2nd in Class B and about 10 seconds up the road.
So as things stand, that should mean that Ben Rowe is the Class B champion this year.
There he is, 31. Finished 2nd in the overall championship 6 years ago in 2018. Challenge for the lead. Lockwood looking to the inside of Sean Trainer. They've got Martin Collins' his Mark 1 to lap. He's got the hazards on. I think he might be back for the pits. Yeah, that car's not running smoothly at all. There's Paul Cook, who leads Class B. But Adam Lockwood's going to give this a go. The second lap didn't really go well for him. He dropped back, but now he is pressurising the race leader, Sean Trainer, up across the line. They dropped off in the high 53s on that lap. Such was the battle that they are starting to embroil themselves in with half of the race to go.
Saw Martin Collins in the background head back into the pit lane again. So 0.3 of a second between Trainer and Lockwood. They are nearly 5 seconds clear of Paul Cook in third place, who continues to lead in Class B.
Ruthven was 1.5 seconds quicker than Ben Rowe on the last lap, as Rowe's lost the spot in the overall order.
Yeah, still 7th for Ruthven, 2nd for Rowe, as they complete their 4th lap of the race. As again, Trainer and Lockwood climb up towards the McLean's right-hander. Lockwood from Portsmouth, chasing after Sean Trainer from Winchester. So 2 Hampshire drivers based in Hampshire these days. There's Martin, just having a look at what's wrong with his car.
Lockwood's won in Class A and in Class C in MR2s, so perhaps he should have a go in a B car and see if he can win all 3, because I don't think anyone's done that. We've seen Trainer do B and C.
Yes. Yes, not too many of the A cars are left. Martin Collins really has been pretty much the only representative this season of the Mark 1s, the oldest cars from the 1980s. But still good numbers in both of the other classes. More C cars now than B, I think. The balance has sort of shifted this year, hasn't it? In favour of the Roadsters over the Mark 2s.
Well, generally in club racing, 20-year-old car. Oh, Paul Cook's lost third, which was a bit strange how that happened. Generally you race cars at about 20 years old, don't you? So obviously the Roadsters now, 20 years old, they fit in perfectly to that sort of logic.
Yes, yeah, the Mark II cars from the 1990s. The Roadsters more so from the noughties.
Rose lost a spot to Ali Topley now, who's up to 6th and 2nd in class. Rowe trying to fight back though.
Yeah, and it's important that he does so, because he's got Andrew Ruthven making progress through the field. He's
how far can Rowe drop back? I know Ruthven did have more drop scores, but perhaps he hasn't anymore.
Let's have a look.
Just watching on the screen, Paul Cook go back ahead of Danny Sylvester. So that was all a bit weird, really, because Cook seemed to let Sylvester through at the final corner, but he's back ahead now. Paul Cook back into third place.
Yeah, so Ben Rowe, even if Ben Rowe finishes below third, he'll still effectively get the points for third, given of the scores he'll be dropping. So we really need Ruthven to make up more places, rather than Ben Rowe to lose them, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
And how close is he to doing that? He is 3.6 seconds behind a Class C car, which is 0.7 seconds behind the next Class B car, which is Tim Heron. So he's got quite a few seconds to make up. So Might be a struggle with only 4 minutes of the race to go.
And he's not much quicker than those ahead now. So I think he's probably found the lap time from 4th down to Baranowski. They're all within a second, aren't they? But no more than 10 cars. Very closely matched. Rowe might be about to lose another place because Danny Bryant is alongside him now.
Yeah, he's not finished lower than 3rd all season. He's had one non-finish. When he's finished the race, it's always been inside the top 3 within class. That's not the case for Ruthven, though. He has had some finishes outside the top 3. I think in particular at Cadwell Park he didn't seem to go so strongly.
It's definitely been his best season though, isn't it, in MR2 racing?
Oh yes, definitely.
Oh, Maxine Nichols has gone for a spin. She's got back going. She was 19th. But she's had a rotation. Bryant didn't get Ben Rowe. He actually came under pressure from Darren Aldworth in all of that.
Three minutes of the race left to go. There is Bryant, number 69, the driver from Portsmouth, another from Hampshire. It's Aldworth is off the road there in number 2.
He was quite sideways coming back on. We saw there, and he would have lost places for sure.
Yes, he may have dropped outside the top 10 as a result of that. The man from Oxford was in 9th place at the start of this lap.
Actually, only lost 1 place, I think, to Jim Mew, so he's still in 10th.
Okay. 11th place was Veer Aldridge, who was not that far behind, only another second behind Mew.
Yeah, that 1 second or so gap was he slotted into somehow.
Yeah. Lockwood still there in 2nd place. He's lost a few tenths over Trainer. Trainer on the last lap did his personal best, a 1:52.787, which is about 3 tenths off the best lap of the race and the new lap record that was set by Adam Lockwood.
It's actually slower than Sylvester's best as well.
Yeah, because he's done a 1:52.722, hasn't he? By a few hundredths, it's slower, yeah.
He seems to lose out on those opening laps. Whether that's all for more footage that he can use in the videos when he's got more cars around him, not sure. I'm sure he'd like a race win, but that's not going to come today. He had a class win yesterday in road sport, so did Dan Sylvester, mainly thanks to Scott Parkin.
That's right, so watching them turning their way through. That's Paul Cook and Dan Sylvester. Darren Aldworth's had a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits in car number 2.
That's the Chopley's not come past the line this time, according to the screen. Oh, Danny Bryant's having a go at Ben Rowe here, side by side. You say it shouldn't really matter now for Rowe's class championship.
Now that means that Ruthven's gone up to 6th, so he has made up a position now. So
he needs to beat Ben Rowe, really, though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Rowe inside the podium with that happening too.
Yeah,
really.
Exactly.
But Bryant is ahead. Yes, he is ahead of Ben Rowe. So Ben Rowe's down to 4th now. So he might not finish. Oh no, he is 3rd, isn't he? Because of course he gained 1 but lost 1. Lost 1 to Bryant, gained 1 from the retirement, seemingly for Topley.
Oh, and that's the 87 car off into the barriers. That's Neil Hurren, the Londoner, in his Roadster. So he's gone off. There's a bit of disruption to the barriers there. Hopefully he'll get... won't cause any further disruption. We've only got 15 seconds of the race to go. We're side by side for the lead as well, with Adam Lockwood up on the inside of Sean Trainer. It's going to be the last lap of the race. And Adam Lockwood is going to do what he set out to do, I think, which is go out with a win. He's also going to get the lap record as well, unless something very strange has happened with the lap timings on this final lap. Into the final corner, Adam Lockwood, who has not had a win for quite some time since Snetterton in June, is going to end the season on a high. He takes the checkered flag to win the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship race. He's got the lap record as well, and he beat Sean Trainer by 1/3 of a second. So number 11 Lockwood the winner, from 27 Trainer in 2nd, and 26 Paul Cook takes 3rd.
Wonder what happened to Trainer, because that lap was a 56. So whether he made a mistake at the S's, they were lapping Martin Collins as well. And whatever did happen, it allowed Adam Lockwood to come through, obviously. Ben Rowe got back to 2nd in Class B by 1/1000th of a second, beating Danny Bryant, and with it taking the class title. Andy Ruthven was in 6th.
And so, yes, confirmation that provision is, at least we'll get official confirmation later, Ben Rowe, the Class B champion, therefore, by about 3 points, I reckon, from Andy Ruthven.
Well, TSL have corrected that 1,000th, made the gap 26 times bigger. It's now 26 thousandths of a second, which was the actual gap at the line.
Huge. Last few cars coming through at the end of that race, so a dramatic finish there. Didn't quite see what happened. They must have stumbled possibly over Martin Collins, as you surmise there, Josh, because they were both several seconds slower than they had been. And Lockwood capitalised on that to come through, take a win at the end of 8 laps in car number 11 from second place number 27, Sean Trainer. The gap between them 0.346 seconds. Third place went the way of number 26, Paul Cook. In fourth position was number 21, Dan Sylvester, ahead of 84, Neil Stratton, and 31, Ben Rowe. Seventh place went the way of number 69, Daniel Bryant. Eighth was number 78, Jim Mew. Ninth was 65, Fiat Aldridge, and rounding out the top 10 was number 9, which was Timothy Heron. In 11th place was 59, Andrew Baranowski. 12th was 82, Andrew Ruthven. 13th, number 2, Darren Aldworth. And 14th, number 12, Aaron Laverty. Ian Ledbetter, number 5, was in 15th position, ahead of Richard Dale, Simon Quinn, Martin Auger, Tim O'Brien, and Maxine Nichols, once again completing the top 20 at the end of the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship race. So Sean Trainer, the overall champion. We reckon Ben Rowe winning Class B. Adam Lockwood ending the season on a high with his 5th victory of the season and taking the Donington Park lap record as well, down to a 1:52.445, nearly a second faster than Sean Trainer's mark from 2.5 years ago. There'll be a bit of clearing up before the Tiguan Club Enduro race because Neil Hubbard's car needs to be recovered. He's managed to go off into the cushions at the exit of the S's. Snatch vehicle is ready and waiting to be deployed to go and deal with that situation. Cars heading in on their slowing down lap. As I say, 2 more races to come. We've got the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship, the 2-hour race coming up next, and then we're going to have the F1000 Championship, which is going to race on into the evening, due off at 5:45, but maybe a moment or two after that, given a few delays early on this afternoon. But Josh, an entertaining way to round out the MR2 season there, and an exciting last couple of corners.
Yes, a lead change that we've been sort of waiting for all day, really, because Lockwood's been on the tail of Trainer since lap 1, race 1, but it took until 2 corners to go for him to take the lead. We're about to find out how he did that, and Matt Suckling will be there to ask the questions.
Thank you, Josh. Yep, down here with Adam Lockwood, who picks up a win, a 5th one of the year for you after back at Snetton, I think your last one was. But you were very sneaky, I think. I just heard Sean say there, you timed it well through that S's and yellow flag.
Yes, it was a timing thing. Obviously, I had to wait till we got the green, but managed to get in exactly the right place. And Sean was on the outside, and we sort of just went for it and placed myself where he couldn't sort of cover it. So. Yeah, I think it was a little bit of luck more than anything.
Well, you stayed true to your word from earlier on. You said you were going to go out in style and end the season with a win, and that's exactly what you did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, so yeah, all on plan, all to plan.
And to be fair, you were hounding him quite a way through that race. You were keeping with him throughout the 15 minutes.
Yeah, I like to try and keep him busy. Otherwise, he nods off.
And also another thing to add to the mix, Adam, you got the fastest lap, new lap record as well for you.
Oh, brilliant. That's nice.
Yeah, it was Sean's fault. He was helping you. A great year, though, 2nd in the championship. You're going to come and join us next year?
Yeah, definitely be there.
Brilliant. Look forward to it. Adam, well done. Congratulations on the final win of the year. Sean picking up 2nd place. We heard what you said when you got out in the car. You just didn't quite get the yellow flag right.
No, I sort of sat behind the Mark 1. And Adam used his brain a bit more and accelerated into the green flag, so he come past. But to be fair, I had contemplated letting him through because I was thinking, all I'm doing, I'm trying to put the lap record in, and all I'm doing is dragging him along behind me. So at one point, I contemplated just sort of thinking, hang on, I'll just try to put a lap record on, and it looks like I've helped him towards it.
What a great season it's been, though, for you, and also you two battling along the way.
Yeah, no, it's been brilliant all year. Like I say, I think if we added up all the time between us throughout the whole season, it probably wouldn't come to 10 seconds. I mean, it's been that close all year. But it's good. Like I say, it finished the same as last year. Adam getting the win on the last race. But this year I got off the line.
It's all been good. Of course, you wrapped up the championship. You can now celebrate.
Yeah. That's just a shame it's a Sunday and I've got to go to work tomorrow.
Maybe next weekend. Yeah. Sean, well done this year. Congratulations. And Paul Cook is all the way over here, so we'll grab him out of the garage and have a quick chat as he has a word with Dan Sylvester. Paul, if we just grab you very quickly, well done. Third place in that race. That was a good little battle you had.
Yeah, great race with Dan. Pretty much just me and Dan, really. One stage of the race. Couldn't catch a two in front. They're a different league to what I am. A lot younger, a lot fitter. But yeah, it's all good. Nice end of the season. They'll run out on the MR2s. Yes, all cool.
And I think you had a close battle with Ben at some point as well. He was trying to squeeze down the inside of you.
Yeah, I could see Ben in the mirrors, but just gradually he lost him a little bit. So yeah, just chilled out and did my stuff.
Nice season in MR2. Well done, Paul. Congratulations to you as well. So there we go. MR2's wrapped up for another year here at Donington Park. And again, as we said with Patrick Mortel earlier on in the day, that we're going to look forward to some more good things for next year from this championship. For now, though, we can hear cars working their way to the grid for our next race, the final long race of the day. 2 hours for the final Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship of the season.
Almost ready to go then for the final round of the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship for 2024, and the grid is going to line up as follows, although there is one car that is missing sadly from the front row. It's Scott Parkin, number one, on his own on the front row of the grid. The 117 car that was due to be started by Ian Jones, the BMW Compact, sadly not there. Did have some dramas in qualifying. Second row of the grid, number 25 Darren Ball, and number 15 is Colin Gillespie. Third row of the grid is number 6, that's started by Dylan Brichter today, and the treble 4 car started by Claire Norman. Row 4 of the grid, number 55 Paul Simerson and number 18 Simon Major. On row 5 of the grid, it's going to be the number 78 car started by Matthew Stockford and the number 22 car started by Luke Browse. On row 6, it's the Will Beach car in number 82, and Matt Hampson starts car 69. On the 7th row of the grid, it's number 2, that is the car of Jamie Hadley, and the number 10 car started by Rob Fennick. Then on row 8, it's the number 8 car, which is the car started by Matthew Tidmarsh, the Ginetta, and William Lynch in the 176 car. Row 9 is 83, that's going to be started by William Pottergill, and besides him the number 28 car of David Blackie. Row 10 of the grid, that is the number 87 car started by Toby Partridge. Number 19 is going to be Wayne Lawson. Row 11 is the 21 car, sorry, the 119 car started by Sandro Ballesteros, and 22 started by Stephen Cook. Mark Rice, number 27, is on the inside of row number 12. Besides him is number 76, which is Michael Downey. On the 13th row of the grid, Mike Rayner starts car 197, besides the champions 195 Ash Moore starting the Honda Civic. Row 14 is number 16, being started by Matthew Stelling, who's actually driving solo now. 481 Edward Christie next to him. On the 15th row, it's the 66 car of Johnny Hayes, who will be starting that one. And number 9, going solo now, Ethan Simmons. On the 16th row, it's the treble 3 car, being started by Thomas Stedman. and it's going to be James Mansell in number 169. The 17th row of the grid is the 171 car of Senna Osman and 193 Tim Parsons, and 35th on the grid is the number 911 car of Clint Wright. That's the grid order then, Josh. A great shame that we're missing that BMW Compact from the front row of the grid.
That's right. Ian Jones was involved in an incident yesterday racing against Scott Parkin where they broke the power steering hose, I think, and we saw similar smoke coming out of the car in qualifying, so I wonder if that's gone again and they can't get it fixed, which is a shame. So Scott Parkin, the Class A champion, will go from the front. But he wasn't that much faster than the likes of Darren Ball and Colin Gillespie in qualifying. And obviously being a 2-hour race, this has got lots more involved than outright pace. And as well as watching for the class battles, Ian, we have the Clubman Cup, sort of almost like a subdivision within the classes to look forward to for the older cars, the pre-2010 cars without sequential gearboxes.
Yes, we've got that to be decided. All the individual classes and the overall championship already decided. I think the podium places overall and in the classes to be sorted out as well. But we'll keep an eye on what goes on in the Clubman Cup for those older cars as the race goes on. It's a 2-hour race. We've got plenty of time to talk about it. We've got 34 cars now on the grid for this final race of the season. It's a 2-hour race. There is one pit stop that has to be served. It's a 3-minute mandatory pit stop that they have to serve in Club Enduro, and that will not happen immediately. There's a little while before they can make that, of course. We've got the cars making their way out of the final corner. Red lights go out, the race gets underway, and it's Scott Parkin then in the lead and trying to make up ground. To his left hand side is Colin Gillespie. Of course, he got that gap where the BMW should have been, but he's not made full benefit from that because he's been a bit slow through the next corner there, and that's allowed Darren Ball to slot through in second place. Gillespie is in third, and is that the car of
Simon Major with his
Simon
new
Major,
livery.
isn't it? Yeah, in fourth position as they make their way through the old hairpin for the first time. So this Skiwa Club Enduro Championship race is underway.
A bit like it was side by side in B between the Ginetta and the Honda of Matthew Tidmarsh and William Puttigill. They were side by side. Puttigill, one of the 3 championship contenders in the Clubman Cup, and they got pole in that this morning, which that's the bit that he shared with Chris Nyland up at the top of the hill. They're still side by side, those 2 B-class leaders, so that's a good battle. But Scott Parkin's getting away from the TCR cars behind of Ball and Gillespie, the Cupra and the Volkswagen. Then in 4th position is Major, who made a really good start from row 4. And then in 5th position is Dylan Brichter. Then in the Audi, he's fighting though to try and get through. Then you've got the Browse car. That's also made a good start. Luke Browse at the wheel of that one. Claire Norman is up next. Then Paul Simerson in the Century Motorsport GT4 BMW. And then the rest. They come over the brown. Now there's the Ginetta. Where's William Puttigill got to in all of this? The Clubman Cup pole sitting Honda is no longer behind the Ginetta. It's lost a couple of spots in the overall order to other Class B cars. A very good start from Mark Grice, who gained 5 places on that lap, and he is second in Class B already on his return to Club Enduro. He only qualified 7th in the class, so all those 5 positions he's gained are all for class. So great start from Mark Grice.
Yeah, I did think that he might move forward from there. Seems to be a little bit further back than I might have expected him. 2 Mark III MX-5s going wheel to wheel there. That was James Mansell and Tomas Stedman. They were battling for their private positions within their class. Half an hour is when the pit lane window opens, by the way, half an hour into this race, and it closes 15 minutes before the end. 1 3-minute pit stop mandatory to be served by all teams, whether they're 1 or 2 driver efforts. And the top 3 are all single drivers, aren't they, at the moment? Scott Parkin, Darren Ball and Colin Gillespie. Simon Major, the first of the 2 driver teams, he'll be sharing with Justin Middleton. Dylan Brichter with Ryan Parkin in 5th place.
It's 3 abreast here, heading down past the old exhibition centre. I think that's Matthew Hampson at the head of it. Jamie Hadley's Invitational Golf is in there as well. So this is about something like 10th position in the race. You've got the BMW M2 of Rob Fennick. One car for the pit lane already is the debutant Clint Wright in his Toyota. See if we can get him back out into the race. David Blackie's made a good start. He's joining in on this battle as well in the BMW E92 M3.
So there's that invitation class car of Jamie Hadley, the Golf. Most of the field going through, so a good number of BMWs in this race as well. There's one for the pit lane. Who is that is going into the pits? It's the Will Beach car. The Will Beach car, number 82, has gone into the pit lane. So an early problem. This is not a mandatory stop because we're still 26 minutes away from the pit lane window being opened.
Will Beach, I think, has some problems in qualifying. That car didn't seem to be running well most of the time. There's a mechanical flag for Colin Gillespie, the car in 3rd position.
I did see some sort of fluid or something leaking from that car as it went up to McLean's on, I think, the first lap. So whether that's also what the observers trackside have spotted, I'm not quite sure. This is a good little scrap, isn't it? Involving the number 10 car, Rob Fennick, also the David Blackie E92 M3 as well. Into the pits, it's got one of the Class C front runners as well, and straight into the garage that car has gone. That's the car that was started by Jonathan Hayes, I think, the 66 car.
Shame for Johnny Hayes, that car that finished 2nd in the Class C Championship in 2022.
They were looking to retain that 2nd place, or regain that 2nd place this season, behind the all-conquering Moore and Dennis duo.
They might still do that, particularly if they can get out and complete 50%. That might be the aim in all of this. Also involved in this battle was another M3, the Lynches. Did we get a start driver for 176?
I only got one driver, which was William Lynch, on the timing.
Great, I've
sheet
made note of that. 139.37 for Scott Parkin, and that is a new lap record. Chris Boardman's previous better, 39.75, 0.4 of a second underneath the previous lap record in the Tegewa Club Enduro Championship.
So they make their way out of Goddard's. Another lap completed then, 1:54 to go. Scott Parkin leading by 2 3/4 seconds from Darren Ball. Gillespie in 3rd. We're watching these sort of trio of BMWs coming down the Craner curves towards us, including the 176 car in all of this, that being the William Lynch M3 for the driver from Midhurst, and he is in 13th position at the moment. Just up ahead is the car started by Matthew Hampson, the M2, which Andy Schultz will take over later on in the race. And just behind, the Class B leader, which is the Ginetta, started by Matthew Tidmarsh, the sort of Gulf-coloured car. That's trying to get in amongst these BMWs now.
It's tiny amongst, especially that E92, which is massive. But David Blackie's got to the front of that group, so that's a good effort. And the Ginetta's trying to go around the outside. I'm not sure if William Lynch realised that Matthew Tidmarsh was there. Of course, Tidmarsh and Webster are the provisional champions in B, so a great season they've had in the Ginetta. They've had a couple of class wins. They hadn't had a class win before this year. Not that far ahead of the Mark Grice and William Puttergill battle for the Clubman Cup lead. Ideally, if Puttergill and Nyland want to win the Clubman Cup title, winning the race is the best way about going at it. A non-championship rival, Mark Grice, has taken the lead of that, though, in the early laps of this. They're all involved in that Class B lead battle with Matthew Tidmarsh just up the road. The other Clubman Cup Championship contenders, got one at the back of the screen there, is 119, the Sandro Ballesteros, Bobby Trundley, Audi, and then the third car in contention is actually the championship leader coming into this in the Clubman Cup, and then the overall provisional champion Sam Moore and Sam Dennis. But they are a Class C car, so won't have the outright pace, but they've been reliable and consistent over the year, and that is what has put them in championship contention this year. Gillespie came into the pits here and put off that mechanical flag.
Yeah, indeed. Ash was just going to say he's got the Class C lap record as well now. That's been down into the 148. That's been taken away from Rowan and Richard Lundy, who had that previously. We're on board with Scott Parkin. He's got a clear track in front of him in the Audi TT, the Darkside Developments run car. Round the Melbourne hairpin he goes, and then climbs back up towards Goddard. Third gear, now up to fourth gear, and then he'll get on the brakes for the hairpin, down to third again through there, and out of the corner will accelerate up through the gears, fourth gear, then up to fifth as he goes sort of past the pits and into Redgate corner, and back down again for Redgate. He's going to start some lappery shortly. He's got that little Caterham Academy car up ahead of him. A little while since we've had a Caterham in the Tiki World Club Enduro Championship, but it's about to go a lap down, I think.
Parkin going away up front, 6 seconds ahead, but he needs to do that because he has got a 30-second success compensation time to add to his pit stop for winning the previous race at Oulton Park. Scott Parkin, who's had 3 wins this year, which the other one has come at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit and at Snetterton, but 6 seconds ahead of Darren Ball. He's also lapped that E30 M3, which is good to have out there against Senna Osman at the wheel to start off with. So Ball second, third is Simon Major, fourth is Dylan Brichter, fifth for Luke Browse, Paul Simerson's up to sixth, Matthew Stockford is eighth, Claire Norman, no, he's eighth rather, seventh for Stockford, the ex-Paralympian, ninth is Jamie Hadley, and Rob Fennick completes the top 10 after the first 5 laps of racing. Gillespie, I think, back out onto the circuit after a pit stop.
Yes, that's unfortunate for him. He'll have been delayed by that, and we'll see what he can do from where he's. Expect him to see him climb back through the order.
See in the background the 2 Clubman Cup leaders are nose to tail. The Grice and Puttergill battle. They're just heading down the back straight towards the S's. So that is a really close race in the early stages. There's the Caterham. Tim Parsons at the wheel. I think sometime Morgan Racer who started that. Here's Stockford and Norman. They're involved in a good battle. Matthew Stockford in the Audi. Claire Norman in the Cupra, the 43-year-old from Cheltenham who started racing 20 years ago in the Road Slough series before racing the Volkswagen Racing Cup. Has raced in historics as well. But let's have a look at this Clubman Cup battle just coming out of the final corner. 27 Mark Grice, head of Championship contender 83 Will Puttergill. But gap back to the next car in that championship battle. Sandro Ballesteros there in 119. The 17-year-old from Greater Manchester who raced in the Junior Saloon Car Championship before racing the 116 Trophy. But there is the Clubman Cup leader at this stage, 27 Mark Grice, who's been a race winner in this championship before. And there is Will Puttergill, comes in third in points, but with a chance to take that Clubman Cup championship. Will Puttergill, the 41-year-old from Nottingham, so at his local circuit today, the ex-Type R Trophy racer in a K24 powered Honda Civic, and keen to take this lead of the class away, I think, from Mark Grice at this stage, Ian.
Yeah, certainly looks like it. Good little scrap this for 15th and 16th position overall, and they are going to get alongside one another down the straight. Over the crest they go, but it looks like it is going to be Grice in the 27 car, but continues to hold on for the moment from number 83 Will Puskill in the Holland Asset Management Leverage Honda Civic Type R. So these two second and third in Class B behind the Marshall Webster Janetta. But the Clubman Cup, and now wide has gone Mark Grice, and has conceded the lead of the Clubman Cup away to Will Puskill there.
That's right, that's where Puttergill wants the race to the position he wants to end in 107 minutes time. There's a lot to happen before then. See the heat there in the brake pads of Mark Grice. That was a great shot there at the Goddard, and that's maybe why he outbraked himself at Melbourne. Already the front brakes on the Audi TT starting to get up to temperature. I wonder if that's the car that Grice has raced in the short distance races, and this is very different, of course, having to go for a long time. There's Gillespie recovering. There is Ballesteros, though, who is one of the 3 contenders for that Clubman Cup title. And he's just done a PB, a 1:46.6 for Ballesteros. But Jay, frustration for Gillespie, best particularly if it wasn't a particular problem, if it was an overfill or just an early moment of perhaps smoke that's not going to come to anything, and if that's lost them a minute or so, hasn't it? But Gillespie might be able to come back from that in that Volkswagen Golf.
Yeah, down to 17th position. He went as a result of that one. Back to 17th. He's got, so he is getting ahead of Ballesteros. So we've got the Audi TT turning its way there into Coppice Corner. There's on new Clubman Cup leader Will Puttergill, now with quite an advantage over Mark Grice.
Of course, the Ballesteros programme, that was announced on the BBC website, wasn't it?
Yes.
At the beginning of the season, with Bobby Trundley racing, the pair racing for the Racing with Autism UK team. Those 2 inspirational youngsters that are really quick drivers, the pair of them. Trundley, who's been a class winner in British GT in the past, he will get in for the second part. We've got a couple of FN2 Civics here, battling over second in Class C. Matthew Stenning in 16 is ahead of Ethan Simmons in 9, who I think is making his Club Enduro debut today. He's raced in road sports previously. I think he's still a teenager. In 9, there he is. So good to have a couple of these later model Civics out. I'm not sure what he's waving about, but good to see the cars. Oh, he was waving Scott Parkin through, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But if he's going to do that every time someone's lap him, he's going to have a sore hand by the end, I should think.
Yeah. Anyway, but Scott Parkin has now put a lap on that car.
And Parkin waved back. So that was good to see.
Pleasant of him. In 26th position is Ethan Simmons. So he's now lapped everyone up to 25th, and he'll soon lap everyone who's up to 24th as well, I think.
Yes, this won't be like 116 Trophy where we have lots of cars on the lead lap at the end.
No. So that's the 183 car that's now been lapped as well. The Stephen Cook, Edward Cook, Volkswagen Scirocco. Stephen aboard that first today. Edward took the first stint yesterday in road sports.
Had a change for second. Simon Major, who started down in 8th. He's had a good first stint. He's up into second. Both he and Dylan Brichter got past Darren Ball. So Darren Ball, who was second, has dropped to 4th. They are 11 seconds now, though, behind Scott Parkin, who's absolutely flying in his Audi.
Off goes Ethan Simmons. He's got back onto the circuit in the number 9 car. Yes, it was a long lap that for Ball, wasn't it? Into the 143s. He had been doing 140s. The 2 that got past him were both in the 141. So it was a problem of some description for Darren Ball that time through. There he is now. So whether it's a problem with the car or he just made a mistake, small mistake that allowed the next 2 through, not quite sure. We'll get an idea soon with the next lap time when they come through.
But yeah, Major, who's certainly in a new livery since I saw him go well at Snetterton earlier in the season. I presume it's just the livery and not a new car. They're in second place in the Cupra. He's had a decent season with Justin Middleton as his co-driver. Then they had a road sports win. They've had a podium at Snetterton as well. But being chased all the way by Dylan Brichter in the diesel-powered Dioxide Developments Audi TT, a 2016 car, producing 310 brake horsepower. Slightly less power than twin brother Scott's car has. Twin brother to Ryan, Scott Parkin, who leads the way. So this is a slightly less powered car. But they come up across the line. Darren Ball is falling away here, isn't he, from this battle?
Yeah, that lap was back into the 141s, so not quite as slow as the previous lap, but nevertheless he fell away from those 2.
That's right. No, just lapping the battle further back. Ballesteros in the pit lane. 119, Clubman Cup Championship contender in the pits, and this is before the pit window opens. So what has gone wrong, and not very much is happening. So this could be the end of the Championship Challenge, I think.
Yeah, the bonnet's open, but a bit of a mystery as to what he's doing. They've got the torch on there, just trying to look for something further down, so I don't know if it's something that's been rattling around under there or something like that. We're going to have to see what they can do here. This 12 minutes or so before the pit lane window opens, the driver getting out of the car.
All signs are not good here, I'm afraid.
No.
So the first of our 3 Clubman Cup Championship contenders falling, and this is good news for Motion Motorsport because the 2 cars left are both from that squad.
Yes, the squad that prepare a few cars across other 750 Motor Club categories as well.
I noticed they've got some non-Hondas in their squad now as well, haven't they? Some of the other teams are seeing a good job that Motion Motorsport are doing and are asking them to either prepare their cars or perhaps run them at race weekends. So a team that's sort of fairly new to the scene as well, aren't they? And they're growing all the time. Battle of a second continues.
Yeah, and this battle is how far behind the leader? 12 seconds behind the leader. Scott Parkin, Simon Major and Ryan Parkin, the 2 cars that we're looking at here, cars 18 and 6. There's just over a second between the 2 of them now. They've got a 3.5 second gap back now to Darren Ball, who's in 4th position. Major's getting away a little bit now in second place, I suggest, from Dylan Richter in the diesel Audi TT. Out of the old hairpin they go and on towards McLean's. Blue flags waving, there'll be plenty of that in this race, I'm sure. Lots of traffic to be negotiated. The 119 car, yes, it is retiring to the garage by the sounds of it, the Boystars car. Looks like it's out there. So you can see Sandro out of his car, his overalls untied at the waist. And I think either disappointed that his race is over or on the hunt for something that's going to get them back out into the race. But looks like it is a retirement for Sandro and Bobby, unfortunately.
Matt's on the scene. I'm sure we'll get the news soon as soon as it gets relayed. Did we? Oh, we did see Will Putchgill get past Mark Grice, because of course that's when Grice run wide, wasn't it? So that's how the Clubman Cup lead changed.
Just looking as well as for Class B, it is the gap came down that time between Tidmarsh and Putchgill, because it was a 1:48.9 for Tidmarsh, a 1:46.1 for Putchgill, so the gap down to 3.5 seconds between them.
This is a bad garage to be in, because Johnny Hayes' car that was retired right at the start, it seemed, is also in there. So 2 retirements in one garage. See, Claire Norman's just done a personal best, a 1:42.9. She's passed Matthew Stockford lately. Here's our Class B leader and our provisional champion, the Ginetta G40, the ex-Rothgo car. With Matthew Tidmarsh at the wheel. Chris Webster has been his co-driver all year. They've had 2 wins, a 2nd and a 6th in Class B this season. In the Golf livery, as you'd expect. It's got a 2.5 litre Duratec engine, power in that car, so not in any sort of Ginetta specification, but built especially for the Tiguewa Club Enduro Championship. It's been developed over the last few years, and this year it's come really good. It's got really fast, it's set lap records at various venues, and now a professional class championship to go with it. And a battle of a second in the overall championship with Scott Parkin, I think, Ian, this weekend between these 2. They were separated by just a point coming here to Donington Park.
Yeah, that's right. It's a gearbox failure on the 119 car, we understand, the Sandra Boyestella's car.
And in from 11th for another unscheduled stop. This is Rob Fennick's BMW M2. So the pit lane is a busier place than it should be at this stage of the race. So that's a shame there for Rob Fennick, the 45-year-old from Buckinghamshire. In his 4th season of racing, he finished 2nd in Class C last year. He's upgraded to this 2021 BMW that he's heading back out. The M2 CS Racing, a car they got from Holland. And that is heading back out into the race. So still going, but obviously time lost in that stop. But here's our Class B leader, about to put a lap down Ed Christie's at BMW, who's the sort of the poster boy for the live stream today. And Tidmarsh round the outside at the S's, not wasting any time. Continuing to push on, looking for that third class win of the season. Here's a 19, which is Wayne Lawson, the 52-year-old from Lincolnshire. Very experienced track day goer, but he's going racing for the first time this year. He's a wheelchair user, uses hand controls. It's a 2010 spec Audi TT, and this is one of the cars that has been taken over by Motion Motorsport in recent months. And I think Wayne was saying that the car, I think, was ready to be scrapped, but Motion Motorsport said we can get that back running, and that's absolutely what they've done. He had the best run at Silverstone he's had in that car, and things going okay here. Running in 6th position within Class B in the early stages. A car that he will share with James Pickford, the former Seat Cupra champion from 20 years ago, if you can believe it was that long, Ian.
It's a scary thought, isn't it? That was that long ago. So we are working lap number 15 for the leader. Just the news from Matt came that the Fenwick car's reported to have a puncture, but turned out not to have one.
There's Darren Ball, who's dropped to 4th. He's dropped quite a long way back from Dylan Brichter, 7.5 seconds. So he's perhaps starting to pace himself now, trying to keep those front tyres in order. All these front cars are front-wheel drive cars, aren't they? The Audi TTs, I think, are.
Yes.
And all the TCR cars are. So the best rear-wheel drive car is 6th, which is Paul Simerson's BMW M4. But about a second is still on between Simon Major and Dylan Brichter. There've been no to tell, I think, really since the start. You can see that gap they've pulled out on Darren Ball, which is pretty substantial. They have a car to that, which is the car which was started by Toby Partridge, I think. Louis Woodward in that one as well. They are 4th in Class B, so they've almost lapped sort of majority of the Class B cars. Not yet a quarter of the way in.
3 or 4 minutes away, or about 5 minutes actually, away from the pit lane window being open. Interesting to see if then drivers do make relatively early stops, because it's just the one mandatory 3-minute stop in this race rather than the 2 mandatory 1-minute stops that we had for the 116 trophy race a little bit earlier on.
Gillespie's just done a PB, 1 minute 40.7, which is about the 5th fastest lap of the race, I think, in the Volkswagen. So some cars still improving, while others are fading away, like Darren Ball. He's faded a couple of seconds away from his personal best. Volkswagen Sirocco here, 183. Stephen Cook began it. It's 8th in Class B. It is something like 6th in the Clubman Cup, but is battling for 23rd in the race with Matthew Stenning's Honda. They're both about to be lapped by the battle for 9th, which has changed on this lap. David Blackie's E92 M3 has gone past Jamie Hadley's Golf, so a change for 9th in the race by the looks of it. And they will come out the final corner. You can see the BMW ahead of the Volkswagen. So that's the battle for 9th, lapping the battle for 23rd in the race at this stage.
Yeah, good battles all the way down, of course. So we've got Scott Parker, number 1, leading the way from number 18, Simon Major in 2nd. So it's Audi from Cupra, then it's Dylan Brichter with another Audi, number 6 in 3rd place. Number 25, the Cupra of Darren Ball, is 4th. 22, the Cupra of Luke Brow is 5th. The BMW number 55 in 6th place of Paul Simerson. 7th, the number 4 car of Claire Norman. 8th, the number 78 Audi of Stockford. 9th is number 28, that's David Blackie, and 10th is number 2 is the Invitation Class car of Jamie Hadley. Class B being led by number 8, Matthew Tidmarsh, by about 5.7 seconds from Will Costigal, number 83. Class C, 195, the leader there. They've won all the races so far this season, Ashmore, and he is well clear of Matthew Stelling in 2nd place within Class C. And a reminder that the classes in Club Enduro based on power to weight ratio basis. So Class A for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B the limit is 240. Class C the limit is 180 brake horsepower per tonne. as we now got this battle continuing on between the Scirocco.
Also, just a reminder for people, there's a question on the stream in comments. I can see what the Clubman Cup means, and it is for cars built before 2010, so it's not related to the drivers, it's related to the cars. So for the older cars that do not have a sequential gearbox, that have a manual gearbox, that's what the Clubman Cup is for, and that's the one championship yet to be decided.
Yes, and that could be cars from any class as well, couldn't it?
Yeah.
So
I don't think any A cars are fitted into that this
No,
weekend, but we
so.
have seen others in the past. There have been lots of different winners in the Clubman Cup. Will Puttergill and Ryan Bensley have won a couple of times. Ash Moore and Sam Dennis won at Croft. Sandro Ballesteros and Bobby Trundley won at Silverstone, and Michael Downey won at Oulton Park. So the only car to have won more than once is the one that actually leads that race at the moment.
although a slightly different driver lineup, isn't it, this weekend? With Chris Nyland joining Will Puttergill. Ryan Bensley engaged elsewhere this weekend, former Stock Hatch champion.
David Blackie then pulling away from Jamie Hadley. He's up to 9th. He started 18th, so first outing for that E92 M3 is going well. A 42.5, the best lap, is over a second quicker than they went in qualifying. They had problems yesterday, they seem to be up to speed now, and quickly catching Matthew Stockford, and you can see that on your screen now. So Matthew Stockford coming under threat from David Blackie by the looks of things. Stockford, the former Paralympian medalist. David Blackie in his Club Enduro debut. It's been a consistent season for Stockford. He's had a couple of 4th positions as his best. There's the E92 M3. It's a much larger car than the older models, but it's great to have an E92 back out. Luke Sejakowski took a win, I think, in an E92 a number of seasons ago, but it's good to have another back again. Running there in 9th position at this stage and sharing that car with Josh Lawton, the former Road Sports race winner. Racing his Civic in Classic Touring Car Thundersloons this year. But I think back in the 750 Motor Club paddock for the first time this season. Problems yesterday, but good to see the car out today.
So yes, the 28th car of Blackie, and Lawton heading off up the hill past Michael Downey there in the number 76 Boxster, which Josh mentioned was a class winner in the Clubman Cup. That was an aim for Michael this year, to try and win the Clubman Cup this season. I don't think he's going to manage it, but he's had at least one win. Started racing in 2018, inspired by his father who raced before him. So this now is 7th season of racing in the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship, and he travels down from Scotland to do so. Michael, who works in financial services. So pit window is open. I don't think we've had anyone yet making a scheduled stop.
No.
A few unscheduled stops on the timing screen, but none that actually are expected at this stage.
Yeah, it depends on the fuel tank size, doesn't it, usually? You obviously don't want to pit when you can't get to the end of the race. So teams will have that all pre-planned, when the earliest that they can realistically pit, and then you decide whether that's going to work out for your race. Generally, it's better to pit early on the whole. So Blackie's caught Stockford then. The Audi RS3, a great looking car this, but Audi really in almost all forms of motorsport being faded out. As Audi customer race sort of being closed down to facilitate the Grand Prix programme. This is sort of one of the cars that came out of that programme. Such a successful programme, the Audi customer sport cars, particularly the R8, which they made so many of, won so many GT races with, but where most manufacturers getting involved in sports car racing, Audi's sort of going away unusually. But great to have that car in this championship and running well. Change for second in the race. Dylan Brichter has finally, after many laps of trying, got past Simon Major. So the Audis are first and second. We did hear yesterday, Scott Parkin tell Matt Suckling that part of the aim of this weekend is to get a Darkside Development 1-2 in the Class A Championship. Coming into this weekend, Brichter and Ryan Parkin were 5 points ahead of Andy Schulz and Matthew Hampson, and a point ahead of Darren Ball. So whether they will feel it necessary to do any team tactics, or whether obviously, as it is, I think that's all good for Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter to take the championship. First car into the pit lane, by the way, Ian, is Claire Norman. She will hand over to Alan Blenko.
Yeah, with just under 90 minutes of the race, 86 minutes of the race left to go. Be 3 minutes, which is about 2 laps or so, isn't it? That you have to be stationary for, so you'll need a couple of laps in the pit stop. Everyone out of the car as fuel goes in.
So Claire Norman started this, the double British Women Racing Drivers Club Award winner. It's a 2018 Cupra. It's a Gen 1 car that Alan Blenko Racing purchased at the beginning of the year, and Alan Blenko will be getting into it. The driver who started racing with the 750 Motor Club back in 1999, returning a quarter of a century later. He finished 4th in Stock Hatch that year before, just 3 years later, ended up in the British Touring Car Championship.
I think that was the first year of Stock Hatch as well, 1999.
Could be, yeah.
Because Hot Hatch was created first. I think that was perhaps about 97, Stock Hatch a little bit later on.
That was right. That's the Brichter car. For a moment, I thought that was Scott Parkin and wondered why he had another car close to him, but no, it was the other one, wasn't it? Side by side for what is now 7th place, with the pit stop for Claire Norman. Matthew Stockford has David Blackie going through. They're about to lap the provisional champions. The car driven by Ash Moore. Blackie goes a bit wide, but I think he's got this position done. This progress is really good. I don't think they're going to get any further in this first stint, but it'd be interesting to see what Josh Lawton can do in the second half, because he was really quick in that supercharged Civic that he raced previously. His first outing in the championship in this car. There is Claire Norman giving perhaps last minute advice to Alan Blenko, helping with the driver change as well. As Scott Parkin set another record lap. The Aimshot.com fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 39.146.
Yep, so he's getting away out in front, as I say, Claire Norman helping Alan Blenko back out into the race. You can see the minimum weight sticker there, and that says that car needs to be at least 1,193 kilograms for the amount of power it puts out to qualify for the class it puts in, which is Class A, which is up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. So the equation is worked out. We know how much power it puts out, so therefore we know what as a minimum it needs to weigh. Now they've just got to wait for the 3 minutes to be up.
Claire Norman, the daughter of Charles Tippett, long time racing driver. So it's a great racing family, that, and they've raced together in the past as well, haven't they, in historic cars. But in this car, probably the most powerful car Claire has raced. It's very different to the BMW, classic BMW that she races, and sort of returning to her front-wheel drive roots that she when she raced in the Volkswagen Racing Cup. Alan Blenko, probably the most powerful car he's raced too, because it was a production class he raced in the British Touring Car Championship, which would have had significantly less power than the Cupra does. There is Brichter then. He's not getting away from Simon Majors since passing him. They're both, though, best part of 20 seconds ahead of Darren Ball, who, of course, was ahead of them in the early stages.
Yes, Ball has dropped away quite a bit, hasn't he? Here's Colin Gillespie in shot here. He's got the Blackie BMW ahead of him. So this is Gillespie. He's back up inside the top 10 now. He's in 8th position, having had that pit stop earlier on when he was showing the black and orange mechanical warning flag. But he's not far away from getting 7th place here, I don't think. We'll have a look into McLean's to see if he can do it there. He can't. These both cars both in Class A, of course.
Gillespie is averaging basically the same lap times as Darren Ball, to within a tenth of a second. And he goes through into a coppice to grab 7th away from David Blackie. Probably an unusual moment for David Blackie because he's been gaining places all the way through this stint, but for the first time he loses one. That's the car due to the unscheduled pit stop that Gillespie had early on. He's got good pace in that X-Will Beach Volkswagen Golf that's raced in the TCR UK Championship this year, but Colin Gillespie having his first run out in it in the Tagua Club Enduro Championship this weekend. Just about as many TCR cars in this race as in some TCR UK races, I think.
Yes, certainly are. Here's Gillespie putting a lap on the Lotus. There's the Michael Dowley car into the pit lane, and there you can see the fuel going in.
This is just the second car to have made a scheduled stop, Ian.
Yeah, and you can see there that the wheel covered, lest any fuel will be spilt there. Extinguisher on hand as well. There is Gillespie again, having cleared that BMW. 3/4 of a lap ago. That 15 Golf, it looks menacing, it looks very quick. The 197 car there, you can see is the Daniel Jude Mike Rayner Lotus.
Running 5th in Class B, so that's going well.
It is, yeah, in 18th place overall. Rayner it is that started that car. Blackie now has put a lap on it as well in the number 28 BMW.
See, Gillespie's really pulled away from Blackie, as you might expect. So they turn up towards Coppice. You've got Matthew Stockford in 9th, and he's being chased by Jamie Hadley down the back straight towards the S's. Stockford in 78. Alan James will jump into that halfway. Alan Blenco's getting on with things. Up the curbs, full touring car style. Passing 2 cars in the process. Alan, who's 47 from Wiltshire. He was the Ford Fiesta Winter Series champion in 2000. Before he raced an Alfa Romeo in the British Touring Car Championship. But this a 2018 Cupra, run by his team, Alan Blenco Racing. As I said earlier, purchased just this year, and over the course of the season they've had a best result of 4th. I wonder if they can replicate that or perhaps go a little bit better. They, after their pit stop, are in 24th position, and Blenco immediately does a PB, a 141.5, which is a pretty good first effort for Blenco. So he's got good pace. He qualified that car in 6th. We can see what else he might be able to do.
There's the 28 car just gone through. There is that Matthew Stockford car, and that's still in 9th place at the moment. 9th overall and 9th in Class A as well. Being chased by that invitation class car, so it's not scoring points. The number 2 car of Jamie Hadley, the Volkswagen Golf.
I think we've seen some of Hadley in road sports before, so perhaps this is a little dip into seeing what he thinks of these 2-hour races in sight of next year. I think in road sports he did run in Class B, but perhaps that car's been slightly upgraded from there. And obviously doesn't have to run to the power to weight ratio to fit into a class in the invitational division. So we'll see how he enjoys himself and whether we see more of him next season.
Yes, we would hope to see many of these drivers back, and teams back for next year in Club Enduro. It's been well supported again this year. Road Sports, the 45-minute brother, if you like, has been even more supported, I think, this season than has Club Enduro. I'm sure there'll be a good number of cars out. It's an attractive format of 2-hour racing for, well, it's actually a mix of different race lengths. We've had one 3-hour race, we've had some 75-minute races, we've had a 100-minute race as well at Alton.
It's sort of what some endurance, well, quite a lot of endurance series are, aren't they? It mixes them up. Means you haven't got the same strategy in every race.
Exactly.
We've had some 1 and 2 pit stop races. I'm sure sort of ideas in what for next year already in the plan. Of course, we had our first trip to Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit this year as well. There's Mike Rayner. He is 11 seconds ahead of Wayne Lawson, who just did a personal best, a 1:47.8. This Lotus is third in the Clubman Cup as well, isn't it? Behind Will Puttergill and Mark Grice. So it's running nicely. And actually the Clubman Cup leader's just getting a black and white driving standards flag. Is Will Puttergill, who's really pulled clear of Mark Grice. He's only 11 seconds behind Matthew Tidmarsh. I wonder if Will Puttergill and Chris Nyland are looking to go out with a Class B win. They haven't got any success compensation time, so on net they're in the sort of the advantageous place in Class B.
Yeah, so that could certainly work out in their favour as this race goes on. We've not really seen the success compensation at the pit stops come into play yet, have we? But there's a number of teams that do have to serve them.
In Class A, Class A 30 for Scott Parkin, 20 for Dylan Brichter and 10 for Darren Ball. So that's going to drop the Brichter and Parkin car down, isn't it? Or Scott Parkin, talking about his 30 seconds, is about to be served now. But yeah, this could all mix up the Class A order, I think.
Yes, it's basically a 3.5 minute stop then for Scott Parkin. He's not stopped at 45, he's stopped at pretty much 90 degrees into the pit lane there, but that should be absolutely fine. He's obviously climbing out of the car as is required while the refuelling is done.
Remember to take the radio cord out. That twin brother Ryan perhaps getting some images of the social media.
Yeah, lots of a big social media presence for Dark Side Development, so do check out their social channels.
Big support of Burkitt Relay as well, coming up in a couple of weeks' time.
That's right. It's 2 weeks' time, less than 2 weeks' time now for the Burkitt Relay.
There's the new leader then, which is Dylan Brichter in the slightly less powerful teammate car. So obviously Ryan's not getting into it just yet, is he? If he's doing other duties down there in the pit lane. 4 seconds clear of Simon Major, but with that 20 seconds to serve in the pit lane, it's going to drop this car, number 6, down the order a little bit, certainly behind the Major and Middleton machine. Scott Parkin was only about 20 seconds ahead, wasn't he? So that's why he had to push on so hard, and he might have to continue to push on if he's going to stay ahead of the Simon Major Cupra.
Oh, and there's a car, that's the Matthew Stelling Civic FN2 that's off into the gravel at the old hairpin. He's trying to get it going. There's damage to the back of one of the MX-5s as well. Is that the
Simonite car?
It is the 169 car. James Mansell it was that started that. So whether there's any connection between those two things, I'm not quite sure. Don't know if that car's still in the gravel trap or if it's managed to get out. No, it is still in the gravel trap by the looks of it. The stunning car that's down there at the old hairpin. So you would think if that stays there for much longer, then we know what's going to happen, and that's going to be a caution period, and that could signal some changes. As there's the Browers car we just see going through there. The marshals are on the scene trying to help get that stunning car out of the gravel trap, though, Josh.
Wayne Lawson has pitted. I wonder in sort of response to what might come next. So James Pickford will get aboard that car, the former BTCC podium finisher, race winner in Carrera Cup, raced in the FIA GT3 Championship in the early years as well, did James Pickford. Podium finisher there. He will take over from Wayne Lawson, who started.
So the 169 car has continued on. It's not called at the pits to get something done with that bumper, but that would just be tearing it off, would probably be the most straightforward thing to do at this stage. Still number 1 car stationary, but of course it's a 3.5 minute stop that he's serving. Scott back into the car now.
Safety car.
Yeah, safety car is coming out. That's not a surprise with the Stelling Honda off in the gravel trap at the old hairpin. Team counting down to get that car back into the race.
I suspect this hasn't worked terribly badly for Scott Parkin, has it? Because they'll be able to join on the back of the queue, and a few seconds of his race has I don't know what's happened to Louis Woodward's car here. Is there a red light? That might not work so well for Scott Parkin if there's a red light at the end of the pit lane.
Yes.
The safety car wants to get out,
yeah,
but there's a car in the way at the moment.
Yeah. So the safety car is now getting past the number 87 car.
It's Scott Parkin, it's being held. So this is a drama for our previous race winner. The red lights are on at the end of the pit lane while we get the safety car out in a safe place. So for Scott Parkin, he will have to wait. And for the Toby Partridge Louis Woodward pit stop, that car is waiting. We've already seen that. So that's a twist that we weren't expecting.
The 169 car, which is the MX5 with the bumper dragging, that's now getting the mechanical warning flag. That will need to come in, as I say, to either get the bumper sort of lashed up or taken off the car. So we've got the safety car waiting at the end of the pit lane to pick up, presumably try and pick up the leading car, which is going to be Dylan Brichter's car.
This is actually going very badly. I think for Scott Parkin, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
And for Louis Woodward and Toby Partridge, who are in contention in Class B. For Wayne Lawson and James Pickford, though, this pit stop, the moment not being compromised for them. The other drivers, well, you'd think would be going a little bit slower out on the circuit because they're in a full course yellow period. So it's the luck of the draw, isn't it? If you pit, the safety car comes out. Sometimes you win, other times you lose.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got 71 minutes left of this race. There is the Dylan Brichter car that's just come out of the final corner. Now the safety car has to dash out to try and pick it up.
Of course, this will bring Colin Gillespie back into contention. He was about a minute behind. And this isn't good news, really, for the success compensation time for the Brichter Parkin pairing and the others who have got time to serve as well.
Two cars at the end of the pit lane are just being released now, but they've been sitting there for a couple of minutes.
And how perfect that worked for James Pickford, because his pit stop's just been done and he's heading out onto the circuit. James Pickford, who will be a bronze-ranked driver from next year by the FIA. Perhaps we'll see him out in other racing series because of that. So the safety car has brought everyone under control. Sometimes the safety car can break up the class battles. I don't think that's been a particular situation this time round. Tidmarsh was ahead of Puttergill and Grice in Class B. Class C, we saw a much larger lead for Ashmore. Second was Ethan Simmons. Third was Thomas Stedman. Stedman and Hooper have had a good few races in that car lately on the podium in Class C. Tom Stedman at the wheel at the moment, only in his second season.
The 197 Lotus has been waved through. Mike Rayner, who was 16th overall and 4th in Class B, so that'll be waved through to join the back of the queue, but then it's Dylan Brichter behind. The 169 car, now that has come in, but they won't be able to make this the mandatory stop.
Got a chunk out the bumper, hasn't it?
I think that's where that's been running on the exhaust, so the heat has melted the bumper there. I think that's what's gone on.
That makes a lot of sense. My brain was suddenly thinking, what caused that? But yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
But now they've only got half the official sticker that they're required to run, the Club Enduro sticker, because it's been burnt through.
So they turn this in. No, they can't turn this into.
No, they can't, because the safety car's out. It says you cannot take a mandatory stop with the safety car. With the safety car out on track.
But they shouldn't actually lose any time really because of this, will they? I don't think they're going to lose a lap.
It'll just be their position in the queue, really.
Unless they get a red light, of course.
Which is not impossible.
Alan Blenko, he's basically a lap ahead of Scott Parkin after the pit stops.
Yes, of course, he was the earliest of the cars to stop, really, wasn't he?
Could this really come into their favour, I wonder?
So the Stelling car's now been released back onto the circuit with the help of the snatch vehicle.
So once that's behind the barriers.
Just over a few other cars by the looks of it that were just coming through.
Normally takes about a lap, doesn't it, to get the snatch vehicle back, and then we should be good to go. I think we've got 9 cars on the lead lap. So William Lynch is the first car a lap down. the first 4 Class B cars are on the lead lap. Tidmarsh, Puttergill, Grice, Rayner. So that means the top 3 in Club and Cup are on the lead lap. Puttergill, Grice, Rayner. And then in Class C, Ethian Simmons still on the same lap as Ashmore. So that's still 2 up for grabs. But yes, it looks like Alan Blenko is right at the back of the queue, isn't he, I reckon, which means you gain the most time. Because
Yes.
and they weren't more than a minute really behind earlier, so this could... And Alan's proved in those early laps he's quick.
There's a car coming into the pit lane there.
It's Louis Woodward.
Yes, okay, that's the car that was at the end of the pit lane, wasn't it? So, just wondering if that's going to go straight to the end of the pit lane, right into their garage. Now, what's going on there?
This car, a ex-Nürburgring VLN car, I think, M2, for M235i. So it's like the earlier cars compared to the car that you can see in Class A for Rob Fennick.
Yes, that was the car that was at the end of the pit lane when the safety car was waiting to go out, if you remember. A few minutes ago. So safety car is still out there. Will it be in possibly at the end of this lap? Usually we see the safety car lights switch off around the time it goes on to the Melbourne Loop.
Of course, when cars have their pit stop, some of them get fans put into them, don't they? Obviously, when they're sitting in the pit lane, that's not a possibility. Whether that's been a problem, obviously, I don't know. 2 cars in between the 2 Class B leaders for the restart, Matthew Tidmarsh and William Puttergill. Their best lap's about 4 tenths apart. So that's going to be a battle that goes all the way, I suspect. Although, of course, the Giannetta's got them 30 seconds to serve. So that could make it difficult for Chris Webster in the second half to retain that lead. And the Class A battle could really be mixed up too, with Dylan Brichter and Ryan Parkin having to serve 20 seconds. Darren Ball has 10 seconds to serve. So that's really should go in the favour of Justin Middleton, who will take over from Simon Major. The Browse family could come into contention too.
Safety car lights are out then, so it will pull in at the end of this lap. We've got 65 minutes, just be less than 65 minutes of racing left to go, so we're nearly halfway through this race. The Louis Woodward car was stuck in gear. That's the reason that has had to come in.
I think it's been reset with the electronics and the way it's gone again.
So it's Dylan Brichter in number 6 that's going to lead them up to the line to restart the race. The Lotus has pulled off in the background, the 197 car of Mike Rayner, so Daniel Jude's not going to get a go, I don't think, but the race getting back underway then. Green flag waved with 64.5 minutes of the race left to go. And it is Parkin then that is leading from Simon Major. Dylan Brichter that's leading from Simon Major by half a second as this race gets back underway. Darren Ball, number 25, is 3rd. Luke Browse, number 22, is in 4th position. Colin Gillespie up to 5th. That really has worked out well for him because he's now only 14 seconds behind the leader despite having made that unscheduled stop earlier on in the 55 car of Paul Simonson in 6th. But with Mike Rayner out of the car, is something going to need to be done about that?
Yeah, it's a long way off the circuit on the back straight. We're probably a long way from Marshall. So that's a shame because that guy was 4th in Class B. Rob Fennick came into the pits behind the safety car. I'm not sure that can count as a scheduled stop. Well, they're trying to take it as a scheduled stop. I thought we had this discussion, or in 116 trophy racing, that you can't come in when the safety car comes in. Not sure what the case is with Club Enduro. But anyway, battle on for the lead. Dylan Brichter versus Simon Major. And we're going safety car. So the safety car is going to be called before anyone can pit. Yellow flags are out, and Simon Major was drawing alongside Dylan Brichter there as they went out of shot. But is this pit stop legal for Rob Fennick or not, I wonder?
To confirm, it says, for the avoidance of doubt, this is an underlined letters that are highlighted in the final briefing notes for this meeting. For the avoidance of doubt, teams may not follow the safety car into the pit lane in order to make a mandatory stop. So the safety car period does not officially end until all cars have crossed the start and finish line.
And what's the penalty?
Now I've got to turn to a different page for that and see if that is specified. on that, but it's effectively going to be stopping outside of the pit window, isn't it? Effectively. 5-lap deduction, I think, applies at the end of the race. Unless they make another 3-minute stop, which will probably negate that.
That would be more beneficial from their
well, it
result.
would, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Because it depended if it was a time penalty or a lap penalty.
Yeah,
Lap penalties are, as you say, were more significant.
So we hadn't had very much racing when the safety car came back out. It was less than a lap, wasn't it?
Yeah, I imagine they thought it was the best idea, safety car it, so no one gets an advantage. And then we can go again once that car's brought into a place of safety. And that's brought the two Class B leaders together there in your shot.
Yep, so the marshal and the driver together and pushing that car out of the way. It was already a long way off, but if they can get it up towards the barriers, then I think we'll be good to go. Obviously not too many marshals at that part of the circuit on the straight, because that's not where you're expecting quite so many incidents. Obviously some kind of technical issue with the car there, but they've got it up against the barrier, so I would have thought they'd be reasonably happy with that now.
Nice light car, helpfully.
Yes, exactly. Compared to some of them on the grid today.
I've seen so many Lotuses this year, have we? But we've had good success in the past. Joe Taylor won the Class A Championship in a lease a few years ago.
There's now a recovery vehicle heading down there as well.
The marshal didn't. For a moment, I thought the marshal was going away earlier, but perhaps this was expected then for the recovery to be done.
Yes, so they'll just try and tow that away.
Mike Rayner hops over the barriers. Jumps in, so we are going to get a lap or two more.
Yeah, so they do want to get that completely cleared off the circuit by the looks of things.
So Blenko is 2 laps down here, and you were reckoning a pit stop takes about 2 laps?
I would have thought so. So 3 minutes plus in and out, that's going to be 3.5 minutes, isn't it, roughly?
It's going to put them right in contention, I reckon. For a pairing that only joined the championship this year. Had some struggles, I think, earlier in the season, but it's been going better recently, and could be going even better today if it carries on as it stands.
So we're now into the second half of the race. It's number 6, Dylan Brichter and Ryan Parkin leading. Number 18, Simon Major, Justin Middleton in second. 25, Darren Ball in third. 22, Luke and Paul Browse are fourth. 15, Colin Gillespie is fifth. 55, Paul Simonson and Richard Stanton in sixth. 7th, number 28, David Blackie and Josh Lawton. Then in 8th place, number 78, Matthew Stockford, Alan James. 9th, number 2, Jamie Hadley. 10th, number 176, which is William Lynch. Class B is being led by Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. In 12th position overall, car number 8 from 83, Will Puttergill and Christopher Nyland. And 3rd place in that class is number 27, Mark Rice. Class C is being led by number 195, Ashmore and Sam Dennis in 15th position overall, and 16th place overall, and second class E is 19th overall, which is Ethan Simmons, number 9, and then third in class C is the Thomas Stedman, Michael Hooper, treble 3, Mazda MX-5 in 21st overall. The Lotus has now been pulled on to basically the national circuit, a bit of the national circuit that we're not using this weekend, and so therefore we should be good to go racing again just as soon as the safety car is next back round.
As we're now into the second half, I wonder if we'll see quite a lot of stops. Obviously not immediately after the safety car comes in, but not long afterwards. Some rescue vehicles got to go away, but hopefully that can be done before this safety car lap is completed. So I think all three, or certainly classes A and B, very much to play for. Of course, Moore and Dennis are going to have a longer stop. They are quite a bit quicker, but Ethan Simmons, they could get a result out of these first go in this Tiki-Owa Club Enduro Championship for 9. So he's going solo today. There's the Class B leader, but with a success penalty, which It's going to make it difficult for Chris Webster in the second half to get a third win. But with Scott Parkin losing that extra lap, second in the overall championship, still up for grabs there between the Ginetta and the Audi drivers. So that's an interesting battle to watch for as well. In the Clubman Cup, the championship battlers, Buttergill is a lap ahead of Ashmore. There he is, 183. The Class B second place, the Clubman Cup leader, Will Buttergill.
So safety car lights are out. The race is about to get underway then, with 56.5 minutes or so to go by the time they get to the timing line. Dylan Brichter and Ryan Parkin leading, and a reminder that drivers cannot follow the safety car into the pit lane at the end of this lap. That cannot count as a mandatory stop, so they'll have to do at least one more lap before they can make their pit stops, which many of them I think will probably do, because there's now less than half of the race to go. Race gets back underway. 34 laps now in the book. Dylan Brichter leading, Simon Major in second place. Going for the lead around the outside is Simon Major, and Dylan Brichter's half spinning, and he's off on the grass now on the inside of the circuit, and his twin brother is going to take track position from him, although he's a couple of laps down. But it's Dylan Brichter then, the twin brother of the co-driver Ryan Parkin. But now that car is way back down the queue of cars that's coming down down towards the old hairpin.
I reckon there was a touch before, because there was a bit of bodywork that went, and then obviously you had that contact. Scott Parkin's aim here is to get a lap back, and he is. It's on the inside, because if there is another safety car period, that would work well. Two more cars have come into the pit lane when they shouldn't have done. David Blackie was one, Mark Grice was the other. So that's two contenders for class victories in trouble, I think. But Scott Parkin, while things aren't going well for the other dark side car, better for them because they have got a lap back, which could become important later. But it is Simon Major, the new race leader, in that dramatic restart as he got past Dylan Brichter, who then had a moment. And with the better pit stop time expected for the Cupra, they're 18 than the rivals. Could be interesting. Scott Parkin can't get away here, can he, at this stage of Major?
Well, he's just going to get his head down now. Well, probably quite a few other cars are going to make their way into the pits. Let's see if any of these cars do, or some of Major's staying out. Darren Ball is staying out there as well.
Brichter's in.
Brichter is in. Probably the right thing to do, having been off the road as well on the previous lap. Just gives us a chance to just check the car over as well.
William Lynch is in. Will Buttergill is in. Colin Gillespie is in. So Buttergill, the Clubman Cup leader, in. So that's important. How much damage? Or is it more grass that's the problem here for the Audi?
Some in the wheels, and just making sure it's not going to cause any overheating issues anywhere. That's the concern. Having been off the road.
Sorry, what was looking for could have been a 1-2 for Darkside today. It's less likely than what it looked earlier in the race.
Well, yeah, it might be the case that we can get neither of them in first or second, having looked like a very strong possibility. Certainly before Scott Parkin's pit stop.
Another car, by the way, that pitted when the safety car came in was Tim Parsons in the Caterhams. That's four cars that presumably will be under investigation. We've got a battle for the lead because Darren Ball has caught 1.2 seconds to Simon Major. So was that touch? Has that caused a problem for Major's Cupra, I wonder? Parkin getting away, and Darren Ball, who was struggling really before the safety car came out, sort of got a new lease of life. He's got a race win that could be on the cards. He does have to serve a slightly longer pit stop of 10 seconds compared to the car he is racing with, but he's going to give this a go in to lead before he comes into the pit lane, I think.
Yeah, nice little scrap going on here between the two Cupras. Out of the final corner they go, up to the timing line, and there's just under a quarter of a second between them. Luke Browse in third position is gaining on them as well. He's just in a personal best lap of the race. He's in a 1:40.560 as 0.6 of a second faster than Darren Ball that time, so he's going to try and buy into this as well. He'll hand over to his father Paul for the second stage of the race.
Matthew Hampson has come in. He was a lap down though, I think, wasn't he? He'll hand over to Andy Schulz, who'll be quicker in that car, I'd imagine. Other cars that have come in, Matthew Stockford in the Audi. So we thought quite a lot of pit stops going through, but we've still got the top 5 leading cars on the lead lap yet to pit. And this great battle between these Cupras up front of Simon Major and Darren Ball. Darren Ball's another driver who's raced a lot of different cars in this championship over the years.
Yeah, he's raced BMWs, Porsches, and some others that I can't remember in the Club Enduro Championship. I mean, he started out in. Did he start out in compact?
I think so.
Darren Ball? I think he did initially, quite a few years ago now.
This car's been driven by a few different people this year as well. Gillespie's been in it. Colin Gillespie, Alok Kinyagar has driven that car too over the course of the season.
Yep, and Luke Browse has taken a bit more time out of them on this lap as well, hasn't he? He's catching Darren Ball still. There's 2.5 seconds behind at the beginning of the lap. This was the car that came in when it shouldn't have done, Josh, isn't it? The 28 car.
And one of the leaders are going to get a penalty. The 55 Paul Simerson car is going to get a 60-second stop-go penalty for overtaking before the green flag. So that's another car that's in trouble. This car, I think they've got now a bigger problem than pitting when they shouldn't have done, because the wheel won't come off.
Yeah.
So that's a drama. So there's lots of dramas going on all of a sudden. But at the point I was going to make, I've lost now. I forgot what that was.
Well, it might come back to you later. What happens as you get older, Josh. Luke Browse,
even older next week.
Luke Browse took another chunk of time out of Darren Ball and took another second out of him. There goes Ryan Parkin now out into the race, then in the number 6 Dark Side Developments car. So we'll see where he slots in a moment. It's just on track behind the VW Scirocco.
It's come back to me. You mentioned how that Luke Browse, he's going really well in this Cooper, isn't he? They've raced that M3 in the past.
Yes.
He seems to have got the hang of the Cooper really well, and he is right there in contention.
Quite a different beast, isn't it? Switching from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive.
I imagine the Cooper is a little bit more driver-friendly than what the M3 was, but it was a great car, that M3 they had.
Still trying to change the tyre on that 28 car with a puncture. This is the Simerson car that's in.
This is a pit stop rather than the penalty. This is an ex-Century Motorsport British GT car. Simerson broke his back last year at Spa in a Ferrari Challenge race and recovered, and now rather than racing, I think in Ferrari Challenge, wants to race for a bit of fun. He's got his mate Rich Stanton, who's in his first season, and they have done the full year in the Tigiwa Club Enduro Championship. Hopefully they've enjoyed themselves. And the M4's been running well today.
There's the Class C leading car, the 195 car, up to 12th place overall now. Ashmore, that's the car that has won the championship, has had a pretty much unblemished record throughout the season in Class C. Ashmore and Sam Dennis winning all of the races and getting fastest lap in all of them as well. Just couldn't quite pick up maximum points in their class at Alton Park because there weren't enough starters, but otherwise they'd have had a perfect scoring record.
So I reckon Alan Blenko after the stops is 30 seconds ahead of Ryan Parkin. So as Parkin had a 20-second longer stop, that's going to be pretty tight with Middleton when he takes over from Major in the Cooper that leads. The 2 Class B cars, you said that you thought 2 laps would be the pit stop time, and it must have been exactly that, because Will Puttigal, now Chris Nyland, is exactly 2 laps behind Matthew Tidmarsh, who's yet to pit, and he's trying to unlap himself. He's on the inside line into Coppice, and now it's 2 laps minus about a metre or so, Ian.
Yeah, for the moment at least it's minus a metre. We'll see if they can close in. So I wonder when Tidmarsh is going to come in to hand over to Chris Webster. He's trying to sort of relap the number 83 Honda, but couldn't quite manage it down at the Fogarty S's. So number 8 car of Tidmarsh. Have we noticed that penalty before on the car in 12th position, number 9, the Simmons car.
I think it had a black and white driving standards flag, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's track limits for Ethan Simmons. He hasn't pitted yet, so it can't be something for a pit stop.
It's 5 seconds penalty that's been added to his time.
Gillespie's still in the pit lane, so this is a long stop in the Gulf. We thought that was going to come into contention, but that's not going to happen now.
The 28 car now with Josh Lawton aboard back out into the race, presumably having managed to change that punctured tyre. I was wondering when this car was going to come in, and it's coming at the next possible opportunity. So Matthew Tidmarsh will come in to hand over to Chris Webster. They're up to 4th position overall. There's only, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, cars that are still running, but have yet to make their pit stops now.
And 3 of them are major contenders, aren't they, for the overall victory, with Luke Browse in 3rd, Darren Paul 2nd, and Simon Major the leader. They're all going to be in contention with Alan Blenko and Ryan Parkin. Ethan Simmons is pitting now. And I think he had fallen about half a minute behind Ashmore. There's a lot of steam from the Ginetta, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's just heat, I think, coming off the brakes probably in particular on that car. There's the 171 car. That's one of the cars that's yet to make a stop, which is the E30 BMW.
Just about the oldest car on the grid.
It probably is, isn't it? Senna Osman and Jodie Halson, the 325i 2.5 litre car for the drivers from Kent.
Has the car changed livery since earlier in the year? I feel like I've seen some pictures of the car looking different.
Yeah, I think you may be right. But it looks very smart, doesn't it? Whatever. And it's nice to have some variety on this Club Enduro grid. Lots of the more modern cars, the TCR cars, and other cars of a similar era, but it's nice to see something a little bit different.
You could see behind Scott Parkin is charging on, trying to make up for lost time. It might be all in vain, really, because there's a big gap to catch. But he's in the 39s, he's the quickest car out there. I don't think anyone else has been in the 39 all race, have they? And Parkin is going to try and do similar laps to that for the rest of the duration, if he's going to make up some positions. Here's our provisional champion. There. Oh, the steam was perhaps a bit more in from the Ginetta.
Yes, that's just like coolant. Something that's pouring out of the car, so that could prove to be a big problem for the erstwhile front runners in the class. The drivers back in the car, looks like they're going to get it back out into the race and see what happens, I guess. So it's being taken over by Chris Webster now. Edward Christie's just been in to make his pit stop.
Yeah, Matthew Tidmarsh has just jumped in the cockpit, so he's having a chat with Chris, I think. Alan Blenko's up to 4th now, leading pit stopper. But there's our provisional championship winning car, unbeaten in Class C this year. I don't think anyone's been unbeaten in Club Enduro history. So this has been a mighty effort by Ashmore and Sam Dennis. And it just goes to show you can win this championship without having to spend a huge amount of money in Class C for the much less powerful cars. It set a new lap record again. They've done that about all every venue this year. 1 minute 47 for Ashmore. 1:47.177 as the best lap, and that puts it a couple of seconds almost under Rowan Lundy's previous time. So Chris Webster's on his way. Is fluid trailing the car? I don't think it is. So perhaps it's just where it was stationary.
Yeah. So fingers crossed for them. It's going to be all good to go.
Blenko still 29 seconds ahead of Ryan Parkin, who is now in a 39s himself. So Ryan Parkin is charging on. There's Alan James, who's just got himself up ahead of Andy Shepherd in that BMW M2, which is one of the cars which we think will have an investigation overhanging their race for the pit stop. When has it got a splitter that's maybe just dropped down a millimetre or so? About of a second in the race, he's almost overlapping as Luke Browse draws alongside Darren Ball, the two Cupras. And yeah, I think that got quite tight. And Alan Blenko is trying to unlap himself. He's got himself ahead of these two cars on that lap, I think. He's lapping, in the 41s. These are in the 42s and 3s. But Luke Browse has done it. He's got himself up ahead of Darren Ball into second place.
Yes, he has now. So that's a good effort from him.
I saw when we saw that earlier shot, Claire Norman intently watching what was going on, and that's probably what was happening, wasn't it, when Alan Blenko was trying to put a lap on or unlap himself from these two cars, because it's crucial not to get caught up, is it, because we think these cars will have a pit stop which will last about 2 laps.
Yeah, that's right. There's Gillespie still in the pits, I think. Been there for a long time now. Yes, it's dropped down to 25th on the timing screen, as various other cars have now gone back. He's 7 laps behind. So I think it's probably safe to say that Gillespie's not going to feature at the sharp end here.
That's right. So they're the 3 Cupras. The top 4 cars are all Cupras, aren't they, at this stage?
Yes, that's right.
Major, Ball, Browse and Blenko.
It's going to be quite an interesting race, this, isn't it?
Just waiting for these last pit stops to see how it all plays out. Darren Balls has got an extra 10 seconds for success compensation time, so that might draw him away from this battle. But where Alan Blenko plays in, that's the big question really at this stage. And he is lapping quicker than Luke Browse. He's lapping about the same time as Major.
Browse coming in to hand over to his father Paul, we assume, to hand over anyway to his father Paul from what had become second position, and Darren Ball has followed him in as well. So these two drives that were in second and third, stopping at exactly the same time. So will they go out in the order in which they arrived? We'll find out in 3 minutes or so.
The Stowmarket glass livery is a really good one, isn't it? It worked well on the BMW and it works well on the Cupra too.
Yeah, and it always gets them plenty of mentions on the commentary as well, because it's just in your face, isn't it? So they get plenty of advertising.
It's a different colour to motor race cars, and that's something that stands out, is always a good thing. So fuel going in. Ethan Simmons, who was going well,
is driving home, I think. He's about to leave the circuit at the Melbourne hairpin. He was well up. He got that penalty. He had a track limits penalty.
I think he was still second in Class C before he pulled off.
Yeah, that's a great shame for him. All hands to the deck there, trying to get the car back out. It looks like the Class C champion and the overall champion's going back out into the race, so Sam Dennis taking over.
As you might expect, after the pit stop for Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster, they're half a minute behind Chris Nyland and Will Puttergill, the 30 seconds success compensation time.
So back out into the race goes Sam Dennis, just in front of Alan James, as it now is, in the Audi, number 78.
Blenko, clear of the traffic, was half a second quicker than Simon Major, and that could be the battle for the win yet in this. Looks like Scott Parkin's about a minute behind Ryan, so that's the chase that's going on there. He's got to pass Alan James first.
Yeah.
Battle for 10th on the screens there. Rich Stanton and Andy Schulz. I suspect Schulz will be quicker. He's much more experienced. Stanton only in his first season, the 40-year-old from Warwickshire. Schulz has been racing since 1989. Former 750 Motor Club Formula 4 champion.
That's right.
Was Andy Schulz.
Back in the 90s, that would have been, I think.
He was a Brit car champion as well. Raced in Formula 4 Z-Tech. Racing the Brompton Endurance Series, so yeah, super experienced driver. Probably the most experienced driver on this grid, I would think. And he's about to get 10th position away from Rich Stanton.
Yep, so two similar cars there, swapping positions. And Schultz making up ground. We'll see if he can make up any more places. Could possibly catch the Hadley Golf, I suspect.
James Pickford's got himself up to third in Class B, I notice, but he is about a minute behind Chris Webster, so I don't think he'll get any further. His lap time is only a couple of tenths slower than the Puttergill Nyland Civic, so very competitive. It's James Pickford, as you might expect.
There's Darren Ball shortly to get back out into the race. Just in the background, you can just see a glimpse of the green Luke and Paul Brow's car.
So where's Alan Blenko in 444?
Of course, it should be, yeah, the green car. The Brow's car's now gone back out into the race.
Blenko just crossed the line, so it's going to be really close.
Here comes Browse then. Paul Browse, as it now is, has taken over the car.
Blenko's out of Redgate rather, so he's ahead.
So there we go, yep, there you can just about see them in the distance.
It's going to be really close with Major and Middleton stop where Alan Blenko is.
Exactly, yeah, and obviously Darren Ball had that extra time to serve in the pits, another 20 seconds, another 10 seconds, sorry, so that's why he's not out just yet, not quite in contention here, but we'll see if he can make up some time in the final half an hour or so.
Just Blenko shooting through shot there. And yeah, he's about 5 seconds or so ahead of Paul Browse.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what lap times Paul is able to do compared to Luke. Luke's best was a 1:43.515. Blanco's done a 1:41.575. I'm probably not expecting Paul to be faster than Luke. Maybe surprised by that, but that would suggest that puts Blenko in a good position.
Blenko's averaging a 41.6. Ryan Park in a 40.8. He's 27 seconds behind now. I don't think he's got enough laps, has he, to catch. Yeah, so it's going to be between the Cupras for the win, I think.
Beg your pardon, reading the wrong column. Blenko's best time of 1:47.37. Luke Vaz 1:45.60. But even so, probably expecting Blenko to be faster of the two drivers in the remaining part of this race. A penalty now for the Simerson and Stanton car. That's a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Richard Stanton, who's taken over in that car now.
Those potential penalties overhanging cars, I don't think are for major positions, are they? So
I don't think they will be, no, Josh, because, well, we'll see with that. But let's head down to the pit lane now. It's going to be Luke Browse who's going to speak to Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with Luke Browse, who's just jumped out the number 22 Seat. Luke, that was a fantastic stint, a long one, but you did a really good job.
Yeah, not too bad. It was all going really well, and then after about 35 minutes, the car cut out on the back straight, so I had to do a complete reset, but it got going and all, no dramas since. Obviously, safety car really saved us there. We could close back up and go again, reset. So yeah, all looking good at the moment, trying to keep out of trouble, and yeah, all going well.
And you're running in a really good position. You're inside the top, well, 2 or 3 at the minute.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we've come out after pit stops, obviously when we went deep. The 444 car obviously had pitted before us with new tyres, and he came back on me at a rate of knots, so I think we'll come out behind him. Yeah, and we'll just see how it pans out really. It's difficult to know at this stage. We need to sort of give it 10 minutes to just everything to calm down after pit stops and yeah, see where we're actually sitting.
And I love it as well. You jumped out of the car, you got straight onto the air jacks, you got the car up, changed the tyres, and it was kind of all just you lot doing it all together.
Yeah, we love endurance racing, but we're a small team, and yeah, they definitely needed new front tyres after that first stint. Yeah, wheel nuts were a little bit hot, but yeah, it was needed.
What do you reckon Paul can do? Where do you reckon you're going to finish?
Hopefully he can, if we're inside the top 4 or 5, we'll be really, really happy with that. Hopefully Paul's got fresh tyres now, so he can just maintain some standard laps, you know, just settle in and yeah, pick up a rhythm. It's always difficult when you go out with only 30 minutes to go, you know, and everyone else has been in the car for half an hour, so hopefully it benefits him. He's fresh and ready to go.
Luke, great job. We'll let you get back and see how you get on.
Appreciate it. Take care.
There we go. Luke Browse down here in the pit lane. Happy with his stint. Paul now into that number 22 machine, guys.
Thanks, Matt. Great to hear there from Luke Browse. Dad at the wheel now. Paul Browse, he's in the 43s on his first fly, I'd say. Not quite as quick as Alan Blenko and Simon Major, but he's doing okay. He's 8.7 seconds ahead of Darren Ball, so a podium isn't out of the question still. Here at all, with Ryan Barkin quicker than the pair of them in 5th place and chasing. So the win, it looks like it's going to be between Justin Middleton and Alan Blenko. And it could well be advantage Blenko. I think he's lapping quicker than Simon Major. He's actually keep catching him on the road, isn't he? That's what we're watching here. The top 2 in the race, 2 laps between them, but with about a 2-lap pit stop to come for that car there, the 18 car that leads. For Simon Major still. They've still got 18 minutes when he can make that pit stop. So they're hanging it out be a short stint for Justin Middleton, and we'll see how much pace he has got in comparison to Alan Blenker. Whether they change tyres and have a fresh tyre run to the end, because we heard that from Luke Browse, how much of a difference that can make.
Yeah, so the only car that's still running that's yet to make a stop besides the leading car is the Osman and House BMW.
It was coming in while you were reading it off
there
the
you
screen.
go. Perfect timing. So there it is, heading down the pit lane now, the 171 E30 BMW heading into pits, respecting the pit lane speed limit, which is good to see, and making its stop now, just pulling in outside the garage, and plenty of time, 3 minutes to make the driver change.
Class C podium might not be out of the question for that car, which would be a good result if they could manage it. Looks like Tom Stedman and Mike Cooper are going to go up to second, which would be an excellent result for them. There's Major sliding around on those older tyres. Alan Blenko continuing to chase, the 47-year-old from Wiltshire, looking to win a 750 Motor Club race, I think, for the first time in 25 years. That would be quite a feat. And obviously, if he manages it, that would be, I think, the first win for a female driver in the Tigua Club Enduro Championship for Claire Norman, which would be a history-making moment.
Yeah, can't think that there's been one before. So that would be an excellent result indeed.
That might to help her get another British Women Racing Drivers Club award, I would think.
Yeah, potentially so. Black and white driving standards flag has gone out to car number 193 now. That's the Richard Mitchell, Tim Parsons Caterham 7.
Here's Scott Parkin. He's 6th now, 55 seconds behind his brother Ryan. He's averaging a couple of tenths of a second a lap quicker, but not a result's going to come out of this. He'll be glad that he wrapped up the championship provisionally last time out at Oulton. Otherwise, that could have been more difficult. So down into the right-hander at the old hairpin for last year's champion, Scott Parkin. He's past Alan James now, 4-6.
Yeah, here we go, up towards McLean's once again.
We're going to have a lot of cars on the lead lap, I think, in here, which perhaps more than we've ever had before, I reckon.
Yeah, quite a few potentially.
7 or maybe 8. We'll see when it all ravels out, but I think there'll be quite a few.
Yeah, it's been a competitive race, hasn't it? And that sort of issue with at the end of the pit lane, that sort of slightly messed up things for Scott Parkin.
Didn't mess up with the entertainment of the race, I don't think.
No, it's probably added to the entertainment of the race, I would say, from our point of view as a neutral, or neutrals. So next car is going to lap is going to be the Caterham. But we're going to head down to the pit lane once again now. Matt Suckling is going to speak to Matthew Tidmarsh.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, down here with Matthew Tidmarsh, who had a first in the Ginetta. Everything go okay, Matt?
Yeah, pretty good. Built a nice 12-second lead, and then the safety car came out, and yeah, that was our plan to win gone today. You know, we knew we had the pace over the Honda, but with the 30-second penalty in the pit stop, I needed to get a good 15-second lead to give Chris a chance to catch, and then hopefully pass in the closing stages. But now he's 30 seconds behind, so that's not going to happen today. It won't be another win for us unless the Honda has a problem.
You were just talking to me though about how close it might be in the overall place of the championship in seconds.
Yeah, so coming into this round, we were third overall, just 4 points behind Scott Parkin in the dark side Audi, and I jokingly said to Scott before the race, if we win and set fastest lap and you come second and don't set fastest lap, we'll beat you by a point. He nodded his head and then said something to me which I can't repeat on camera. So yeah, so good. So as things are at the moment, if I've got maths right, Chris is P2, we've got fastest lap in Class B. Scott's got fastest lap in Class A, but he's running P6, so he'd pip him by a point. If Scott can catch the car in front of him, it's about 50 seconds up the road, he would be equal to us on points, but he has one more win, so he would take second. So yeah, so fingers crossed we don't have any more safety cars.
You're keeping a really keen eye on it, aren't you, with what's going on in that class and also what's going on in yours, but at the minute it looks quite good for you.
Yeah, at the moment it looks good, yeah. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Good stuff. Thanks for your time, Matt.
Cheers, thank you.
There we go, Matthew Tidmarsh down here in the pit lane, doing all the maths for you, Ian, so you don't have to do it yourself.
That's very good of him, isn't it? But I've still got my spreadsheet, and we'll keep that running. Probably when we get into all the pit stops done, it's worth just trying to slot some points into that spreadsheet just to see how everything is going to work out. There is the car of the driver we were just talking to, just behind that one actually. There is the race leader on track. That's the Summer Major car. He's going to hand over to Justin Middleton probably quite soon now, maybe even this lap. But we were just talking to Matthew Tidmarsh, who co-drove the blue and orange Ginetta that Chris Webster has just disappeared over the crest of the hill in.
Just saw a glimpse there of Paul Browse, who's now 5.7 seconds ahead of Darren Ball. And on the last lap was quicker than Alan Blenko, was Paul Browse. So, like son Luke, they're both enjoying this car. Blenko now caught up behind behind Simon Major, who's still got to hand that one over, as you were saying, Ian. And he has pulled out generally more over Paul Browse, a gap 12 seconds. Darren Ball, the quickest of all at the moment in the 41s. It's 4.3 seconds behind Paul Browse. So the podium position's really up for contention, because there, Ryan Parkin's only a further 8 seconds behind Darren Ball. See, there's been some comments on the chat about these dark side cars and saying how good they've developed these diesel machines. They're not really doing any pollution, are they, out the back, unlike diesel race cars traditionally have done. So these two cars fantastically developed. They're really quick cars, and Darkside Development's a great partner as well of the 750 Motor Club in promoting a lot of the championships and events as well.
Absolutely, yes. You used to have a few diesel cars in the VW Cup, didn't you? And several of them used to sort of spew sort of plenty of black smoke out of the back of them. Also, the van in the VW Cup as well, didn't you? A couple of different vans that raced in the VW Cup as well over the years. I don't think anyone's raced a van yet in Club Enduro.
We had the old Joel's Lock car was bought, wasn't it? And then had a big crash in Road Sports. I don't know if you remember at Silverstone. I think on its first outing, and I think it was pretty destroyed.
Yeah.
So yeah, we never had one in Club Enduro. Don't really, have we had any estates or anything like that? I don't think so.
Don't get many estates these days, do you?
Not since '94.
No. 25 minutes or so to go. Simon Major's got only about 10 minutes to go before he has to make the stop before the pit window closes.
Darren Ball on a charge round the outside of the traffic, and he's almost caught Paul Browse. That gap was 4 seconds at the start of the lap.
It's 7/10 now, isn't it? That's remarkable.
I wonder if Paul Browse got a bit caught up in lapping Andy Shepherd's BMW in 8th position there, and that's really brought Darren Ball back to him. The battle for 3rd place and in the race. The Browse family, I don't think have had a podium before, have they, in the Tigirwa Club Enduro Championship? They've had some decent results this year, though. Just lapping the MX-5. Darren Ball, he's been on the podium before, and he'd like to be on the podium again. He was 3rd, wasn't he, last time out at Oulton Park?
And also at Brands earlier on in the year on the Grand Prix circuit as well.
So he is in the chase, well and truly, isn't he? They're 16 seconds behind Alan Blenko now, so I think the race win is out of the question. There's Ball hopping over the curbs out at McLean. Browse defending, and if you defend too much, Ryan Parkin could close. He's only 8 seconds behind.
Yep, he's going to just appear any moment over the crest of the hill. We don't quite linger long enough on that shot to see that, but he should be in the background shortly, down towards the S's they come. The Fogarty S's going past the Matthew Stunning Honda.
Car was skittering around on the brakes, Darren Ball. So these cars probably have ABS, so I imagine it was in the ABS there and it was sliding around on the brakes. And now round the outside into the Melbourne hairpin comes Darren Ball in the Williams Motor Company liveried car. That livery on quite a few cars now in the championship, and he's still trying to make a way past Paul Browse on the outside. Browse all over the curb. The Caterham's ahead of Richard Mitchell, who's going to feel very small in a moment. As two Cooper Doyle have made contact, I'm afraid. And Richard Mitchell's got caught up in that, no fault of his own. Paul Browse's car's in the wall. Darren Ball has carried on. Ryan Parkin's obviously going to join in, but well, I feared it could get a bit tight for Richard Mitchell. I don't think we were expecting that. There is Mark Grice's car's come into the pit lane in a plume of smoke. Well, the drama is very much on at the moment.
It's all happening right underneath us as well, because the Paul Browse car has come to a stop only about 50 yards away from our commentary position. If that, Darren Ball did continue, but he may well have picked up damage to his car. But yes, it's a shame that has ended that way.
Now, if the safety car isn't called before Major gets to the pit lane, which Blenko will be hoping it will be. Well, can he make his pit stop as well if the safety car does get called before the window closes?
I don't know what the rules are on that, and I'm not sure that the bold underlined text on these instructions is explicit about what happens there.
Not been called yet. If it doesn't, before they get there, this will be a major advantage. I know safety car is out, although it's not on our screens, bizarrely.
No,
the safety car is on the circuit.
Yeah, but it's now showing on the screens and on the lighting panel. So safety car is out. So Simon Major is just too far away to really be able to pit this time. He cannot legitimately, according to the laws of the race, pit this time, and he stays out. And he's got to gamble on this being cleared in 7 and a bit minutes.
Well, less than that, because he can't pit the lap the safety car comes in.
Exactly. I'm not quite sure what the rules are now. Well, let's have a read of these again.
This is always the problem if you pit too late in a safety car period. So the safety car is out as you would expect with that incident on the start and finish line.
Yes, so the medical car just as well heading to the scene to just check over the drivers who I think are still in their cars at the moment of the Caterham and the Browse Cupra.
Oh, Richard Mitchell's given a thumbs up to the marshal, I can see, so that's good news.
I imagine that both probably have, which is why the marshals were standing aside. The rescue vehicle, MSV rescue vehicle, is now arriving on the scene as well. It's a bit of a smoky pit lane after the Grice car came in. So we've got medical cars stopped on the start and finish straight as well. We've got 20 minutes of the race left to go. Safety car has picked up the 83 car, which is the car that is leading in Class B of Chris Nyland now at the wheel of that car.
Richard Mitchell climbing out of his car, so he's okay, which is good news for Richard, because that would have been a bit of a surprising moment for him, and a big heavier car obviously hitting the Caterham. Probably a car that weighs a couple of times the Caterham does.
Yeah.
And that car is due to be out the Burkett, the Caterham, so hopefully, because I know Richard Mitchell's putting together a team for that.
Fingers crossed that it'll be back out in a couple of weeks' time. So the queue forming up behind the Renault Megane safety car here at Donington Park, and this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race. Both drivers now out of their cars, which is good news. So the question now is how quickly these cars can be recovered. There's 20 minutes of the race left to go.
The safety car's not going to be in with another lap done before 15 minutes to go, is it?
No.
That is for sure. So I don't know if we might can get some confirmation of what might happen in regards to that pit stop. We haven't had anything from the others that pitted the lap the safety car came in, have we? Which we thought there might be a question mark over. In the Clubman Cup, by the way, and the Class B and C leaders are both Motion Motorsport cars. So what a day they are having. What is the points difference there between those two? Coming in on drop scores, it was 2, wasn't it? So Puttergill's car is the one in favour.
So if this car can't make a stop, it's going to get a 5-lap penalty, isn't it? I think.
You'd think that's
based on the reading of the rules. I mean, I'm just going to message now to see if I can get any other ruling on that.
And if Giles might be able to help out with that. Potentially busy in the pit lane. So Darren Ball, on your screen now, has moved up to 3rd. Ryan Parkin is 4th. Scott Parkin is 5th. And Alan James is 6th. So I reckon we're going to get 5 cars on the lead lap in the end. The other thing that hasn't happened yet is getting the leader behind the safety car.
Yeah, well, how far?
Oh, so then we will have 6 cars on the lead lap because Alan James will be there, I think. So that if we get 6 cars on the lead lap, that's an impressive number, I think.
It is. So 18.5 minutes of the race left to go. We're under safety car here in the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship after those coming together between Darren Ball and Paul Browse as the cars exited the Goddard hairpin and came on to the start and finish straight, the Wheatcroft straight, and it resulted in the Paul Browse Cupra heading off into the barriers, also collecting on the way the Caterham of Richard Mitchell. And both of those cars, Mitchell and Paul Browse, are stranded on the grass on the side of the circuit just beyond the start line. The medical car and the rescue vehicle, those have both disappeared now. Probably just taking the drivers to the medical centre for checks, as would be normal in those situations. So it's now about the recovery of the cars. I don't think there's any sort of barrier damage or anything like that to worry about, as it was effectively hit the concrete wall.
Yeah, I don't think a concrete wall's going to give too much, is it?
So
not sure if that's the mark on the wall there. We can see.
I don't think I saw that mark earlier. That may be well Paul Brow's car hit.
Perhaps it's a bit of a bigger hit in the wall than I first thought. Probably better that went into the concrete wall than the Caterham, though.
Yeah. Right, Snatch vehicle is here. I think that's going to try and deal with the Paul Brow's car first. The marshals are trying to manhandle the Caterham out of the way. Probably the right way around, because that probably is physically possible.
So if we have 15 minutes to go, I think TSL have put into the system the penalties, won't they? I think. So hopefully it'll become obvious before the race is finished. Well, Justin Middleton, hope he hasn't put too much of a budget towards his programme because he hasn't done much driving.
No.
If he's going to drive at all in this race.
No, it's looking a little bit unlikely now, isn't it, as to what might happen.
But I don't really know why you would leave your pit stop so late, because there's always this risk that there could be a safety car period.
Yeah. I think the word is that we think it probably would be a five lap penalty for not making a stop. Because yes, there is always the risk, isn't there, that if you leave it too late. So although what it effectively means is that although the window closes 15 minutes from the end of the race, you probably always have to build in a little bit of a comfort blanket there, don't you? Just for safety.
There's no real need to leave your pit stop so late.
No.
And strategically, as we've seen from Alan Blencoe and Claire Norman, it's always better to stop earlier in these races. I don't think there's any strategical gain from pitting late. So
we can rule that car out of contention, I think, now.
It's what can Ryan Parkin do on the restart, and possibly Scott too, although he's got a lot more lap cars between them, because they are both quick. They are quicker than the Cupras in their Audis. They've been in the 139. It depends how many racing laps we get.
They've got the Caterham up against the barrier, and they seem to be happy to leave that there. And they are still dragging away the Cupra of Paul Browse. So just a pit lane window normally closes in about 20 seconds time.
Warm enough for t-shirts here at Donington Park.
Evidently. I've got my fleece on in here. I'm inside. And now there is a recovery vehicle heading towards the Caterham, I think. So possibly they're having parked it neatly. They're now going to try and drag that out of the way as well, with the assistance of the MSV pickup truck.
Pit window closed, confirmation on our screens, and the race leader has not pitted. So perhaps Matt, I think it's garage 36 where the team are based. Perhaps Matt might be down there and seeing what sort of reaction they have.
Yeah, so that's going to be the treble 4 car, which effectively then will be in the lead, which is Alan Blencoe, having taken over from Claire Norman. Darren Ball, 25, we think will be second. Dylan Brichter and now Ryan Parkin will be third. Scott Parkin will be fourth. Alan James, Matthew Stockford will be fifth. And was that the car just been down the pit lane? Was that yes, it was. The major car has just come into the pit, so it's A, done it behind the safety car, and B, done it outside the pit window. Was that a 10-lap penalty? I don't know. Yes, in 6th place it's Stockford and James, 7th it's Fenwick and Shepherd, 8th it's Hampson and Schultz, 9th it's Hadley, 10th it's Simerson and Stanton, Class B being led by Puttergill and Nyland from Titmarsh and Webster, and Lawson and Pickford. Class C being led by, guess who? Moore and Dennis from Stedman and Hooper, and Osman and House in the BMW E33 series in 3rd place.
So, on average in this stint, Blencoe's done a 41.6, Ball's done a 41.5, Ryan Parkin's done a 41.0. Scott Parkin's done a 40.4. So the top 4 or who would be the top 4 in this race? So we've got the 5-lap penalties coming in now for 10, 27, 28, and 193. But yeah, my point is the top 4 in the race here, Ian, they are in reverse order of their pace in this stint. So this race isn't over yet, assuming we do get to the race back underway, of course.
Yeah, and those 5-lap penalties for people that made their stops by following the safety car in when, on the 2 occasions, it was out in the middle of the race.
So we've still got the penalty to be awarded for our leader, haven't we?
Yeah.
They might as well just do this pit stop as quick as they can, really, mightn't they?
Yes. I mean, probably would have been better not to have made it at all if they could have got to the end, I suppose.
Well, unless Justin Middleton wants to do some driving.
Not very much driving. But anyway.
What's the clause in the contract?
Yeah.
So, assuming Chris Nylon gets waved through, that will give them a big advantage over the Ginetta, won't it? If it doesn't get waved through, we've got a Class B battle. Because I know some endurance championships, the rules is just pick up a class leader, because that's what we've got here, is a class leader. They're still doing the 3 minutes, so they're not trying to break every rule in the book.
No, anyway, it's a bit of a shame because they've gone really well, and had that safety car not happened, they would have been with a real chance, I think, of if it's not winning, then certainly being in the top 3.
Missed out on the battle between Justin Middleton and Alan Blenko, which we were expecting, but we might have a different battle instead between Alan Blenko, Darren Ball, Ryan Parkin and Scott Parkin.
It's just a question of how much racing we're going to get, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
With 11 and a half minutes left to go. Oh, yeah, checking the time. Checking that they've done 3 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, someone says in the pit lane. Yeah, so anyway, pushing the car back out into the race, and they will rejoin with 11 minutes left to go. Safety car still out. I think the circuit is now clear as far as I can tell from my commentary box window. You can't see anything else out there.
Are we going to wave the cars through to get Alan Blenko behind the safety car, I wonder?
Yeah, can't see what's going on there. Oh, and now Middleton's being left there at the end of the pit lane. So the cars are heading, I think the leading car's heading down the Melbourne loop at the moment. We'll soon see whether we're going to get a wave through or not. Safety car lights are still out. They've got a 2-lap penalty for having their engine running in the pit stop, so that's a rule we hadn't thought about.
Are there any rules in this pit stop rule book that they haven't broken?
Right, they've done the wave through because they go.
But Alan Blenko's been waived.
But
that has not gone well for the race.
Well, and that's because that was the leading car. The 18 car was still the leader on the timing screen, Major and Middleton.
But Darren Ball is behind the safety car. He hasn't been waved through.
Okay, right, this is not going well. So there's the Middleton car as it now is. That is continuing on its way.
They've got now a 5-lap penalty.
5-lap penalty. So is that 7 laps?
Yeah.
Didn't say might not have been joking about that 10 laps earlier on. So the safety car has now picked up Darren Ball in the 25 car, which is the car that will normally be in second place once all of the penalties have been applied.
So this race for the win might have just not going to be happening now, is it?
Yes.
And hopefully Alan Blenko was being waved through and he didn't go past anyway.
Yes, and he just yeah, who knows? We didn't see it happen.
That's right. Fingers crossed that didn't happen.
So yeah, anyone's guess what's going to happen here in the remaining 9 minutes of this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race here at Donington Park.
I presume you agree that William Puttico and Chris Nylon are on for the Clubman Cup Championship. Ian?
I'll get the spreadsheet out. I probably can do that now. We've got a minute or two. So how many points are they going to pick up?
15, at least, maybe 16.
Let's assume 15 for Nylon and Puttigill. What do we think?
12.
Well, Dennis, they're going to get 12. Nothing for 1 for Trumpley and Ballesteros, and Hayes and Subiani the same. So yeah, I would go for that by a point.
Yeah,
I think they'll get the Clubman Cup.
So what are we doing then about the rest of the race is the next question. The safety car lights are still on. We're not looking to wave anybody else through, seemingly. So on the road, Justin Middleton is the leader. He's got a loader penalty. Alan Blenko is second. And Darren Ball in third is the car behind the safety car.
Yeah.
I think it would be much easier just to keep the Class B leader behind the safety car.
With the benefit of hindsight, yes, wonderful thing.
But there's nothing wrong with that, really. The safety car lights are out. And I suspect there will be some discussions post-race about how this has been handled. So for Alan Blenko and for Claire Norman, Alan's just now got to drive sensibly, hasn't he? No risk on this restart. Just drive around for a few laps.
Yeah. So safety car is going to come in at the end of this lap. There's 7.5 minutes of the race left to go. It's being led effectively now by the Treble 4 car of Alan Blenko. 25 Darren Ball will be in second place, and Ryan Parkin in third.
What it does mean, Ian, is Chris Nyden versus Chris Webster's on for the Class B lead, because they both got waved through. So more than just Alan Blenko got waved through in that. So the Class B lead battle is on, and obviously for second place in the race is on, because Ryan Parkin is chasing after Darren Ball with 4 laps, I think, of the race to go.
Yeah. So 4 laps, and that's about right, isn't it? Safety car has come in. Darren Ball then is the first car going past all of these green flags. He's got Ryan Parkin now chasing after him. So this is the battle for second place then, with Ryan Parkin can close in over these remaining 4 laps of the race. Down through the Quader curves and towards the old hairpin they will go. And then it is going to be Scott Parkin, isn't it, that will be in 4th position. Lots of blue flags as well, because there's lots of back markers to be overtaken by quicker cars as the restart takes place. So up towards McLean's they go, and Coppice Corner. Parkin not, catching Ball at a rate of knots here, certainly, but he might well have a chance to do so in the remaining 3.5 laps.
There are more penalties. This time for Fenwick and Shepherd. They'd already got 5, hadn't they?
Yes.
But this is another rule that's been broken. This time the driver in the car while refueling. The last one for the other car was the engine on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I think some people have forgot the rules in the last round of the championship. And people have been doing the championship really all season, so they should know the rules.
Very strange. Down into the Melbourne hairpin go the second and third place cars, Darren Ball and Richter. Alan Blenko has been across the line to complete his 57th lap, and the next 2 are about to come through. The black and white driving standards flag scouts car 169, that's the Simonite and Mansell MX5. They had a black and orange flag early on, so they're collecting flags during the course of this race. So as they come across the line with probably 3 laps to go now, it's still showing as Middleton leading on the screen, of course. But they have got that penalty. So it's Blenko who is basically 2/3 of a lap ahead of Darren Ball, having been sort of released by the safety car mistakenly, we think. And then it's Ryan Parkin in 3rd place, 2.4 seconds behind. And then Scott Parkin 4th, 12.4 seconds behind his twin.
For Class B, Chris Webster is 2.6 seconds behind Chris Nyden, was half a second quicker on that lap. So the chase is on in Class B.
Yep, so that could change around. Here's Scott Parkin going past the 55 car, which is a lap down. One of several cars to have penalties. There's the race leader going through, 444, which is Blenko. The thing is, I suppose the check flag still is going to get shown here to Justin Middleton, isn't it?
Although on the lap normally before, then lap penalties get applied on the screen. So we could get the point where we forget which car needs a checkered flag. Who knows?
It's all going to be a very confusing finish to this Tiki World Club Enduro Championship. Just as well the championship was resolved at Alton Park in the last meeting, really. It's not all come down to this.
It's a shame because it's been a good race, really, hasn't it? There's the leader on the road, just ahead of Alan James, who is 6th at the moment, but will be a top 5 finish with that penalty that will be applied to Justin Middleton. And by the looks of things, if the race had run naturally, Alan Blenco's got quite a lot more pace than Justin Middleton. He closed in by a number of seconds on that previous lap. Here he is, looking for they haven't had a podium, have they? Claire Norman and Alan Blenco, but the race win looks on here with a couple or so laps to go for the 444 car.
Yeah, so they've crossed the line with 3 minutes and change remaining, so it is going to be 2 more laps to go, isn't it, for Alan Blenco, we think. There's the orange Porsche of Michael Downey that's just been lapped by Blenco.
Sam Dennis, who was second in the Clubman Cups, dropped to 4th because Ed Cook in the Sirocco, on for a good result, up to 2nd in the Clubman Cup, and Downey, who you just mentioned, up to 3rd. So Sam Dennis has dropped to 4th in the Clubman Cup, which is even more proof that William Buttergill, Chris Nyland and Ryan Bensley will be Clubman Cup champions this year.
I think if everybody won the overall championship, though, then you're not too worried about the Clubman Cup, are you, really? So, this race...
Well, they were put on their social medias that was one of the things they were looking for, to see if they can take everything. Well, Motion Motorsport are going to win a lot, aren't they, because they would get both. Alan Blenco has got himself ahead of Justin Middleton then and onto the lead lap, as the timing screens show, but we know that the penalties are coming for the 18 machine. So we're going to have one more lap to go at the end of this, and this will be a fourth different winning car this year. Scott Parkin has had those 3 wins at Brands Hatch, Snetterton and Knowlton Park. James Collins and Joel Oswit won the opener at Croft, and Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter won at Silverstone. So despite the Coupe has been probably the most numerous cars in Class A, they haven't actually won any races this season. Not sure if they've won a race since we had Cole Swift in one. So it's sort of going back to days of a few seasons ago. Other cars are quicker, but the Coopers are reliable and more numerous. So Alan Blenco on to the final lap of the season. I think despite how the restart went, I think this was the car that was on course to take the victory, wasn't it? Alan Blenco's taking no risk now. His lap times are much higher than they were. But it's going to be a deserving win. Claire Norman drove well in the first stint, didn't she? Kept the car in contention, and they got the right strategy. They were the guys that came in before before the safety cars come out, made an early stop because they know that's a strategical call to make. And then Alan Blenco pushed on, kept the car in contention, and then it's been there when it matters. And he has half a lap to go. We're not sure what car's going to get the checkered flag in all of this, so they might have another lap to go at the end of this if it is waved to the 18 machine. But history going to be made for the first female winner of a Tiguan World Club Enduro race with Claire Norman, and Alan Blenco taking his first win in a 750 Motor Club race, we think, for 25 years when he raced in Stock Hatch.
Darren Ball and Ryan Parkin have just got across the line, still separated by about 2.4 seconds. They lapped to within 6 1,000ths of a second of one another on the last lap. They are going to be the cars that we think are going to be classified 2nd and 3rd here. Alan Blenco, as the clock now counts down to 0, emerges from the Goddard's hairpin. The Melbourne hairpin heads up towards Goddard's, as I say. Now, is he going to see the checkered flag this time or not? Round Goddard he goes. Are we going to get a checkered flag, or are we going to get one more lap? He's flashing his lights, and the checkered flag is not. Yes, it is shown. Yes, it's showing on our type of screen.
But it got shown to the 18 car. Alan Blenco has to do another lap, although he'd be classified anyway, won't he? Because you don't not get classified.
Yes.
So slightly weird end there to the season.
Yeah, so it is. It did get shown to the 18 car, but that penalty has now been applied to it. So when he actually does get back round to take the checkered flag, it will be the treble 4 car. Now, the way he was flashing his lights did make it think that he was taking it that time.
That's right. It might be worth to do another lap, although I don't think it'll make a difference to the result, will it? Because you don't have to finish an endurance race to be classified.
Exactly. No, it'd be nice to do that though. But so. We've not yet had any of the front runners actually take the checkered flag yet, which is rather bizarre.
We have had William Buttergill and Chris Nyland through, though, to win Class B for the third time this season, the first time for Chris Nyland, but the Clubman Cup title for that car. But here's about of a second here.
Yeah, and it's coming over the line now. It's going to be Darren Ball that takes second place. The gap came down by about a second on the last lap to 1.4 seconds between Ball and Ryan Parkin. So they take second and third. It's going to be Scott Parkin across the line in fourth. So a 3-4, not quite the 1-2 that Darkside Developments were hoping for here. And then the Andy Schultz car comes across the line in sixth place. That had a good second half of the race when Sandy Schultz got aboard, taking over from Matt Hampson. Headlights showing very brightly. Looking forward to the single-seater race next to round out the weekend here at Donington Park. We've had fifth place through now. That was Matthew Stockford and Alan James. Alan James bringing that race to a close.
So is the winner going to come into the pit lane? Because I think Alan Blencoe has slowed down on this lap, hasn't he? I don't know if we can get that car on our screens, because officially he hasn't taken the checkered flag, Alan Blencoe, to win the race.
No, he hasn't.
Here he comes.
Is he going to take the checkered flag? He is going to take the checkered flag, just to make sure. And he's now got to do another lap, so it's going to be a long time before Matt Suckling gets to talk to him. We may hear from other class winners then before we hear...
Nice Claire's up there.
Yes, might hear from Claire if she's anywhere near there. I can see Matt down at the end of the pit lane. I can see the Pottergill and Nyland car slotting into the positions at the end of the pit lane, where Matt is going to hopefully speak to them. And very shortly we should have the Class C car heading in of Ashmore and Sam Dennis as well. But confirmation of the results, which is not what is on your screen. So the result, which I'll go for TSL top screen, is 4-4-4. Norman and Blanco, the winners from number 25, Darren Ball, in second place. In third place was number 6, Dylan Brichter and Ryan Parkin. Fourth place to number 1, Scott Parkin. Fifth to number 78, Matthew Stockford and Alan James. In sixth place, number 69, Matthew Hampson and Andy Schultz. Seventh to number 2, that was Jamie Hadley. Eighth place to number 55, Paul Simonson and Richard Stanton. Ninth place to number 176, William Lynch. 10th and winning Class B, the number 83 car of Pottergill and Nyland. Then it was Tid Marshall Webster second in Class B, Lawson and Pickford third in Class B, and the Cooks fourth in Class B, with Partridge and Woodward fifth in that class. Further down the order, in 16th position, it was 15th position, it's Michael Downey. Then Moore and Dennis in 16th place overall, won Class C. Second in Class C were Thomas Stedman and Hooper, and then third in Class C, Senna Osman and Jodie House, to complete our podiums in the 3 different classes. And the rest of the results will run through, and the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship comes to an end. It's been won by Ashmore and Sam Dennis. They wrapped that up at Alton Park last time out, but they've gone out with another win in Class C. Class B, Pottergill and Nyland taking the win on this occasion, but they couldn't overhaul Tidmarsh and Webster in the Class B Championship. And of course Scott Parkin was already confirmed as the Class A champion as well. So it's going to get very busy down there in pit lane. I'm sure there'll be lots of discussion about all kinds of topics after the race, but let's hear now from our class winners and hopefully our overall winner as well, with Matt Suckling. He's down in the pit lane.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with Chris Nylon, who takes Class B. You're the first one we get back because we're still waiting for the race winner. But well done, Chris. Class B victory in the final round of the year.
Yeah, Class B victory, it's been a hard season this season, so that to end on that, I'm really, really happy with that. And I believe we've got the Clubman Cup as well, so even better. So it's like 2 in 1. Brilliant. Yeah. Fantastic.
Happy drivers, happy team as well, I imagine.
Yeah, honestly, I won't bore you with the details, but we've had some DNFs this year, so this is for the team who've worked so hard to get us out and make us finish today, and the car was absolutely on fire. It was brilliant.
And you had a really healthy lead by the looks of it in Class B before the safety car. Of course, safety car came out, that gap then started to come down. What did you think at that point?
Yeah, well, I guess it's Chris in the car, so I could see his Janetta there, and I'm thinking I need to get this restart. So yeah, I managed to get a good run off the after the safety car, and then just try pulling a bit of a gap and manage the traffic.
Good stuff. Well done, Chris. Congratulations on Class B victory. On that one, let's have a quick chat with our Class C winners as well. Who did we have in the car?
Ashmore first. I was out second, Sam Dennis.
How did you go, Sam?
It was a lot of fun, and we did. We've won again, straight 6 for 6. I can't believe it.
It's incredible, isn't it, to get a couple of wins throughout the season, but to do the clean sweep is absolutely amazing.
It is. I've had such an awesome team, and I've had amazing people behind me the whole way.
You look quite emotional.
I am. I've been dreaming about motorsports since I was a kid, and here I am.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Well done. Congratulations to you as well. There's a massive team behind who are celebrating down here with Motion Motorsport, so they're absolutely fantastic. We've got the race winner by the looks of it, who has possibly stalled on the way into the pit lane. So hopefully we'll get Alan Blencowe before too much longer. Might actually need a tow by the looks of it. So let's see. I don't know if Claire's. I think Claire is down there. So let's see if we can kind of go and have a quick chat with. Here comes Claire. So we'll have a quick chat with Claire and Alan as well. Hello, Claire. Look at that. Much better today. I know you had some dramas yesterday, but well done on the victory.
Yeah, brought it home in first place, but now stuck in the pit lane. The clutch has gone.
Well, at least you did it there then during the race.
Absolutely, absolutely. Alan drove so well and had a steady first session, first stint out in the car, and just had a good pit stop. Just played it by the book.
Normally these races we kind of have to wait until the pit window closes before we kind of find out how the race goes, but you played the strategy perfect. You got in, you got your pit stops done before the safety car drama happened.
Yes, absolutely. It was it worked to our favour. We suffered a safety car sort of disadvantage at Silverstone, and it worked in our favour this time. So it's how the dice rolls.
And I think you made a record as well. You're the first woman to win a Club Enduro race.
Oh really? Well, fantastic. Thank you. I'll take that.
You can end the season. You can go home happy and celebrate now.
I have a very good co-driver, so it's all thanks to Alan and the team, really, and thank you to the 750 Motor Club. Yeah, but the team did it.
Well done, Claire. Right, let's go and see if we can grab a quick word with Alan. He's now made it with a push from the team, so let's see his thoughts as well, see how he feels and see if he knew if that race was going to go his way. But he's just going to kind of calm himself down and gather his thoughts and everything. So we'll go around the front. We've still got a few minutes before the F1000 cars come onto the circuit. So Alan jumps out and he's going to congratulate the team, which is brilliant to see. And Claire's going to be on hand as well to congratulate Alan. And thumbs up all around, big hugs, which is lovely to see as the skies get a little bit darker here at Donington Park as we bring this weekend to a close. He's got a lot of handshakes to be done here, so he's now going to get his gloves off and he'll take his hands device off as well as his race helmet, and then hopefully we can get a word with Alan and his thoughts about that race as well. So hopefully don't run away, Alan. We need you here very quickly, and then you can go and see the rest of the family and friends over there. So Alan is almost de-rigged, which is good. Alan, off you go. That's fine. You go and have a quick chat. We'll follow him, actually. We'll go and chase him down. He's got a lot of celebrating to do after what was a brilliant victory. And I think it's his son who's on hand to give him a big hug, which is lovely to see. We've got cars coming through as well. So come on, Alan, come and join us here if you wouldn't mind. Well done. That was a fantastic race. Did you really know what was going on? There was a lot of penalties to be handed out in that race, but you brought it home in true style.
Yeah, it was tough. We've had a tough weekend, but it's been a great result for the team. We just had on the in lap there, the clutch went to the floor, and we can't get out of first gear, so hence that's where it stands. So, but yeah, great race. Car was faultless up until that point. We just kept pounding out the lap times and got it there. But it's been really hard work. We've had a very trying weekend. As this man knows, he knows I've had a trying weekend. And it's a great result for the team and a great way to end the year.
And Josh said it to us up in the box as well. I think it's the first time you've won in 750 Motor Club since Stock Hatch days.
It is in 750. It's since 1999, so that feels good too.
Well done. That's a lovely way to end, Alan. Well done. Congratulations.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
There we go. Alan Blencowe and Claire Norman very happy with the victory in the final club endurance race of the season. Right, we're going to get this race in. We're nearly done here at Donington Park, but stay with us. We've got an enthralling race to look forward to as we get set for F1000 once again. So back to Ian and Josh.
Final race of the weekend here at Donington Park. Back to sprint racing. It's a 15-minute race for the F1000 Championship. Final round of the season for these cars. And the grid doesn't line up as follows because that's the wrong grid. That's for the Club Enduro. So we'll get that off the screen and we'll have another go in a minute with the F1000s. I can tell you that earlier on today it was Tom Gadd that took his second race win of the weekend. But Craig Pollard took second place, which was enough for him to wrap up the championship as the cars go off onto their green flag lap. But Rob Wellham took third. He came from the back of the grid to take P3, which was not quite enough to be able to take the championship into the final rounds. He needed to win the race, get ahead and hope that Craig Pollard finished below 4th on this one. I'll give you the grid off for the TSL screen here. So on pole position it's going to be the number 12 car of Tom Gadd. Besides him is number 92 Craig Pollard. Second row of the grid is going to be 5 Rob Wellham and number 80 Dan Gore. On row 3 of the grid it's 42 James Clennell and 3 Tom Westworth. On the 4th row it's 83 Matthew Higginson and 9 Ryan Thomas. Row 5 is 89 Mark Betts and 22 Chris Keir. Row 6 is 77 James Hills and 88 David Williams. On the 7th row 71 Zach Palmer and 24 Bert Chapman. Row 8 is 14 Adam Walker and 37 Michael Frith. The 9th row 19 Sam Satchwell and 17 Chaz Heighton. And on row 10 it's 33 Lee Seagraves and 15 Dane Christensen. We did have quite a lot of attrition in the early race, only 11 finishers, so there is probably going to be some gaps on the grid, even though there's been sort of 5.5 hours since the previous race for the teams to refab the car. So I can see Matt Higginson back out there, for example. He was perhaps the most high profile retirement from the earlier race. There was also coming together in that race between Chaz Heighton and Sam Satchwell, possibly a brake issue with Sam Satchwell's car, and I think made contact with Chaz Heighton, unfortunately. So we'll see if they're all back out. But this then, with the overall championship having been decided in favour of Craig Pollard, I think we've still possibly got the Clubman Cup still up for grabs between Satchwell and Clennell. Looking at it with Clennell, I think, ahead by 7 points once drop scores are taken into account. So the car's heading around on their green flag lap. It's going to be a 15-minute race, and it is a little bit gloomy now as we head up towards 6 o'clock on the middle Saturday in October. But nevertheless, we've just about, I think, got enough light for this second of F1000 race of the day and the third of the weekend, Josh.
And it's the first time we've got the 3 quickest drivers at the front, really, isn't it? Gadd, Pollard and Wellham. We had the reverse grid race obviously this morning where Wellham started at the back, and yesterday's race Wellham stalled, Pollard started mid-pack, Gadd started near the front. We've got them all at the front today, this afternoon, so we could have a fascinating race between them.
Matt Higginson pulling into the pit lane there, sorry Josh.
Dan Gore has good pace too, didn't he, in the earlier race? So he could go with those 3 in his last F1000 race before he switches to something with a bit more power. Perhaps a bit less grip, though.
Maybe so. So last few cars coming into position. Matt Higginson, as I say, pulling into the pit lane at the end of the green flag lap. So he should have been starting 7th on the grid on the inside of row 4. So in very gloomy conditions now here at Donington Park. The F1000 race is shortly to get underway. Revs are rising, waiting for the lights to go out. Red lights are on, red lights go out, and away they go. And it's a good start by Tom Gadd, good start by Rob Wellham as well. Pollard also smartly away from 3rd position. So it's Wellham that's going to try and attack Tom Gadd around the outside into Redgate Corner for the first time, with Pollard there in 3rd place as they drop down through the Craner curves for the first time. And it looks like it is Dan Gore in 4th, James Clennell 5th and Tom Westworth in 6th position, as it got very close there between Gadd and Wellham, and Pollard is that carries more speed off the old hairpin. Can he take benefit from that as they go through Schwantz curve and head up towards McLean's? Now I don't think he quite can just at the moment.
Yeah, Wellham compromised himself a bit, didn't he, by looking up the inside into the old hairpin. That's allowed Gadd, who's been the most successful driver in terms of wins this year, who leads the way. The champion, the provisional champion there in 3rd place, Craig Pollard, who really admitted to Matt earlier how the nerves were getting into him about winning this championship. Behind Clennell, goes up the inside and grabs 4th from Dan Gore. So that's a change. But these fast 3 then, the 3 drivers that have taken the majority of the wins this year are up front, and Gadd locks up into the hairpin. He slides a bit wide. They're 3 abreast behind, remarkably, as was that Tom Westworth got involved. And there, I think, hopefully will come out the corner. Pollard is attacking now, but Wellham's late enough on the brakes to stay ahead. So it's Gadd that leads on the exit of the corner. These three all champions, of course, now. In F1000 race, there's a collision behind. There's a car that's lost a rear wing, I noticed. Was that Gore that was going over the top of another car? Was it someone on him? Not sure. There's Higginson. He's got back out, but he's not going very quickly.
No, so I think he'll be back. No, he's not even going to make it to the pit lane. He's going to pull in onto the national circuit there. So it's Gadd from Wellham, from Pollard. Westworth was up to 4th over the line. Dan Gore was 5th. James Clennell 6th. But looks like, yes, Gore has dropped out of 5th position. Clennell now up to P5. And possibly David Williams was also involved somewhere along the line. Higginson manages to make it back to the pits beneath us.
So was it Clennell that went over the back of Gore's car? They've both got going. There's Gore's car, so he's got damage to the rear wings. So that's not the way how he wanted to end this. Certainly a car that obviously jumped over the back of Gore's car and then carried on remarkably. Possibly... yeah, so Westwood's there in 4th. Clennell's there in 5th. Yeah, not sure then who the other car was involved. Anyway, here's the battle for the lead. Has Wellham got damage to his front wing now as they come out of the corner?
Looks like he might do, I think.
Yeah, the end plate's missing. Not sure where that happened. On the front right corner of his wing, and yeah, it's Goo Whiff now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of been dislodged from where it's correct positioning, and so he's lost out now to Craig Pollard. So it's Gadd leading, Pollard in 2nd, Wellham in 3rd place as they make their way through Goddard's for the 2nd time. Out onto the Wheatcroft straight they go, with a gap back to Tom Westworth in 4th position. He's over the line now. It's James Clennell, number 42, in 5th position. Chas Heighton, so he's gone well from towards the back of the grid. From row 9 of the grid, he's up into 6th position. He made up 6 places on that lap.
But Chapman's dropping back. Wouldn't have thought it was him that was involved with Dan Gore, because he started much further back on the grid, so that's a mystery. But I don't know if Wellham's going to go much further with that wing that'll be giving him downforce in weird places, I should think. If you hadn't seen the accident, you saw Wellham's car and Gore's car, you'd think they were linked. Here's a damaged front end. It was David Williams. You wondered if he was involved, and it looks like that's who it was. So David Williams with front wing damage.
Yeah, lost a couple of places on that lap, and he'll probably lose some more here.
Don't know how Wellham got his wing damage, though. We didn't see any contact with him and Gadd.
Adam Walker, who was off into the barriers, wasn't he, in the early race? So he's had some time to fix his car. The train driver from Yorkshire, he's back up. There's Gore climbing out of his car.
And the two Mattel cars looking rather sad for themselves, with a team thinking, well, this season's not gone particularly well in F1000, I don't think.
Not what they would have hoped for, I don't think. So we've got David Williams still with this damaged wing, being chased by number 14, Adam Walker. You've got James Hills going up the inside of Mark Betts as well, into the left-hander at the S's, left and right-hander at the S's. And still this battle goes on. You'd think Walker should be able to steal in a march on David Williams here with that damage to his car. Craig Pollard, meanwhile, has been through and done the best lap of the race, 1:28.598. Bear in mind, we've got down to a new lap record of a 1:27.7 in the first race.
But he's catching Gadd, obviously. He's had 2 fastest laps, so we've got a battle on between the outgoing champion, Tom Gadd, and the incoming champion, if you like, the new champion, Craig Pollard. Meanwhile, 71 involved in this. New driver this weekend, Zach Palmer. He's involved with James Hills as they turn their way through Redgate Corner. But an interesting battle for the win to round out the weekend here at Donington Park. It's been a dramatic weekend, hasn't it, for the Donington deciding championship weekend here. F1000 perhaps had less drama than some of the other categories. Nothing too controversial has happened here, has it? I don't think.
No.
But Gadd leads through the S's. Yeah, I've cursed a few things, haven't I? So that's probably not the wisest line. There's Pollard behind in 2nd. He's catching, I think, isn't he, in the braking zone? He takes a tighter line than Gadd's able to, or he chooses to anyway. And that might give Gadd a better exit, where Pollard had a better entry to that corner. So it could be up to 11 laps this race, couldn't it? So there's a long way to go yet.
Yeah, so coming through at the end of lap number 4 with still 9 minutes of the race to go. It's Gadd from Pollard. Gadd's now done the best lap of the race, 1:28.417. He's extended his lead to 0.4 of a second over Craig Pollard in 2nd place. They've dropped Rob Wellham, of course. He's got sporting that damage to his car, so that's pretty slowing him up by a few tenths a lap or something like that. He's down to 3rd place. Tom Westworth in 4th on the last lap. But didn't make any inroads on Wellham, so Wellham should be still good for 3rd place, I would think.
Now on the telly, when you watch Grand Prix racing, they tell you about how many points a downforce a little
Yeah.
mark makes on a wing. What about a wing? A wing is totally pointed in the wrong direction, as Rob Wellams is. Well, he's only, if you say, about a second a lap slower. Okay, these cars don't have the downforce that a top-line single-seater would, but you'd think the wings are there for a reason. But not making as much difference as you might imagine. In most other single-seater series, I think you'd be in the pit lane, wouldn't you? But Rob Wellams continuing on and probably looks good for a podium still.
Yeah, I would have thought so. As I say, no one's catching him, no one's faster than him behind. Although James Cloud did a very similar lap time. He's in 5th position, but about 5 seconds behind Wellham as things stand. Here are the top two then. Gadd, can he make it 5 wins in a row at the end of the season? 2 at Croft, he's had 2 here at Donington already during the course of this weekend.
Well, if it is his last race in F1000, that'd be a remarkable way to go out, wouldn't it? With 5 on the bounce. But Craig Pollard's not going to allow him to have it easily as they turn down towards Redgate. He's just set the aimshop.com fastest lap of the race. And for Pollard, he took that. He was the last person to win who wasn't Tom Gadd, wasn't he, in the opening race at Croft? And it's extremely rare to have, of course, 3 wins in a weekend, because to win race 2 from the reverse grid is usually very difficult.
Yeah. I'm just wondering when the last time was that anyone had won 5 F1000 races in a row. And well, it didn't happen last year.
Yeah, because we haven't had 3 in a weekend, you're not going to do 5 in a row, are you?
No.
So I don't feel like we've had any triples, but we may well have done.
Yes, we'd have to dig into the archives. Obviously, it's only relatively recently that there's been triple headers at some events. Up until maybe 5 or 6 years ago, there would be mostly double header events, I think.
Down to the S's. Pollard is close but not challenging at this stage, it seems. Craig Pollard, a 3-time 750 Motor Club champion now. Tom Gadd, a double 750 Motor Club champion. It looked like he was about to challenge, but there's more battles to look out for, because Mark Betts is up now with the damaged David Williams car. And Zach Palmer, the newcomer, getting involved here as well.
That's right. Really is dark out there now, isn't it?
Our cameras do a fantastic job.
Yes, but they're struggling. They are struggling in the daylight. Gadd's in another best lap of the race, 1:28.169. Pollard was 1:28.191, so within a few hundredths of a second. Identical lap times, and the gap is still about 0.4 of a second first to second, with still 5 and a bit minutes of race, 5.5 minutes to go. Oh, a spin for David Williams, and also for Mark Betts down at the Melbourne Heaven. And Betts has had some contact. His right rear wheel has been knocked askew. And Williams, well, that's spectacular, wasn't it, as he tries to get back in the race. But Betts is, now with sparks flying, he is trying to make it back to the pits, I think. But he's not going to continue in the race, unfortunately.
What was I saying about no controversy? No, we had loads of contact.
Yeah,
spectacular images with the low light and sparks.
They brought sparks back into Formula 1, didn't they, a couple of years ago for the spectacle. We've now got it in F1000 as well. And Mark Betts only just going to make it into the pit lane, I think.
Yeah, well, that means the race is uninterrupted, so thanks to Mark for that.
In the background, and as we've got the 2 leaders together here, Pollard up the inside of Tom Gadd. He's not going to make that work. I saw that Clonell was right with with Tom Westworth for 4th position too.
Notice the lights on the back of the cars come on, don't they, when they're not when they're under 60 k's? So that means through the hairpin, the light comes on the back of Gadd's car, which come alert Craig Pollard, I suspect. We've got a change potentially for the lead. Craig's up the inside of Tom Gadd. He turns into the corner. He was confident, wasn't he, that Pollard wasn't going to brake later than him. So Tom Gadd continues to lead on the 8th lap of F1000 racing here at Donington Park. Pollard's going to have another go into the old hairpin. It's too fast there, surely, to make a move. It's really on the Grand Prix loop, isn't it, in those hard braking zones where the big overtaking opportunities will come.
It's Gadd that's had 6 wins this season. Pollard has had 4, looking to make it 5 here. They're coming up to lap, I think that's Mick Frith, who is in 13th position, will now be with the demise of Mark Betts.
One of the few people in 750 Motor Club racing to have done FIM World Championship events, having raced in the World Sidecar Championship.
Down to the Fogarty Yeses again, with just over 3.5 minutes of the race left to go. There is the Mark Betts car looking a little bit sorry for itself in the pit lane with that rear end damage. But here's Pollard up the inside again. He can't quite make that work at the Melbourne hairpin. So it's still Tom Gadd, number 12, leading. Craig Pollard, the champion, number 92, is in second place as they head to Goddard. And they're probably going to get 3 more laps out of this if we go all the way to 15 minutes in the gloom.
It's that's where Pollard's strong, isn't it? On the brakes into Melbourne. So that is where the challenge is going to come. But Gadd is always pretty good at getting the car turned into the apex where he wants it, or in terms of the hairpin, I think getting a good exit, getting good drive off the corner. But yeah, Westworth and Clennell is a good battle too, but it's all about the lead battle. Who's going to get that final win? Craig Pollard just wants to enjoy this last race after the sort of a challenging weekend, I think, not in terms of results, but I think mentally winning the championship and what comes with that. Although he's done it before in Formula V, perhaps was that maybe not such a tight championship finale? Certainly not last time. That was a dominant season in 22, wasn't it? I can't really remember back to 18 how that ended, whether that was a dominant season or not. But
it's certainly been intense, and the pressure was on all the way to the end, coming into this weekend, knowing that he'd got potentially a big fight with Rob Wellham, which didn't really transpire because Wellham had that stall at the start of the first race, and he didn't get off the line, and so therefore he's been playing catch-up all weekend. But at the start of the weekend, he'd have thought this is quite a tough situation to be going into. Racing against Rob Wellham, who had big battles with at Croft last time out. It was very, very fiery between the two of them as well. Gadd coming across the line with 1.5 minutes or so to go. So there is time, strictly speaking, for 2 more laps. 1:28.084 for Tom Gadd is a new fastest lap of the race. Still not underneath the lap record, which is into the 1:27s that Gadd set in the earlier race. It's still only about 1/3 of a second back to Craig Pollard, who himself did a personal best lap. And again, they've lapped in exactly the same lap time within a few thousandths of one another. It's remarkable, isn't it, Josh, how closely matched these two drivers are?
That's right, and it shows that these speeds of cars, which are about the same pace as F4 cars, they don't really cause much turbulent air, so you can follow closely. Unlike in GB3, say, I think at Brands Hatch, their championship finale weekend, there was basically no overtaking, even in reverse grid race. But at this speed, overtaking very much possible, and you can race closely, and that's one of the delights of F1000 racing, which we've enjoyed with the 750 Motor Club for quite a few seasons now.
Down to the Fogarty S's they go then. Gadd and Pollard. Is Pollard going to mount another attack before the end of this race? Is he going to just keep everything all up his sleeve? And knowing that he's already wrapped up the championship, he doesn't need to take any unnecessary risks and try any difficult manoeuvres as they head off up towards Goddard. A bit more daylight actually between them as they come through this time, with 15 seconds of the race to go. Over the line they go to start what should be the final lap of the race then. It is going to be another 11 lap of these two, by the way, are a long, long way clear now of the rest of the field. Wellham is still in third. He's 4.3 seconds clear of Westworth, who's still trying to fend off James Clennell for P4.
So we're going to see a last lap go from Pollard, or is Gadd going to do those 5 in a row?
Into Redgate Corner, we've got James Clennell up challenging Tom Westworth for 4th position, so we'll see in a moment how that worked out. That was very close. Clennell was only 1/10 of a second behind. He'd done his personal best lap on the previous lap of 1:29.391 to get onto the back of Westworth, but we're sticking with the 2 leaders. Here they are though. In fact, is Westworth and Clennell nose to tail now for 4th place as they make their way out of the old hairpin. They're about 18 seconds behind the leader, something like that, as they climb up to McLean's for the final time. James Clennell only a couple of car lengths behind. You can see Rob Wellham a bit further up the road. They're not going to catch him. They turn their way through Coppice Corner now. A gap back to Chaz Heighton, who is in 6th place and circulating more or less on his own at the moment. And Clennell not as close to Westworth as he was at the beginning of the lap. So probably Tom Westworth is going to hold on to 4th place finish, which is 1 place better than he finished earlier on today. The leaders, though, should already be on their way out of the Melbourne hairpin, out of Goddard's, in fact, to take the checkered flag. And it's Tom Gadd, 3 in a weekend, 5 in a row, and he beats the champion Craig Pollard.
Well done, Tom. Great drives. We'll see if we see you back next year now after that. If nothing else, you put good value on your car.
James Connell up the inside of Tom Westworth for 4th place at the final corner. Up to the line, it's a drag race, but I think it's going to be Westworth that has done it. Yes, he has, by 1600ths of a second. So a good last corner attempt from James Connell to get 4th place away from Tom Westworth, but it didn't quite work. So it's Tom Gadd the winner, Pollard second, then Wellham, Westworth, Connell, Heighton, Sam Satchell crosses the line in 7th position. And then it's a bit of a gap back then to the next car, which should be Ryan Thomas, who'd got a 6-second advantage over Adam Walker, and then James Hills it will be that I think is going to round out the top 10. But Josh, it's been an excellent season of F1000 racing, and it's been an excellent weekend of racing here at Donington Park as well.
Yeah, we've had some great racing. We've enjoyed dry weather today, even if it's not been very warm at all. And now we look forward to just one more. I can't believe we're at that point of the season. It feels like we were just beginning here at Donington Park on a wet Easter Monday, yes. Wasn't it? But we've had a great season of 750 Motor Club racing, a great full paddock this weekend at Donington Park, and hopefully more of the same at Silverstone. We know Saturday at Silverstone is been an extremely busy paddock,
yes,
with 40 teams taking part in the UK's, or one of the UK's oldest motor races, certainly the oldest sort of amateur club racing motor race. I look forward to that in 2 weeks, but here are our final results.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yes, the race 18 of the weekend was the Jedi Racing Cars F1000 Championship. The win went to number 12, Tom Gadd, by 0.314 seconds from number 92, Craig Pollard. Number 5, Rob Wellham, is in 3rd place. He was 14 seconds behind the 2 leaders. 4th was number 3, Tom Westworth. 5th, number 42, James Connell. 6th was 17, Chaz Heighton. 7th, number 19, Sam Satchell. 8th, number 9, Ryan Thomas. And number 9th was number 14, Adam Walker, with James Hills, number 77, rounding out the top 10. Then it was Zach Palmer and David Williams. Michael Frith was a lap down, and they were the 13 finishes that we had in the Jedi Racing Cars F1000 Championship race. The final race of the weekend here at Donington Park. As Josh said, we're at Silverstone in 2 weeks' time, the Burkitt Relay on Saturday on the Grand Prix circuit, Championship finals on the Sunday on the National circuit. That's all going to be streamed on Alpha Live, so tune in via the 750 Motor Club website or YouTube. And then we will say for now, many thanks to all of the marshals who've done such sterling work here at Donington Park this weekend. We couldn't do it without you. You've been absolutely fantastic. Thank you once again for your support of the 750 Motor Club here at Donington Park. Thanks to all of the other officials that have helped to make the race meeting possible. It's been a busy weekend for the officials, and as far as we know, it's all gone pretty smoothly. And we will look forward to seeing you again very soon. Next time we stream, as I say, in 2 weeks' time. We're back at Donington Park next year as well, no doubt. Josh Barrett and I have been up here in the commentary box with you. We will be both back at Silverstone along with Marcus Pye and Lewis Beals for the Burkitt 6-hour relay race. We will look forward to that. Matt Suckling has still got one more duty to do down there in the pit lane. I can see that the drivers have now arrived down in the pit lane. So for the final time, we'll hand down to Matt Suckling to drivers. Have you got a torch, Matt?
Thanks, guys. Yep, down here for the final time then as darkness descends on Donington Park. But well done, you got the final race in and you made the hat-trick, Tom. Well done.
Yeah, it's nice to get another one, especially in this class, and a good way to see it out, good way to see out the year. Yeah, it's been a tough year for us, with engines blowing up and all that, with costing us a shot at the championship. But it's been a fantastic year in the end. 5 wins on the bounce is pretty good. But hats off to Craig for winning the championship. He did what I did last year and just make sure you finish every race well. And you've got to have a good team of people behind you like I have this year. So I can't thank Team Sellers Racing enough, and can't thank my dad who put so much money and time and effort into this car to make it capable of doing this. So my job's easy. All I have to do is show up and drive. He's the guy who does all the hard work, 4 days of the week, 4 nights at Stewart's workshop. So I honestly can't thank him enough.
And a good scrap at the end there with you and Craig. You kept it honest all the way to the end.
Yeah, he was pushing me. I was struggling to see him at some points in my mirrors. So luckily his car's bright yellow, else I wouldn't have seen him. But yeah, towards the end, I was sure that race went on for about half an hour. It felt like I was just going round and round and round. I was like, they've got to put the checker flag out soon, please. But no, he was flying. I was quicker than him at most of the points because of the aero, but through that last sector, he just had me nailed. So saw him come up the inside of into one of the hairpins, but just managed to close it off. So I thought at one point he might just back off and let me have it, but no, he kept me pushing to the last minute. So yeah, can't thank him enough for that, and yeah, can't thank Rob enough as well for the challenges he's given me over the past 4 years. It's been rough at times, but no, the guys on this grid are just second to none. It truly is one of the best championships in the country.
Good stuff. Well done. Super weekend, Tom. Congratulations. Craig, of course, went out in that one with no pressure to worry about. You gave it your all, and you gave him a good run once again there, didn't you?
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I never thought I'd say coming second to someone, but if you're going to come second to anyone, Tom's one of the best, So I was driving around there, I thought, all the years I've done V and I've raced against, Danny Hands and Martin Farmer and some really great drivers, and I'm sitting there behind Tom and thinking, I'm doing absolutely everything I can here. And it's not just the fact that he's in front, he doesn't put a foot wrong. And it makes it really enjoyable, even, when you come second, of course, it would have been good to finish on a win. But Tom, did everything right there, and yeah, fair play to him. We need to do better for next year, probably.
And although the wins weren't there this weekend, it's been a solid weekend, and you wrapped up that championship, which was the main aim for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We came here with one target, and as Graham says, there's always more you can do when there's a lap record and a win on the cards. But yeah, I'm over the moon, obviously. Really, really good way to end 2024.
Good stuff. Well done again, Craig. Congratulations on this year's championship. And we'll have a word with Rob Wedham, who's over here, just sitting on his car, probably a little bit deflated, unfortunately. But Rob, thoughts at the end of that race? We could see you've got some wing damage. What happened with that one?
Without swearing, rubbish. But yeah, it's one of those things. Just towards the end of the season, just get what's the word? Just not our luck really. But it's one of those things. It's racing.
This is the thing with racing, isn't it? 90% it is disappointment. You've got to take the rough with the smooth, but you're going to regroup and hopefully we can come back next year and give it another good go.
Yeah, we'll see what next year's plans are, but yeah.
And still a podium to end the year for you?
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob. Much appreciated for all the guys down here for having a word with us at the end of, as we said, a superb weekend of racing for the whole 750 Motor Club Championships. And we have had champions decided here once again. So we really hope you've enjoyed all the action wherever you've been watching, at home, abroad, here at the circuit. It's been a cracking weekend. Don't forget, we're going to do it all again in 2 weeks' time. We have the Burkitt Relay Race, which is always fantastic, in 2 weeks' time. And then, of course, on the Sunday, we'll have the finals to be decided in other 750 Motor Club Championships as well. For now, though, from Ian Soman, Josh Barrett and myself, Matt Sucklin, and all the Alpha Live team, thank you so much for watching. For now, from here at Donington Park, it's goodbye.